Markus, Book 7 of Seals of Honor. The seventh book in the ever-popular Seals of Honor series is coming in late September. This is Markus and Bree's story. Markus learned firsthand that love hurts when he lost someone who'd meant everything to him. Afraid to feel that deeply again, he's buried his pain, believing his heart is dead. So certain that he'll never be the same, he devotes himself wholly to serving others. Meeting Bree wakes him from a deep sea of grief, and he's stunned to recognize his heart beating for the first time in so long. Lost, alone, and in serious peril, Bree reeled at how her life became such a mess, but when she can finally breathe again without death on her heels, she wants nothing more than to wring every last drop of joy out of life again. But Bree had seen and heard too much, and for that, her enemy can't afford to let her get away with her life intact. Chapter 1. Shit, he was tired. Not that Markus Donner would let anyone know. Not bone-weary. That implied he could feel his bones. And that was beyond him. This last mission had been hell. But he'd made it home. Enjoyed 4 days of rest. Not that enjoyed was quite the right word. Maybe survived. Now back to training. In Alaska this time. The military base here was huge, and he enjoyed coming to this part of the country. The North offered unique geographical challenges for them. In a way that was a relief. He could use something to beat down. Home was empty. Lonely. He'd slept the first day away. And the second had been like moving through treacle. His body was recovering fine. His heart, his mind, not so fast. Yet the melancholy had nothing to do with his work. Lord, he loved his job. Loved his chance to serve. Especially in this capacity. He gave his all every day. He buried himself in his work for years. And it had helped him to heal. Only now there was just a hole in his heart. A void in his life. One he wasn't sure how to fill. Life wasn't the same when you came home to an empty house. An empty life. More than that, it was hard to come home and know it wasn't going to change, if he didn't change it. And that was a mission he wasn't ready for. When he'd found out they were heading to Alaska for wilderness training, he couldn't wait. He'd had enough of his own company by then, and needed to focus on something he could grab onto, and do something about. Not stare at this emptiness inside. How could something that didn't exist hurt? It made no sense. But it was a reality that he'd lived with for several years now. God, he'd loved Fiona, his wife of 5 years. Losing her had been the toughest thing in his life. He'd gone off the wall for a while. It was the guys who'd reined him back in. He'd have died happy on a mission. He'd been crazy and on edge and had pushed the edge farther. He knew he'd been out of control for a time. He hadn't cared. He'd needed to die in action. It was the only way he could live. But the guys had knocked some sense into him. Levi had finished the job by making him realize that his death would be on his team. That's what Levi had finally gotten through to him. And that was something he couldn't do. He knew the guilt, the pain of losing someone. How could he force that onto them? So he'd forced himself to deal with the new reality of living without Fiona. But damn it, it hurt. Still he went out, gave his heart to the mission, and came home. Alone. It had taken months before the guys let him do that alone thing. For the longest time he was babysat by one or the other as they kept a watchful gaze on him. He'd both hated them and loved them for it. As he healed, they'd eased back. In a way that was worse. Now he was always alone, and he didn't want to be. Not any longer. The emptiness clawed at him. Now he craved more. And buried that need in work, again. Alaska was good. Tons of rough territory. His muscles screamed to run free. He loved to feel his heart pound, his muscles burn. It was beyond anything. And he enjoyed every minute of it. Soaking wet, mud in his face and his heart pounding in his chest. The hunt. There was nothing like a good chase to keep him alive and moving. This training exercise was man against the wilderness and man against himself. And of course man against one another. Sure, there were always bad guys, but right now he was after another SEAL team. And he wanted to beat their ass. He grinned ferociously. Was there ever anything more primitive than being pitted against an enemy that was equal to you? That age-old fight for dominance. To find the alpha between them. The thing was, his buddies were the best of the best, and they were all alphas. This wasn't so much about being the top as much as it was about knowing that in real situations he would be top, regardless of who stood with him. There was no room for error in the real world, and that meant there was no room for error here either. Shots fired, whizzing past his head. Shit. He ducked and was moving before his mind had registered that someone had snuck around and seen him. He zinged to the left and then right as he slipped through the wetlands. The river water was high, the ground soft and marshy. And the clumps of wild grasses deceptive. The ground was so rough with hillocks he could lie flat behind one and be completely hidden. Movement on the right had him sliding to his belly as he waited and watched. The ground cover was such it was damn near impossible to see anyone. It became a waiting game. He knew the drill wasn't over until the other team was caught. There was no surrender in this instance. The training area was 40 square miles. He had a lot of ground to cover. He slowly lifted his head and looked around. And heard a rifle click behind him. Shit. 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 He hated to lose. Slowly he raised his hands, considering his options. He wasn't going to get taken. No way in hell was that going to happen. Move. Markus froze. He didn't know that voice. But making these practices real was what it was all about. Only this training session was on taking out snipers. Not plaid-wearing grizzled hunters. Wearing a bright orange cap and with chew in his mouth, the man nudged him hard with an old 30-30 lever-action rifle. Markus almost smiled, but the rifle looked too well used for humor. I said move. Not sure how this was playing out, Markus followed the orders. This was not public land, and no one but military should be anywhere close. People did sometimes accidentally trip into the region, though. It happened. And to give the old man the benefit of the doubt, maybe Markus had stepped onto private land. Not sure how possible that was considering the area, but he'd been wrong before. He turned and walked forward as ordered. He looked around hoping to see one of his men sporting a huge grin. Don't know what the hell you think you're doing here, the old man growled, but I am not going to find out. Markus shook his head but stayed quiet. What the hell just happened? Or was he part of the practice session? That was the best explanation given the circumstances. Then again, there was nothing normal about this guy. Trying to wrap his head around the sudden change, he knew one thing. The old rifle in the guy's hand was non-military, but it had a serious end and lots of years of use. So an old geezer who lived alone and hunted when he pleased and where he pleased most likely. Still, Markus's job was as it always was, to escape and take down the sniper. But not at the expense of getting shot. And never by hurting a civilian, unless he deserved it. And if this guy was a civilian, the last thing he wanted was for his team to find out he'd been given the shakedown by this guy. Friend or enemy? Too early to tell. They hadn't been aware of any friendlies in the region, even confused ones. But that's what a real-life session was all about. You couldn't plan for every contingency. It wasn't possible. And this was just another example. Where are we going? He asked in a low conversational voice. He was in full combat gear, so it was impossible to not understand who he was on one level. He was obviously a soldier. That he was a SEAL wasn't something he planned to divulge. Don't matter to you none. The serious end of the gun nudged his back. Still confused and half afraid he was being taken for a ride, while the other half worried he'd stumbled into something much more serious. Markus kept on walking. But he reached up his hand to his ear, and under the pretext of scratching, he sent out a series of taps on his earpiece asking for help. He had a cell phone, but that didn't mean he had service. He didn't know if his team could hear him or not, but the communications had been working at the beginning of the day. They'd gone to silence early on. Now he had to deal with the outdoorsman. "How long have you lived here?" he asked in the same conversational voice as he walked forward. "Doesn't matter." "Right. Not very talkative." "Do you live alone?" "Doesn't matter." Markus tried again. "It's beautiful out here." "Yep." Well, that was an improvement. He considered his options. Instinct said this wasn't part of the training exercise, and that they'd moved a mile to the left of where he'd been. The ground had smoothed out as they backed away from the marshy land, giving way to less rock and more grass. They were also heading into skinny growth forest. He glanced around, but there was still nothing to indicate this man had a home here. If he did and it was somehow inside the training area, then his actions might be understandable. But that didn't mean taking another person hostage at gunpoint was acceptable at any time. Inside he was laughing in disbelief. This was not the way he'd planned on spending his day. And the fallout for the rest of his team, huge. What the hell? The last thing he wanted to do was let them down. He could have taken this guy out, ripped the rifle away from him, for him that was easy enough. So why hadn't he? Because he'd have likely hurt this man in the process, and over what? What did he want? Markus never hurt a civilian. Never hurt anyone who didn't have it coming. Hell, no one knew who he was or what he did most of the time anyway. That was the way his group liked it. Secrecy was paramount given the kind of work they did. There was always someone looking for payback. So was it surprise? Curiosity? Confusion? All of the above. He straightened. Besides, they'd been walking in the direction he'd planned to go anyway. "Turn here." And the rifle prodded him on the shoulder to go deeper into the trees, and not the direction he wanted to go. Okay, enough of this shit. His muscles tensed as he searched for the right moment. "Now be quiet," the man snapped, his voice harsh, deep. "I don't want them knowing we're here." "Them?" Markus froze and narrowed his gaze while he tried to adjust his vision. They'd gone into a deep pocket of trees, dark enough he had trouble seeing for a few moments. "Who is them?" he asked, but his gut said the news wasn't going to be good. There was something about his tone. Senses on alert, Markus lightened his steps. Who the hell was here? And if there was someone, why were they here? Doesn't matter. They slipped to the back of the dense treed area. Given the wilderness up here in Alaska, he couldn't imagine that anyone lived like this permanently, but he knew hundreds did. He could see the appeal of homesteading for a short time period, understand the thrill and the sheer joy in living so close to the land, but it wouldn't be his choice long term. But here he hadn't seen anything that resembled a house in any way. So where were these people? Intrigued, he had to reconsider the options. Was this man in trouble? Did he need help? Not likely, if there was a rifle at his back. What? And the gun prodded him again. Shish. Frowning, Markus continued to move forward, wondering what the hell he'd stumbled into. Had the training mission gone south? Or was his team going to jump out and laugh at his fool ass? He'd almost prefer it. Still, if this was a training mission, it was a hell of a side shoot. And had nothing to do with taking down snipers. He reached up and tapped his earpiece again, then caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He spun and dropped as the butt came down hard and missed him. He rolled and lashed out, dropped the man to his knees. Grinning fiercely, he bounced to his feet and quickly overpowered the older man. With him pinned in a headlock, Markus said in low tones, "Now you're going to tell me what the hell is going on." "It's my daughter," the old man said, wheezing. Now that Markus could see him clearer, he could tell he had to be in his 70s. "They've got my daughter." Markus froze. "Who has your daughter?" The old man waved a hand at the heavily wooded area in front of them. "Over there." "Then why didn't you just ask for my help?" "Didn't know if you were one of them." "Why the hell would I be part of the group holding your daughter?" Markus asked. "You're dressed like them." "Shit." Chapter 2. 2 weeks. Bree had been at the job 2 weeks. What the hell had this world come to that she'd been bussing tables early Monday morning, running around filling coffee cups, and slamming down plates full of eggs and bacon to this? Now she was locked up in a cabin with 2 other female captives, and she was baking for the kidnappers. One of the other women had taken a hit across the cheek for arguing, but no one called Bree stupid. A fool. Yes. She'd only gotten off the damn bus 2 weeks and 2 days ago. Alaska was as far away as her meager pennies could take her. It was also one of the few places she'd hoped to visit in her lifetime. Now that her lifetime had been extended, hopefully, she'd been successfully working her way around the country for 6 months. Until this. She hadn't planned on overhearing a conversation at the diner where she worked. Who did? But these men had stacked up a serious amount of firepower and were making plans. Betsy had overheard part of the conversation first and raced to the back to talk to Boomer, the cook and owner. Mary had rushed over to hear what was going on. At the same time, Bree had been placing fully laden plates on the table and had been required to wait while they removed all their papers so she had space. She'd caught a glimpse of blueprints and some names, and with her photographic memory, she'd tucked the information away like she did so much other information she saw on a daily basis. 2 men had left, and soon after the 3 remaining men realized what Bree had seen and heard too, and things had gotten ugly. All 3 of the men had gotten up and walked to the back. Poor Boomer, he'd taken an uppercut to the jaw and had hit the floor out cold. Then the men had grabbed the 3 waitresses and thrown them into a truck and brought them here. It was just too stupid a scenario. There were outdoorsmen all over, but places like Alaska bred them that way. Although she wasn't sure how or why, she'd gotten the impression they weren't locals. The other 2 women had been here all their lives. They'd know if the men were, but Bree hadn't had a chance to talk to them yet. And not all the men she'd seen at the diner were here. But that didn't mean they weren't on the way. Hardened, capable, and way too bullheaded to talk to. She had 3 older brothers. She knew the kind. She also knew the easiest way to get on their good side. Food. So she'd immediately set about searching the kitchen for contents and made up an apple cobbler with some wrinkled apples she'd found in the back of the cooler. The other 2 women had hissed at her and told her to stop. Like hell. She at least now knew where the butcher knives were and what kind of men they were. You could learn a lot from a kitchen. The fridge was clean, not full of molding foods. The cupboards were crammed full of canned goods and dried foods. They could hole up here for a long time. When she realized that they had generators and a well, she knew there was damn little anyone was going to do to get the women out of here without a fight if the men didn't want to hand them over willingly. She understood sheer knock-headed stubbornness. All her brothers and her father were the same. If she was going to be honest, then she'd admit to having her fair share of that trait as well. When she was done, she popped the treat into the oven and set about washing dishes. Behind her, the men were into a heavy discussion but kept their voices so low, she couldn't hear the details. Fine. She'd act like an honored guest in the meantime. Fake it until you make it, right? She stared out the window trying to catalog where the hell they were. It was a good half-hour's drive from Boomer's diner, but she had no clue in what direction, and in this country, a half-hour straight out could be anywhere. Hey, that smells good. What did you put in the oven, Greg? Asked a newcomer entering from the back door. She sent him a sidelong glance and kept her mouth shut. He was younger than the 3 she'd seen so far. That meant he was in his 40s, not 50s or 60s. He hadn't been one of the other 2 men she'd seen at the diner. So how many were involved in this mess? Wow, where'd the women come from? He asked, his shock rippling around the room. And why? She stiffened slightly but kept her head down and washed the forks in her hand. So the kidnapping hadn't been part of their original plans. So what had been the original plan? She'd asked them to clear spots for the coffee when she'd brought them, and the men had hurriedly rolled up large sheets of blueprints. But she had no idea what for. That was a problem with her memory. Information overload, so she dumped 99% of it as soon as her mind registered the information. Silence. We had no choice, one of the men who'd grabbed them said in a rough voice. They heard us talking. About how much of it? The first guy didn't sound happy, and as the men shrugged in lieu of answering, he asked, "You kidnapped these women, Greg?" More silence. "Let's just say they are staying with us for a while," Greg answered in a low, hard tone. "No, see, that's not a good idea," the younger man protested. "That's going to bring the law down on our heads." "Doesn't matter now, does it?" Greg snapped. "These women are here. They've heard too much, and we can't be letting them go now, can we?" He glared at the young man. "Deal with it, Barry." Ah, hell. That was not what she wanted to hear. And nothing she said was going to convince them. She wasn't going to tell someone the minute she could. Besides, she'd never been good at lying. So stupid. Of course she was going to tattle. She didn't want to be here, and the longer she stayed, the worse it was going to get. She finished cleaning the kitchen up, keeping an ear tuned to the muttered conversation going on around her. Barry walked over to Betsy and asked, "Don't you work at Boomer's Diner?" "We all do," Betsy said in a quavering voice. "They hit him really hard and grabbed all three of us." "What the hell?" Barry spun and snapped. "We weren't going to hurt anyone. We had a change of plans." "So what if they did here?" "No one knows we are here. Hell, this cabin hasn't been used in forever. No one remembers it's here, and even if they did, it doesn't matter none, as it's impossible to find. Come on, we had to hike the last half-mile in." "So I was just supposed to leave them there?" Greg snarled. "Like hell." He half stood up. "I didn't go through all this for someone to ruin our plans." "But the penalty for kidnapping." Bree shuddered. She wanted to go back to the other two women, but the men were standing in the way. They'd ignored her since they started arguing, but they wouldn't for long. She was the only one under 50, and the last thing she wanted to do was bring attention down on her shoulders. She glanced at her watch. "Don't bother checking the time, girlie, you aren't going anywhere." Greg turned his back on her and stormed back to the table where the other men sat. "And what do you plan on doing with the women?" Barry snapped. "Damned if I know, Barry. But I can't find a negative in this. It's a matter of timing. The cops will be here soon enough, you know that. If the cops come now, well, then you'll disappear and take care of things, and our time frame gets moved up. In the meantime, we've got a job to do." "And what about their families?" "They don't have any. They're dried up old biddies." There was an awkward silence as the men turned to look at her. She stared back, her gaze flat. She was 29. About 110 pounds, and could hardly be counted under either insult. The other two women wouldn't appreciate the term either. Still, the longer no one showed personal interest in her, the better. She turned to grab up a towel and started to dry the dishes she'd just washed, staring out the window, wondering what her options were. She was no outdoorsman. If she ran, would she be able to find safety or be lost forever out in the wilderness? Every year there were a number of deaths as idiots large on ego and small on skills got lost in the wilderness. She had neither. But now they were back to that "don't be stupid" comment. This was a simple case of being in the wrong spot at the wrong time. So how to fix it? She turned on the water for a drink, but it sputtered and spat with nothing coming out. "Damn it, the water has gone out again." "Greg, did you fix that line?" Barry asked. "Hell no. I'm no plumber." Then looking at the other two men, Barry asked, "Harvey, Chad, did either of you do anything with the line?" "Sorry, Barry. Didn't get a chance." They both shook their heads. Cussing and swearing, Barry spun on his heels and walked out. Bree, still silent, watched as he strode over to the well. He leaned over the edge and fished up a bucket of water. Then he turned and walked to a small outbuilding. A pump house, maybe. With the door open, she could see him working on machinery inside. She studied the distances from the house to the well to the pump house and realized she could probably get from one to the other, but wasn't at all sure where she'd go after that. There was a hell of a lot of wilderness out there. She wiggled her toes. She wore runners that had held her in good stead while working at the diner, but they sure weren't up to miles of rough land out there. She thought she heard the sound of water running somewhere close, but she didn't know if it would be the best thing to try for a stream. Although having fresh water around her sounded like a good thing. "Don't even think about it, girlie." Startled, she spun to see Greg glaring at her. "And don't think you're making yourself so useful that we're going to keep you around." She blinked. "What are you planning to do with us?" she asked quietly. "I don't rightly know." He spat a wad of chew onto the floor before turning and walking back to the table where the other two men sat. She walked over to the other two women huddled on floor in the corner and sat down to join them. Immediately, Mary grabbed her hand and hung on. "What do you think they are going to do?" she whispered. "I want to go home." "So do I," Bree responded gently. "Let's not give them a reason to get mad at us." "Too late," Betsy said bitterly. "Men like these, they don't care about anyone or anything. They live a law unto themselves. In fact, they'd probably be happy as shit if the cops do come. They'd get a chance to put all that firepower to good use." Unfortunately, Bree figured Betsy was right. These men didn't think the law applied to people like them. They believed it. And they were willing to fight to defend it. Whatever it was. The old man's story was too far-fetched not to be true. A group of men had beaten up the owner of a diner, then ushered his daughter and several other women into a truck and taken off. "Why me then?" Markus asked incredulously. "That's what law enforcement is for." The white-whiskered man snorted. "Yeah, sure. We got a small police station up here, and you can bet they are busy, and even if they weren't, they'd take time to mobilize. You, on the other hand, are here, already geared up and ready to go. I need help, but I had to determine if you were with them or not first. Wasn't going to make that mistake with my daughter's life. Shit. Let me call my team." "No time." "Why is there no time? I have a dozen good men here. Do you know where these assholes are?" He motioned at the wilderness around him. "They could be anywhere. I recognized someone in town the other day." The old man snapped to the woods ahead. "I'm not senile. I know his father. He was a good man." Markus stopped and studied him. "And what does that have to do with this? Was the man you recognized one of the men who kidnapped the women?" The old man shook his head. "I know where his daddy used to live. No one has lived there for a long time, and now all of a sudden there's someone living there again. And you're thinking it might be one of them?" Boomer's son saw the truck. Said it was a big Ford F-350 and beat to all hell. "Now that's the truck I seen at Charlie's cabin. And it's his boy that suddenly arrived in town." He tapped his temple. "I can add 2 and 2 together." Right. The best way out of this was to go check it out. He clicked his headset again, but the damn thing wasn't working. Why the hell did the communications always go down when he needed them the most? Weighing his options, and with a look at the old man, he decided. "I'll come and take a look. If it's nothing, then I'm heading back to my team and you're going to contact the cops. They should have been notified already." They have been. They move slowly in these parts. Not if 3 people have been kidnapped. He'd make sure the cops were involved then. It wasn't something he'd normally be asked to help with, but neither could he turn his back and walk away. "Then whatcha waiting for?" The old man snorted and stomped off ahead. "And the name is Jake." Markus quickly fell into place behind him. But he took out his phone and sent a quick explanation text to Mason. Not that there was any explaining this. Chapter 3. Had anyone seen what had happened to the others, Bree wondered. Surely being a restaurant, someone would have. The diner was on the edge of town but beside a gas station. Someone had to have seen something. And Boomer? Was he okay, or was he slowly dying in his own kitchen? Lord, what a sad way to end his life. He loved that place and would love to be found dead there eventually, but not by someone else's hand. Never at someone else's hand. There should have been other patrons coming in. Or had these guys had the smarts to lock the door and switch the sign to closed? If that was the case, Boomer would die. That filled her heart with sorrow. She'd had nothing when she arrived, and he'd been kind enough to give her a job and a room on the top floor. She hadn't wanted or needed anything else. She'd had it all before. And what had it gotten her? Sick and alone. Now she was healthy, regaining her strength, and could plan for a future again, but it had taken selling everything she owned to clear her medical bills. She could have asked her family for help, but that wasn't her way. They knew she'd been sick, but not that she'd been forced to change her job and lost most of her medical insurance in the process. It was humbling to once again stand on a street in front of the world with no home, vehicle, or belongings. She determined then to return to her roots and heal the rest of herself from the inside. And her plan had been working. For 6 months she'd wandered the country like a hobo, slowly regaining her life. Now look where she was. Still, she was nothing if not resourceful. She lifted her nose and sniffed the sweet aroma. Nice. The cobbler wasn't quite done, but almost. She should rotate the dish in the oven so it would bake evenly. Hopping to her feet, ignoring the sudden silence at her actions, she walked over to the stove and using an oven mitt, checked on her baking. Carefully rotating the dish, she closed the door and studied the outside for a long moment, before dropping the oven mitt and returning to the other women. There she sat back down and considered what she'd seen. Or rather what she'd thought she'd seen. Mary's father. Out by the trees. Was that possible? And not have anyone else notice? She wanted to warn him away, but he'd slipped behind the large tree on the left. She got the feeling he wasn't alone, but she couldn't be sure of that. And now she didn't know what to do with the information. Was he here to help? Did he know his daughter was here? His behavior had been odd. Furtive. Or maybe he knew these men. She'd seen him a couple of times at the diner. In for a meal or just visiting, lonely in a way but singular like so many of the capable men out in this part of the country. She'd never seen more people willing to live in such harsh, unwelcoming conditions as the men here. Still, they were a stalwart and healthy lot, and they had little to complain about. Or rather, they complained little. That was the kind of people they were. Maybe it was her. But it seemed like the men and women she'd left behind complained constantly. Their shoes hurt. Their hairdresser did a crappy job. The traffic was terrible. And the litany never stopped, just changed direction. She closed her eyes, her mind consumed with the sight of Mary's father. How could she let him know they were in trouble? Hope flickered inside, but she'd been on that receiving end a few too many times to give it oxygen. Good things did happen to good people, but so too did shitty things. As she well knew. The one thing about being a survivor was that you viewed life differently. She smiled and leaned her head back. That there was someone out there was a good sign. That he was hiding meant he didn't want to be seen, and that meant he wasn't involved with these guys. That worked for her. She dozed off and on. When she surfaced again, it was to see nothing had changed. The men were here, and they were still undecided how to move forward. She got to her feet and checked on the cobbler. It looked to be done. She turned off the oven and pulled out the large pan, setting it on top of the stove. She took a big inhale and smiled at the heady aroma. Then she tossed down the oven mitt and returned to her spot on the floor. She didn't know about food being the way to a man's heart, but she was hoping this would ease a path to find their hearts. At the very least, to find their common sense. They were already facing a kidnapping charge. To keep them longer than this was only going to make it worse. Depending on what they intended to do with them now, killing crossed a line most people wouldn't. Unless they'd crossed it before. I can see the man in the pump house, but what the hell is going on inside the house? Markus snapped. The harsh tone hid anger. He thought he recognized a young woman, but he'd only caught a fast glimpse of her. We've only seen a young woman in the window so far. Is that your daughter? Nope. That one is old enough to be my granddaughter. She's new to the diner. A nice girl. What do you know about her? Markus asked. Could she be involved? Hell no. She's one of those on a journey to find herself type of people. Markus hid his smile. This was a hell of a long way to go to find yourself. But if she's in there, then my daughter is too. He took a sudden step forward toward the pump house. I'm going to go and have Mia talk with Charlie's boy, Barry. See what the hell is happening inside the house. Markus reached out to grab the older man, but he evaded his grasp and was already racing across the open space to slip behind the pump house. Keeping to the shadows and not fully trusting Jake at this point, Markus followed lightly behind him. When Barry stepped out of the pump house, Jake jumped him. The younger man was out cold and dragged back behind the shack in seconds. You've done that a time or two, Markus said in a low tone, his narrow gaze searching. You're not the only one that's military. Special ops for me. Not that they called it that back then when I was in. Right. That explained a lot. Been living up here ever since. Too many people down south, Jake snapped. And when they come north they bring trouble with them. Markus knew he was included in that comment as well. Still, the military bases provided a steady income to a state that thrived on hardship. Leaning over the unconscious man, Markus quickly checked his pockets. He pulled out the man's wallet and checked his ID. Barry Hampton. He's from Oregon. See. Troublemakers. Jake spat on the ground as if to underline his comment. Charlie's boy. Charlie lived here for the last decade of his life. Sounds like the kid decided to bring trouble home. Interesting. He's a software engineer. This hardly sounded like a place he'd like to retire to, a holiday sure, but not to be forever. Well, he's here now. Markus quickly took a picture of the man's ID, did a quick search of the rest of the wallet contents to find the man flush with cash with more in his pockets. Well, he's not broke. He replaced the items and sent out a call again to his team. Nothing. And his cell had no service. You got any way of contacting the authorities from out here? Jake shook his head. Don't want to either. Not until my girl is out of trouble. Markus sighed. Of course. He stared down at Barry. We need him awake. Jake snorted. That's easy to do. And without warning he reached down and smacked the unconscious man in 2 quick swats. Barry groaned. Markus held Jake's hand back from repeating the action. You're too soft, Jake snapped. No, I'm not. Markus also wasn't an angry civilian, afraid for his daughter. Barry groaned again, his eyelids fluttering. Finally, they opened enough to focus on Markus. Where are the women? Markus snapped. The man widened his gaze, took in Markus's gear, then caught sight of Jake behind him. Shit, he muttered. Yeah, that's what you're in. Deep shit. I didn't kidnap those women, the man replied. That was Greg. I don't particularly care if you did or not, because you haven't done anything to release them. I was trying to figure it out. It's crazy in there. The young woman is baking for Christ's sake. The men are just staring at her. The other 2 women are huddled up in the corner, terrified. Why were they taken? The man groaned. God damn it. According to Greg, they overheard something at the diner they weren't supposed to, and he panicked. He grabbed them and ran. And Boomer, did he have to kill him too? They killed Boomer, he cried. Oh Christ, please not. He is still alive but not by much. They broke his jaw and left him in the kitchen bleeding pretty bad. Look, I don't know anything about this shit. I was here all day, he said defensively. Been out hunting. When I came back they were home with the women. Who are they to you? I thought they were my friends, he explained. Been buddies for a year now, but lately I've suspected it's the cabin they've been interested in. He groaned. They are supposedly anti-government, and this park mess up here has them in arms. They wanted to organize a protest or some such thing. They didn't need you for that, Jake snapped. No one would have cared. No one would have known. And that was the problem. What did the women overhear? Markus dove to the meat of the issue. I don't know, Barry cried out. I wasn't there. The blow came out of nowhere. Markus glared at Jake. Knock that off. I want my daughter, Jake growled down at Barry, now nursing his jaw. These assholes kidnapped her. I didn't have anything to do with it, Barry cried. It doesn't matter if you did or not. You've done nothing to help them. I haven't had time. I've only been back like 40 minutes and came out to fix the water pump. Why worry about it, Jake snarled. Chances are they won't be here long enough to worry about it. They aren't going anywhere, Barry offered. They are waiting for a delivery. And of course you don't know what for. It took a bit more, but eventually Markus got the story as Barry knew it to be. The men had been pestering him to come up for a hunting trip and wanted to see the land in the disputed area. They'd met at a bar a year or so ago, and he'd been wary at first but soon enough had found them to be a likable group. When they found out about his father's cabin that he'd inherited, they'd pestered him to come for a trip. He'd been happy to do so. He had good memories of the place, even if it wasn't the lifestyle he wanted for himself. He had no idea what they'd been speaking about at the diner, but lately they'd become a little more secretive, and not as friendly, and he'd been wondering what the hell was going on. Now the kidnapping, he was terrified of what he'd gotten into. Not stuck anymore. You're out of it. I figure another 5 or 10 minutes and they'll either come out here looking for you, or they are going to assume you ran. I wish I could. I didn't have anything to do with the kidnapping or the attack on Boomer. He's always been a good man. I haven't been up here much, but he's been here every time. I'm not like them. I'm not a killer, Barry protested. You are now, Markus said. You hang with killers, then you are one by association. Inside, he felt sorry for the man. He'd been set up and was only just realizing it. But why? Surely an anti-government protest wasn't worth kidnapping charges. There was an odd sound from the direction of the cabin. Keeping a hand on Barry's throat to stop him from trying to escape, Markus peered around the corner of the pump house to see a flash of pink disappear into the trees. Had one of the women made a run for it? Chapter 4. Bree got up again and walked to the small bathroom. The men made no attempt to stop her. She walked in and locked the door behind her. She did need to go, but she was also trying to get a good idea of the layout. Staying at the cabin wasn't an option. She'd fought for her life once, she wasn't going to lie down and die now. She didn't know if she had a better chance waiting inside for rescue or leaving, but if the chance came, she'd bolt like the sprinter she was. Her body might wind down on power before her heart and mind did, but it would give her the best it could, like it always had. She just had to be ready. After using the facilities and realizing there was a small window to look out, she could see a deck and trees close by. If she could reach the trees. The weather wasn't promising, but that didn't mean she couldn't hole up and wait it out or start following the truck tracks back to civilization. Even if it took 2 days. She hadn't eaten earlier and she knew her body well, it would need food soon. Why hadn't she had bacon and eggs for breakfast that morning? She usually did. She had to eat and often to keep up her strength. She opened the door, realized there was an exit right there. That was the one Barry had used. She glanced at the men. One was watching her. Of course. She walked to the cobbler and grabbed a flipper and started to cut pieces, her mind whirling with options. She pulled out plates and served up 4 pieces, including one for Barry who'd gone outside. The man she could no longer see. Had he made a run for it? Did he not like the kidnapping twist and wanted no part of it? Or was he just out cruising to make sure no one had come looking to rescue the women? Had he gone after Mary's father? She found forks and placed one on each plate. She carried 2 over to the table and silently set the plates down. Then returned for the other 2. After delivering the food, she returned to the stove and the sink and washed up the flipper she'd used. She was stalling. She twisted to see the men diving in. She walked back to the bathroom and grabbed up toilet paper, then standing next to the door she blew her nose. The men never noticed. She walked to the outside door, opened it quietly and stepped out. And ran for her life to the closest tree. The men would likely be able to follow her footsteps, but she was young and lighter than they were, and very motivated. There was no sound behind her as she raced across the yard. She made it to the tree line and ran deeper, then pulled up against the backside of a thick trunk and listened as she caught her breath. Then she heard shouting. No time to slow down, she dashed forward and started going in a zigzag motion. She needed to find cover and get as far away as she could as fast as she could. That's when she realized she was wearing a bright pink sweater. Without breaking stride, she tugged it off and clutched it in front of her. It was over a half hour later that her footsteps slowed. She had no idea where she was or how far she'd come in the meantime, but her feet were killing her. Suddenly she tripped over an exposed root and was airborne before hitting and sliding through the leaves belly down face first. Instantly she was back on her feet. And racing forward. But slower. Finally, when she came to a large evergreen, she slipped under the boughs and curled up to catch her breath. That's when she realized she'd lost her sweater. Likely when she wiped out. With her knees to her chest and her chin tucked to her knees, she quietly sobbed as she recouped her energy and tried to recapture her breath. Don't work out, don't do anything that will tax your strength. Take time to recover. Words from her doctor. How prophetic. And sad. Still, that had been over 7 months ago, so she should be better, stronger. Time. Like she'd had any of that. With the sweat drying on her skin, she could feel the shudders of exhaustion hitting every spine bone on the way down. She was a bone rack now. Severe illness did that to a person. And it sucked. She peered around the corner of the tree trunk and tried to look through the boughs. The world was silent. Yet she hated knowing someone was likely hunting her. The men would be after her. The question was, when would they give up the hunt? When would she be safe from them? Nothing stirred around her. That was almost more eerie. Was she alone? Her heart knew it wasn't safe. She closed her eyes. Okay, she'd escaped. And now what? Chances were she'd run 5 miles in the wrong direction and was lost. She leaned her head on her knees and closed her eyes. Pity wasn't part of her makeup. But she was well and truly hooped. Exhausted, physically and mentally, she fell into a light sleep. Did you see that? Markus nodded. I'm assuming one of the women made a run for it. Not good. It's too damn easy to get lost out here. It's going to be the young one too. Why's that? The older ones are smarter. They know the dangers of getting lost. It's as fatal as being shot, but a whole lot slower and more painful. Except we know she's slipped away, so we'll be looking for her. Good luck. Once she's out a few hundred yards, she'll get turned around and won't be able to find her way back. A loud commotion sounded inside the cabin. 2 men came racing outside. They bolted across the yard, stopped and looked around, then at each other. One called back, "There's no sign of her." Well, she can't have gone far. Markus disagreed with that. Given the speed she'd been running, he figured she'd be a couple of miles out in the middle of nowhere, before her feet stopped panicking. Unless she was bush smart, she was already lost. Damn. He studied the 2 men, noting the high-powered rifles in their hands. Weapons. For hunting. Or something else. Any idea what the guys are doing with the weapons? Nope, but it won't be any good, I can tell you that. He agreed, but he had 2 women inside and a younger one outside, and he was only 1 man. He just hated to let the 3rd woman run wild and get lost. They'd be hours tracking her if she kept going. But first things first. Take out the men and save the other 2 women. Get looking for her, growled a large man in the doorway of the cabin, his voice easily reaching all of them. She can't be far. Move it. The 2 men shrugged but split up. One stopped and turned. Where's Barry? The man in the doorway frowned. No idea. Keep an eye out. If he's gone to the authorities, he's done too. Markus looked into the panicked eyes of the man he held down. "See, you were going to get a bullet anyway," Markus said in a low tone. "Now at least you know what they planned for you." As he watched, the two men outside split up and headed into the trees. Thankfully, neither appeared enthusiastic, and neither were headed in the right direction. It was the third man that interested him. He was the one giving orders. He was the one Markus wanted. He checked his phone. Still no reception. Of course. He shook his head. Don't have no use for them new phone things. Nothing works out here. No towers. No nothing. Get used to it. In Alaska we live alone because that's the way we like it. Markus nodded. He glanced down at the man on the ground, his mind sorting through the logistics. They couldn't trust him, so needed to have a place to keep him quiet and secured. He couldn't be given a chance to warn the others. Markus had to take out the two men that wandered the woods. Outdoorsmen they weren't. They made enough noise that any animal within miles would know they were coming. But the kidnapped women had to be their prime concern. The big man went inside and closed the door. Markus narrowed his eyes. What was he up to now? He glanced down at Barry. Does he have a place up here? The man shook his head. No. They don't know the area at all. I'll be back. Jake slid around tree and was gone before Markus could say a word. Not sure he could be trusted at this point either, but not having much choice, Markus grabbed a rope from his pack and quickly tied up Barry on the ground. You don't have to worry about me, Barry protested. I'm not going to go anywhere. I didn't kidnap the women. No, Markus said. But you've been gone too long and have no excuse for your absence. This gives you one. Barry's eyebrows rose. And he gave a curt nod. Better put me back in the pump house then. At least that's where I'd be expected to be, if they bothered to look. There was a note of bitterness in his voice. Good, maybe he was waking up to the trouble he was in. Is there a back door to the pump house? Markus studied the back wall of the building. It was a shack barely held together by a few nails. He reached out and pulled off a few boards. This would work. He pulled a few more off and helped Barry inside. A word of warning. Don't play both sides here. I already know you're involved. Stay here and keep out of trouble. I'll be back. If you're not here when I return, I will find you. And you won't like my greeting. Barry nodded. Markus cut a strip of his t-shirt and gagged him. Then he replaced the boards, pounding the nails back into place easily. With a final look, he melted into the woods and worked his way around to the front of the cabin. Chapter 5. Bree lifted her head. For the last 10 minutes, she'd been going back and forth mentally. Keep going. No, turn around and find her way to the road. Then or stay still and hope someone found her. Although hidden as she was, that was most unlikely. She wanted to be found, but she wanted to be found by the good guys. Whoever they were. And what about the other women? Should she have stayed? Not likely. This way she had the chance to get them help. She had to wonder if she'd only imagined seeing Mary's father. What if no one knew? What if they were stuck here at the whim of these men? She'd had to run. The opportunity had presented itself, and she'd taken it. And maybe she was a hell of a lot worse off now. No, she was free. Alone maybe, but she was free of the machinations of men. That worked for her. She slid out from under the bough and looked back the way she'd come. Maybe if she returned to where she'd lost her sweater, she could reassess the danger level at that point. Undecided, she stood unmoving. Since waking up from her nap, she didn't seem to be able to make a decision. Or rather, she was pulling back from the edge of panic, and reason was slowly making itself known. She'd gotten away. Miles away. And apparently no one followed her. Carefully, she walked a few feet ahead. She hadn't heard anything in a long time, and nothing was moving out here. She could see the direction she'd traveled. Taking a deep breath, she slowly walked back. A chill had settled on her soul. She rubbed her arms. The sweater would be nice. Only she couldn't remember how long ago she'd lost it. How far away she'd been. Her journey had gone crazy at that point. She'd panicked more than ever. What was the chance she'd be able to return to that place? She had to try. 10 minutes later, she still wasn't sure. She was no woodsman. And it was damn hard to see her paths. A few of the stumps and trees she recognized. And other than that, nothing. She had one thing going for her. She was stubborn as all hell. She kept walking. And walking. Her footsteps slowed finally. "Please let me find my way to safety," she whispered. She kept up a quiet litany as she forced herself to keep moving. She knew the theory about staying put in one place if you got lost so that a search party could find you, but they didn't say what to do in the case of no one looking for you. A fallen tree lay up ahead. She stopped and grinned. She knew that tree. She'd crossed it. She remembered trying to clamber over it. Up close, she could see the scuffed ground on the other side of the tree from her attempts. Rejuvenated now, she made her way over the tree once again, and could see the path that she'd found through the woods. She picked up the pace and kept walking. How close should she go? She needed to stay the hell away from the cabin, but still find her way around to the other side where the driveway was. Why couldn't she have run down the road? Idiot. What the hell was she thinking? Still, she was free. As long as she remembered that she'd do fine. And keep her brain engaged. No letting emotions rule. Tired and feeling the ever-increasing sense of danger, she retraced her steps. Dear God, she didn't want to be caught. So what the hell was she doing? Finally, her common sense took over, and she leaned against a tree and tried to talk herself out of the encroaching panic. Nothing had changed. Except for a dark, angry-looking sky. It was late afternoon, and anywhere else in the U.S. dark would be setting in soon. But she was in Alaska, land of the short nights at this time of year. Still, with the storm and late hour, it was creepy out here alone in the encroaching darkness. But neither did she want to be close to the damn cabin. She turned her face up to the sky, only she couldn't see much for the canopy of trees overhead. Glancing around, she frowned. What was that? She studied the slight flare of color in the brush. Slowly she approached it. And did a little dance. It was her sweater. Woot. She shook it out and brushed the leaves off. She quickly slipped it on over her shoulders. She huddled into the warmth and smiled. Now that was so much better. As much as she loved the sweater, she was just happy to find she'd made it back here. She wasn't lost. If she made it this far, she could make her way back to the cabin. Or rather give the cabin a wide berth and come out on the road. Maybe even steal the truck they had parked way back. She liked the sound of that. Warmth and safety appealed. She also needed food in a big way. Now if only she'd thought to pocket a few of the apples before she left. She slowly picked her way back through the woods, wondering how far she dare go. Damn it. In the dark, her sweater was going to glow neon bright. Shit. She stopped to consider that, then had a simple but odd solution. She quickly stripped off her thin sweater and her shirt. Then she put the sweater on first and her t-shirt over it. The t-shirt was big enough to go over the sweater easily. And she was warm this way. The dark navy hid the sweater except for the sleeves. She quickly folded the cuffs back and pushed them up her arm. At least there'd only be a small band this way. She started moving again. And hit that odd light of dusk, and her energy sagged yet again. She needed to stop and rest, and she needed to eat. But neither was going to happen. She kept going, forcing herself to put one foot in front of the other regardless of where she was going. By the time night settled, she was shivering against the wind. When she wavered in place, she knew she was done. She collapsed against a huge tree trunk. She'd avoided voicing the truth. Only now she couldn't avoid it any longer. She didn't recognize anything about where she was. Somehow she'd gotten twisted around. She should have been back at the cabin by now. And there was no sign that she was still on the correct path. The truth was, she was well and truly lost. She huddled in a tight ball and closed her eyes. Please let there be someone out looking for her. She has to be out there somewhere, Markus said to Jake. Are you sure you didn't see any sign of her? Jake shook his head. Nope. I found the men. Took them out but didn't see any sign of her. Damn it. I'm more worried about my daughter. We'll worry about the young one later. Markus understood. But with 3 men down and just the one man left inside, they'd already wasted several hours, and she could be anywhere by now. He had finally gotten through to the rest of his team. Good thing, as they'd been searching for him. Like he needed that. They were on their way, and Markus studied the 2 men bound on the ground. They were a good 100 yards from the cabin and just off the driveway. Out of sight, but not so far out that he couldn't see anyone leaving the cabin. He had no way to confirm at this point that there were only 2 women and 1 male left inside, and he was kicking himself for not asking the guy in the pump house. As soon as the men were picked up, he could go after the young woman. The 2 men at his feet were unconscious, so they couldn't give him answers. With a warning to Jake to stand guard, he slipped up to the truck and peered into the front. No keys left in the ignition. That was fine, it was easy enough to disable it. He just needed a moment under the dash. Easing the door open, he quickly disabled the truck, then closing the passenger door, he slipped to the front of the truck. After a quick look around, he raced up the road along the tree line. They'd had to walk in, as the road was more bog than gravel here. Up close, he could see no sign of anyone in the front. He made his way around to the back of the house, studying the rooms from each angle. At a kitchen window, he could see the boss sitting at the table. A table loaded with guns and ammunition. He was making more. This guy was well armed for bear. Markus didn't know what he was up to, but it wasn't going to be good for anyone around here. He needed to get in and surprise him. Take him out before the man dug in for a siege. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Hawk and Shadow. The men slipped up beside him, took one look at the interior of the house, and their faces closed down. Where are the women? He motioned to the corner of the kitchen that was hidden. And then there is the one who ran into the woods. He hated he hadn't gone after her. Hawk studied him, reading his face correctly. Go after her. I'll follow as soon as we get this set up. We can handle the one guy. You go after her. Markus frowned. Hawk was the better tracker, with Shadow being the next, but he was no slouch in that department either. On the other hand, he'd been chafing at the bit to go after her from the first moment he'd seen her run for her freedom. Gutsy. He liked that. Shadow gave him a push. Go. We'll follow soon. She might need you now. With one last look, Markus took off in the direction he'd seen her disappear. Chapter 6. Now where the hell was she? Damn it. She swore she was going to stay in one spot. And somehow that good intention was shot to shit when a loud bird had cried out overhead, sending her running. It didn't matter what direction or where she'd gone because she was already lost. And thirsty. She could barely swallow. She remembered too late that she'd thought she'd heard water close by while she'd been in the house. She should have run in that direction. But she'd been so damn glad to be free she'd bolted without considering what direction to go. Of course, a rescue topped all her wants. But only by the good guys. She wasn't ready to throw in the towel and let one of those assholes get her again. Although she might be warm and fed if she did. But the alternative was so much worse. Still, there was hope. She'd caught a glimpse of Mary's father out there, and he had more bush smarts than anyone. All it took was one person to help get those men and have the women tell the rescuers where she'd gone. The irony hit her. Her justification for running had been to get help for the others. But apparently circumstances had turned that on its tail. She needed a rescue herself. If she wasn't in so much danger, she'd laugh. She knew the women would tease her when they saw her again. But in the meantime, she might have done something monumentally stupid, even if it was also understandable. Maybe the kidnappers had planned to shoot her after they ate her damn baking. She sat down at the base of a tree and closed her eyes. Why the hell had she left? She was just nodding off to sleep, the cold seeping into her bones like only Mother Nature could, when she heard something crackle on the left. Hunkering lower, holding her breath, she waited. There were few trees here to climb, but if it was a four-legged predator, she'd pick out one in a heartbeat. Although if it was a bear, chances were good the tree would be no protection at all. Depended on the bear. Too many damn grizzlies out here to count on that. A branch crackled. Shit. She closed her eyes and shuddered. Want some company, or are you happy to just sit here and enjoy the evening? The voice was so gentle, so understanding, she figured it had to be from her imagination. She opened her eyes slowly to see a soldier crouched down studying her. Thank God. But was he friend or foe? She felt that gaze assess and determine in a flash if she was hurt or in need. When he pulled a canteen out from a strap and opened it for her, she knew he had seen and judged her correctly. Sorry, she whispered, her teeth chattering. For what? Taking a chance on life instead of death, don't be. Getting away from the men was a good idea, as long as it worked. Racing blind out into the woods, not so much. She laughed, grateful he knew who she was and what she'd done. But then she was pouring water down her throat, and the laughter died behind the ravaging thirst. She drank and drank. He let her, instead of warning her to not be sick. She appreciated that. She drank a lot of water on a regular basis, and after today, well, finally she could feel her body was tanked up enough to lower the canteen, and realized she'd almost emptied it on him. I'm sorry, I should have thought of you too. Not an issue. I have more. Thank God. You okay? She knew what he was asking. She was pale and thin, her skin still recuperating from the lovely drug treatments she'd been through, and didn't have the robust color or fullness that a healthy person had. Instead, it was thin and transparent. Her hair wasn't much better. Even in the moonlight, she'd look more ghostly than a real specter. I am now, she said, but her teeth were still chattering. He had his jacket off and wrapped around her shoulders, instantly enveloping her in a huge, warm hug. She moaned in joy as heat seeped into her bones. It's summer. How can it be so cold out? When the sun goes down, the cold races in when you're north this far. The heat doesn't stay like it does when you're more south. He gently reached out and rubbed her arms. Can you move? She nodded and tried to scramble to her feet. And tripped. He held her firm while she regained her footing. Sorry, I'm more frozen than I expected. You've been out here for hours, he said, his voice soothing. Your muscles need a moment to get the blood recirculating. Yeah, not what I expected either. I'm new to Alaska, and hadn't expected the sheer vastness of the area. No one really does unless you live here, he said. I knew if I escaped that I'd be heading into the wilderness, but before leaving, I thought I'd heard a river or water close by, and had intended to head in that direction. But honestly, once on the loose I ran and never did think of my original plan. Don't blame yourself. You got away. That's what counts. Are the other women free? In progress. Good, although I'd hoped you'd say the assholes had been captured, or better yet, dead. She smiled up at him. When I saw you at first, I wasn't sure if you were one of the bad guys or the good guys. I'm one of the good guys all the time. He laughed. Haven't had an update on the situation at the cabin yet, but I trust my team. They will do what needs to be done. I hope Betsy and Mary are all right. I hated to leave them. I'm sure they hated to see you go too. He grinned, the smile lighting up the dark shadow on his face. Especially if they know the country and understand the desolation of being out here alone. Yeah, they probably think I'm a fool. She tilted her face to the sky. At least it's not raining. Just then droplets hit her face. She gasped in outrage and glared at the sky. Really? Haven't I been through enough? Do you have to soak me too? The soldier in front of her chuckled. She turned to study his face. My name is Bree Henderson. I'm Markus Donner. And I'm part of a military operation, training here. We just happened to be doing an exercise when Jake found me and asked for help. Lucky for us. Or fate, she added in a low voice, sending a wary glance to the sky. Or a higher power. Whatever works for you. His voice deepened into neutral tones. You don't believe. She laughed. Not sure I blame you. I used to think about it. Then I didn't. But he didn't offer any more. Sometimes I wonder if there is any point to this thing we call life. But I'm still here and don't deserve to be. So I have to make the best of it. Markus stopped to look at her. She smiled up at him. Don't deserve to be, he asked cautiously. I almost died a year ago. Surgery, aggressive medical treatment, and a slow recovery, and lo and behold I find myself still standing. He reached out and tucked the jacket tighter around her shoulders. Then we don't want to lose you out here. That would be a foolish way to die after all I've been through. She gave him a perky smile. I'm afraid there are way too many foolish deaths out there. There was something in his voice that made her pause. She searched his face, the shadows of the night highlighting his cheekbones, the depths of that gaze obsidian. He was beautiful in a raw way. Not refined. But big bad and yeah, beautiful. Then she realized what it was in his tone that caught her. The haunting. The memory. He had lost someone dear. I'm sorry, she said softly, understanding his hurt. For what? He sounded surprised, but that gaze was wary. That you lost someone in a stupid way. His gaze dropped to the ground. There is no smart death for those left behind. She reached up and stroked his steel-cut jaw. And some deaths are more stupid than others. He turned to look at the night around them. Are you still sick? Do you need medication? No, just food, she admitted. I have no energy these days. It was hard to get back to the business of life when still recovering, but I have no money, so my choices are limited. No medical insurance. When I had a job, yes, she said lightly. Then when I lost that job, I lost my benefits. Did they know you were sick? He asked, his voice harsh. They did. She shrugged lightly. They also expected me to die sooner than later. They had no right to take. She placed a finger on his lips. No, but that's one of the things you learn when you hit a rough patch. Many times people would rather ditch you than help you. They didn't want to see what I was going through. It was costing them, and that was something else they were trying to avoid. If I died early, all the better. If I was around them while dying, it made it harder on them. It made them see their own mortality. You could have fought back, he said in a hard tone. Sure, but I was involved in a much bigger fight at the time. She waved her arm. One that took precedence over anything else. The treatment was all-consuming. Healing was a full-time job. There was no option to fight the petty people looking to cut ties before I caused them any damage. Sad to say, but there it is. Yet they gave you treatment. Didn't withhold it because you couldn't pay. I sold my condo, drained my savings account, and eventually my old car to clear up the last of the bills. I found myself standing on a street corner after they drove away with my car, and all I had were the clothes on my back. Sure, I could have kept the furniture maybe, as I didn't get much for it, and I got rid of all my clothes, voluntarily. She smiled and glanced down at her frame, completely swallowed in his jacket. They didn't fit anymore, and I'm months if not years away from filling them out properly, and now that I no longer have a job like I did, I no longer have any reason to keep those kind of clothes. She laughed and kicked out her foot, the old sneaker showing wear and tear. I couldn't even fit in my shoes. Who knew losing that amount of weight meant your shoes wouldn't fit? It happens, he said, his gaze more distant. Right. Back to that losing someone issue. Well, I'm regaining my strength and relearning a new appreciation for my life. It's like being reborn. And I'm grateful for every day I have. Markus nodded slowly, then reached around to his pack. I don't have much, but I do have a protein bar, if that appeals. The packaging appeals. I'm so hungry, she whispered in delight. I can't get full, and when I do, I'm hungry within an hour again. She accepted the small bar and ripped it open, taking a bite immediately. It didn't taste the best, but it was food, and she needed that. You've placed a lot of demands on your body. Healing is hard, and if you lost muscle, then the body is working to do twice the work with only half the strength. He lifted the collar on his jacket and pulled it around her neck tighter. Let's get you back. With any luck, you might still sleep in a real bed for the rest of the night and have a big breakfast in the morning, or noon depending on when you wake up. He motioned at her to step forward, but she shook her head. I need to finish the bar first. The bar was done in just a few bites, and with her mouth lamenting the loss of food and her stomach resigned to accepting the little bit it received, she stepped out, expecting him to follow. Her arm was grabbed gently. She turned to stare at him, one eyebrow raised. This way, he said, and motioned to the opposite direction. She sighed. Figures. Her skin was so pale. He'd seen dead people with more color. And her hands were icy. He worried about hypothermia, but she was moving along at a decent clip. Although he felt it was bravado without substance. That her energy would fail quickly, and she'd be unable to keep on her own 2 feet. He studied the sky. The rain held at a light drizzle, but the moon hid behind clouds and the air was heavy. A storm was brewing. And would likely dump on them before too long. He could hole up and let the ugly weather pass. He figured they were 8 miles out. She wasn't going to make it. He could carry her. She didn't weigh more than 110 pounds, maybe 115 max. But it would be hard on her. Likely painful, as she had no padding to cushion the jostling. She came to a sudden stop. Alerted, he stepped up beside her, put his hand on the small of her back. Bushes moved in front of her. He tucked her behind him and blended the two of them into the trees. The woods were alive. To the four-legged animals of the world, this was their time. He respected that. As long as they left them alone, he'd leave them alone. He watched a wolverine slowly trundle forward and disappear into the rough grasses, heading toward the water. He smiled. Now that was one predator he'd like to avoid. They were in a class all alone. So beautiful, Bree whispered behind him. And one of the most dangerous animals out there, he responded in a low voice. But he's entitled to live his life too. Thank you, she said, reaching out to squeeze his hand, then released it. He started and turned to look down at her. For what? For being kind to all creatures. He smiled. I'm always kind to everyone and everything. She tilted her face to look up at him. He felt her gaze as it touched on his face and locked there as if assessing the truth of his statement. Assessing his character. A glance that danced across his cheekbones, his chin, then up to his eyes. He waited. Trust was a big issue here. He needed her to follow his orders as he gave them. Then she did something that charmed him. She reached up and stroked the worry lines at the corner of his eyes. It's hard to lose someone you love, isn't it? He raised an eyebrow but stayed quiet, not making any attempt to hide it. Then he gave a clipped nod of his head. It's too damn hard sometimes. He shook his head. Surely he hadn't said that. Come on, we have to move. She smiled and clasped his hand. A hand he hadn't realized he'd held out to her. And holding hands, they walked slowly in the direction of the cabin. I gave it all up, she said suddenly. I made peace with it all. Is that possible? He knew she was talking about her death. Absolutely. You have to get to the point of letting go. Of fighting as hard as you can, then let it go because you know it's out of your hands. At one point they didn't think I'd make it, and gave me a few months to live. I spent time with my father, my brothers. But then I wanted to be alone. To spend time with me. She laughed, her tone light and airy. My family didn't understand what I meant. But he did. In a way he did. When life gets too difficult, we need to know we aren't alone, but then it gets to the point of being something no one can help us get through. And if it's just us alone, then that's who we have to make peace with. Exactly. And in my case, I needed to assess what I'd done with my life up to that point. I was trying to forgive myself for not living and not making the most out of this thing called life. Again, I have to ask, is that possible? I think so. I had so many plans, wishes, dreams, but they were off in the distance. Plans for when I had the money. When I had the time. Things that I'd assumed to be in my future, but down the road. The children I'd planned to have. The husband I'd thought would be there in my life. I'd always wanted to have a house out of the city. Breed corgis. I don't know why, but I love that short-legged dog. I had one growing up. There was a catch in her voice. I still miss him. Pets are like that. He loved dogs. Hell, he adored cats, but there was something special about dogs. Yeah, but they still aren't the same as people. She smiled. My father got really angry at me for trying to hide my illness. I'm sure he did. Markus motioned toward the trees and directed her around several fallen branches on the ground. No one wants to think of a loved one suffering. Exactly, she exclaimed. See, you understand. He did, but that was because after Fiona's death, nightmares had tormented him. He woke in a deep sweat, always worrying she died painfully and alone. But then when I did tell him, he couldn't help, so there was just more of us upset. What good does that do? She asked in exasperation. If there was something he could do, that I needed him to do, then I'd have asked for help. Unless you had no resources left, Markus said. She gave him a sideways look, the whites of her eyes bright in the moonlight. You can't know that. Yeah, I can. You sold everything you had to pay your own bills instead of asking him for help. But he doesn't have much, and he's older, looking forward to retiring. What was the point in him wasting his money on me if I wasn't going to make it? She countered. Now you're going to make me mad, he growled. Why? She asked, astonished. And to his surprise, she really didn't seem to understand. Because when you love someone, you do anything to help out. To make that journey easier. And if there was anything I had or could have done that would have saved someone I loved, and I had the means available, only they wouldn't let me help, I'd be angry too. There was silence then. But he meant it. He'd have done anything to bring Fiona back. To think that pride might have stopped her from asking for help in a situation like Bree's, hell yeah, he'd be mad. What's the point of loving someone if you can't help them in times of trouble? Love isn't about sunshine and roses. It's about being there in the stormy times too. Oh, she said softly. You must have really suffered. I did, he said shortly. I couldn't save her, and I'd have done anything to have changed that. When it's your time, it's your time. I think that's what I was trying to save my father from. I was already suffering. I didn't want him to suffer too. By not sharing what was going on, you made him feel shut out. That you didn't care about him. That he wasn't worth being invited into this most difficult time, he argued. That you didn't love him enough to share in your journey. But I didn't mean that. Amazed, she stopped and stared at him. She chewed on her bottom lip. I'd only been trying to save him from seeing my suffering, knowing he'd hurt all the more too. Maybe, but you also kept him from being able to say what he might have needed to say before you were gone. To make amends for anything he felt he needed to. By going it alone, you were also being selfish. By trying to put his feelings first by keeping him from seeing you suffer, you also failed to give him a chance to help his beloved daughter. You robbed him of the chance to be who he inherently is, your father. A cry escaped. And he felt like shit. Chapter 7. Had she done that? She'd been so proud of getting through the treatments and recovery alone, by being strong and not dragging anyone else down with her. She hadn't wanted them to see her suffer. To suffer with her. I didn't mean to do that. Tears burned in the corner of her eyes. I love him. He's had a difficult life. I didn't want to make it worse. If you died and he found out afterwards what you'd gone through, you'd have left him a legacy he'd have found difficult to heal from. There'd always be that question of, why didn't she tell me? She didn't have to go through that alone. Surely there was something I could have done to help. Even to just hold her hand and let her know she wasn't alone. She shuddered as every one of his statements hit her like a hammer. I need to call him, she whispered, hating the regret clogging her throat. Let him know I'm okay and that I just needed some time to adjust. You walked away? The note of incredulity made her wince. She nodded slowly. I told him I was going to live. I had to figure what I was going to do with this gift. And I left. She had been only thinking of herself when she'd walked away. Not so much on purpose, but her life had flipped so completely, she hadn't been able to see anything but what was right in front of her. She needed to figure out her next move. She'd called him twice since leaving, but Markus was right. It wasn't enough. He'd been worried. He'd known she was weak. But she'd been determined. To what? To keep him out? To do this on her own? How prideful could she be? Feeling small inside, she stumbled. Markus caught her. Look, I'm sorry. His voice was quiet, low. I don't know your father. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I feel it would be, if that were me. No, I think you are probably correct. The catch in her voice sounded even though she tried so hard to not let it. But I didn't have to make it so harsh. He sighed. It's a hot topic for me. I lost someone in an accident. She hadn't wanted to go out diving, as she'd been feeling really crappy that day, and instead of backing out she went anyway. Prideful. She didn't want to let anyone down. So instead she died. She winced. A diving accident. That would be rough. She was a good diver, but we'd always gone together. I was always there to look out for her. And this time you weren't, so you feel guilty. She sighed as she accepted his help over a fallen tree, thinking of what a bizarre conversation to have in the middle of the woods at night with the man who'd found her. Then again, that was part of her new world. To rejoice in the unusual. And this, he was unusual. You didn't have a partner to help you, though, the illness? No. Damn it, there it was again. The catch in her voice. But there was a freedom in speaking with a stranger. Someone who didn't know the nasty details of her history. The good or the bad. He waited. She groaned. Okay, if you must know, he worked with me at the same company. I got laid off and he got my job. Markus never said a word. And well, when I started to get sick, he couldn't handle it. He walked, I got canned, he moved up in life, and I never heard from him again. Good, Markus said calmly. He didn't deserve you. Right. Well, I told him that he could take a walk. That where I was going, I only wanted someone worth keeping at my side. That life is too short otherwise. Markus made an odd choking sound. She glanced at him suspiciously. Are you laughing at me? Absolutely not, he said in such a serious tone she believed him. They walked in silence a bit further. Her muscles screamed at this point, and the minimal effect of the protein bar had long disappeared. She wondered if he had more. Dare she ask? Then again, that went along with making her life interesting and doing what she wanted. Don't suppose you have another bar, do you? She asked apologetically. Silently, one magically appeared in his hand. Yay, she snatched it up and ripped the packaging. Then stopped. Is this one yours? He gave her a strange look. She rushed to clarify. I already ate mine, so if this is the last one, then it's yours. As understanding crossed his face, she added, I wouldn't want to take your share. I have more, he reassured her. Eat. We still have a few miles to go. It would be easier if we stopped until we could see something. She glanced around. Morning comes early here. She hoped the fatigue in her voice didn't show, but he hadn't missed noticing much about her yet. Immediately, he motioned to another downed log off on the side. "Let's sit down." "No, I can keep going," she protested immediately. "And I can carry you too." He led her to the log and sat down first. With few options, she sat down beside him and ate the bar. Only she shouldn't have stopped walking. Now her body ached, and the thought of standing up and putting one foot in front of the other was deadly. "Any idea how much farther?" "Over 4 miles, closer to 5 yet." She groaned. "Why did I have to run so damn far?" "We'll get there." He hesitated. She shook her head, immediately understanding where his thoughts were taking him. "No, you're not carrying me. I can walk just fine. You don't have to do everything alone, you know." "Maybe not, but I'm not hurt, I'm not dying, and I have enough strength to keep this up if need be." "But, well, if I could rest for a few minutes. Maybe close my eyes." The skies opened up and dumped torrential rain on them. She groaned and closed her eyes. "Only in Alaska." Markus laughed. "This can happen anywhere." He stood up, then bent and scooped her up in his arms, startling a squeak out of her, then walked to the far side of the downed tree and set her down on the ground on the other side. He could feel the shivers racking her slight frame after she'd been sitting too long. He pulled out his emergency blanket and wrapped it around her. "No, you have to come under it with me," she cried out. "I'm not going to sit here under shelter while you're sitting in the rain." "I'm fine." In fact, he loved being out in the elements. He'd be happy to walk back the rest of the way, carrying her if need be. The territory was open, spotted with trees, and before the rain, clear and crisp. Special. He loved every minute of it, but he also knew her independence was something she valued. There was no rush here. He'd checked in with his team. They knew he was bringing her in. She was also skinny enough that she'd hurt if he carried her far. She had no padding on her bones. And his grip would leave bruises on her body, requiring more healing energy she couldn't afford. So what if they spent the night out in the woods? He had no problem with it. She wouldn't either if she was feeling better. He was more concerned with her getting sick. The exertion, the trauma, and now the soaking was a sentence for illness. Her immune system was already shot. He didn't plan to let her go down on his watch. There was little he could do for her slow healing body, other than keep her warm and her spirits light. He knew all too well how important it was to stay positive. The minute negativity got to 1, then everything became that much more difficult to deal with. And for that reason, he sat down beside her and tugged her onto his lap, then pulled the blanket over them both. At least that's the reason, he told himself. That she was cute, young, full of heart and inner strength, even if missing physical strength. Well, he was human. That they were out in the middle of nowhere and she was depending on him meant he was there for her. It's what he did. This time, it was also what he wanted to do. Chapter 8. She snuggled closer. He was so damn male. Everything about him was big. Like the shoulders on this guy. She hadn't had a chance to see him in clear light, but he was no one to trifle with, and right now that was very appealing. His massive body threw off heat that her poor body was dying to absorb. His arms alone were big tree limbs. But they cradled her with a tenderness she wasn't used to. She felt protected. Cosseted. Like he'd protect her from anything and everything. She could have used him a year ago when she'd been diagnosed. But he was here now when she'd been stupid enough to get lost in the woods. He'd never told her off or made her feel to blame for the situation. And of course she was. If she wasn't out here, then he wouldn't be either. "Sorry for messing up your night." A low rumble rippled out of his chest. "I was just thinking what a spectacular night it is out here. Back home in California, we don't get to see the stars like we do up here." "I'm from California too, although it seems like a long time ago now," she whispered, her eyes almost closed. "And what stars are you talking about? The heavens are crying tonight." "But they weren't earlier." He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. She envied that nonchalance about him. That he could handle everything around him, regardless of what it was. She tried to do the same, but when life had kicked her ass, she'd known she didn't have the same capabilities. She hadn't caved into it, but damn, she'd wanted to. She was proud of how she'd gotten through the process. She'd cried buckets. But she'd always talked herself into being positive. Looking at the bright side. She'd had no trouble selling all her belongings afterwards, as they'd seemed silly. Useless. They were inanimate objects and meant nothing. But he was right. She hadn't shared everything with her father. She'd call him as soon as she could. Let him know she loved him. He knew it, but like everyone, it was nice to hear. "You're right," she whispered. "I should have let my father in. And now that you survived, you have a second chance." She lifted her head to look at him. "I'm sorry you didn't get a second chance." He studied her in the dark. "That's the thing about death, it's final." There was silence as she considered his words. "Does your team know you found me?" "Yes, I got that much of a message through." "Won't they be worried about you if we aren't back by now?" Laughter rumbled through his chest once again. "No, they won't be worried." "Right." She sighed. "I suppose you're one of those special ops soldiers that can do everything, be everything to everyone." He snorted. "Not quite. But my men know I'm capable. They wouldn't worry unless we didn't check in for days. Otherwise, they'd assume I'm on my way." She tucked her head up against his heart, smiling at the strong beat under her ear. She trusted him. "If you don't mind." "I'm just going to." A big yawn caught her unaware. When she could, she finished with, "Close my eyes." "Sleep. We'll stay here for an hour at least." That must be how long he was expecting the rain to last. Nice that Mother Nature followed his orders too. She closed her eyes and slept. Feeling her body go limp in his arms, Markus adjusted her weight slightly so she was tucked up more securely. He didn't want her falling sideways. He was content to sit and watch the world go by, but of course, given the time of night and the weather, there was a special kind of magic all its own. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. He could catch a few minutes and power nap himself. He checked his phone once again. A message had come through from Mason. Hostages released. Gunman shot. Transported to hospital. All secure. Good. Just what he wanted to hear. He'd rather have been in the middle of the action, but given the lovely bundle in his arms and stirrings of emotion for a woman after all this time, well, that was something else to enjoy. He quickly texted back a simple message that they were waiting out the elements before continuing their progress. As he hit send, he watched the circle just continue to spin. The message was going nowhere. He put his phone away and rested his head back. He figured they had another hour or so of walking. Waiting for the weather to let up wasn't going to hurt. Especially given her energy levels. He'd just give himself a few moments too. Footsteps jolted him awake. The gray early dawn surrounded them. Not quite dark and not quite morning. Senses alert, but his muscles relaxed, he heard someone walk 10 feet to the left. Had someone from his team come after him? That was a surprise. Something must be up. Except the footsteps were off to the side and continuing. His men wouldn't make that mistake. Did they know for sure there weren't more gunmen? He narrowed his gaze and waited. Or were there? They'd taken the gunman down and said all secure. Did that mean they had the 2 men in custody as well? But were there more? What about Barry? Was he a part of that mess? At the time, Markus hadn't been sure. And hadn't wanted to take any chances, so left him in the pump house. With the others captured, he'd figured the authorities could figure out his involvement. If they'd found him. The footsteps were just close enough he wanted to slide down lower. The blanket he had wrapped around them was metallic. Hard to avoid. And noisy as shit when moved. Not good. He waited. The footsteps slowed. And approached. Well, there you are. And the old man gave him a wide tooth-stained grin. Jake. Of course. Chapter 9. She woke to low voices. But she was still tucked securely against Markus's chest. She didn't want to return to reality if it meant moving. He was very snuggly. Not that he'd appreciate her saying that. She opened her eyes to see Jake, Mary's father, speaking with Markus. "My girl is fine. But I heard you were out here looking for the little one, so I came to make sure all was well. She's weak and tired but unharmed." "Good. The cabin has been emptied out now. Mary is home and resting. She's upset about Boomer. Is he going to be okay?" "Not sure. Doesn't look like it. Skull fracture. He's in a coma. His prognosis isn't good, but they are keeping a close eye on him." Markus shifted under her cheek. How sad to think that Boomer could die from this. How unfair. She lifted her head and stared at Jake. "Hello, Jake." "There you are." He squatted down beside her. He had a low-brim hat and a heavy hunting jacket keeping him dry. She really had been unprepared for a race in the wild. She smiled and dropped her head back down again. "Thanks for coming out and looking for me. Couldn't leave you out here alone now, could I? I figured this guy wouldn't have any trouble, but when neither of you showed up again, I figured I might have to come and rescue the military man too." But the snigger in his voice belied the seriousness of his words. Markus snorted. "I don't think that's going to happen." She shifted so she was sitting on the ground and stared around. "It's barely light." The sun will be up in no time." Maybe it would, but it wasn't yet, and that sucked. Although the longer she looked around, the easier it was to see the shapes of the trees. Her eyes just needed adjustment time. Markus hopped to his feet, looking fresh and awake as if he'd slept 8 hours. She, on the other hand, felt like someone had squeezed her through an old wringer washing machine and hung her out to dry. Her legs ached and her stomach. It growled as she stood up stiffly. But there was no way she was going to ask for another power bar. Only she didn't have to, as Markus had pulled out another one and handed it to her. She grinned and ripped it open. "How can you eat those things?" Jake asked. "You need real food." "I'm starving." "So they taste wonderful." Giving her a sad look, he shook his head. "No wonder you're skin and bones. Nobody can live like that." "Well, I tell you what, when we get back I'll be happy to eat as much real food as I can." He snorted. "You're going to need to find a place. With Boomer hospitalized, the diner won't be open for a bit. And that means I don't have a job either." She stared up at the lightening sky and sighed. "Enough of Alaska?" Markus asked with humor. She turned to look at him, realizing maybe it was time to move on. "Maybe," she admitted softly. "Maybe it is time to go home." There was a weird ping and Jake looked at her funny, then fell to his knees. And collapsed onto his belly and didn't move. Markus grabbed Bree and shoved her to the ground behind the fallen tree they'd been leaning against. On the ground he checked Jake. He was alive but unconscious. He'd been shot, the bullet grazing his head. Enough to knock him out but not shattering his skull. "Oh my God, oh my God." The litany of low, shocked whispers sounded behind him. Markus grabbed his phone even as he moved to stop the bleeding. This was not good. No reception. He dragged Jake to lie in front of Bree. "Press here." He placed her hand over the wound. He grabbed Jake's cowboy necktie and folded it up as a pad, tucking it over the wound, then tied it tight around Jake's head. Using a knife, he cut away a strip of Jake's shirt and used the fabric to bind the wound. Head wounds always bled a lot. "Is he going to make it?" "Hopefully," Markus whispered. He stared at her and knew she was tired and her brain was not functioning fully, but she needed to understand. Jake was shot. The shooter is still out there. If he's coming in for a kill shot, things are about to get ugly. I don't know if he was after Jake or us, but chances are good he's coming to finish the job. Her color grayed, but she gave him a clipped nod. as if she'd already managed to shake off the shock and understood the trouble they were in. Good. He needed her alert and moving. I'm going to take a look. I won't let you out of my sight, but I want you to stay here and keep pressure on this wound. He grabbed her chin so she looked up at him. He studied her worried gaze. Don't call out for me. Do you understand? She swallowed hard but nodded. Hurry back. He smiled and melted into the half-light around them. She huddled close to the unconscious Jake, and he lost sight of her as she lay down beside him. Good, that would make it harder for the shooter to find her too. Markus moved through the trees, going in a wide circle to come up behind where the shooter had been standing. There were several large thick-branched trees there. He stepped back slightly and studied them. The shot had been downward. So the shooter had been elevated, and this was likely where. But was he gone? He narrowed his gaze and studied the land. He could see where the shooter had gone up the second tree from the scuffed bark and broken branch. He quickly checked the other trees to see if he'd gone up more than one. But there was no sign of his passage on any of the others. Checking the ground out, he realized one set of tracks came in, and a second returned 10 feet from the first but in the opposite direction. So he'd been and gone. But why and where had he gone now? Markus quickly climbed the tree to look from the vantage point the shooter had been at. There. He stopped, realizing he had a clear view of where Jake had been standing. Even from here he could see the bright pink of Bree's sweater sleeve as she reached over her head and stretched her arm out beside the injured man. He couldn't see much else, but it was clear enough to pinpoint her position. There was nothing else to see from up here, but he spent a careful few minutes studying the geography around them. Markus slid back down the tree and quickly returned to where Bree was lying. There were tears rolling down her cheek. She looked up at him and didn't say anything. Ah, hell. He bent down and reached a finger to Jake's neck. There was a pulse, but it was faint. Too faint. He's still with us. She didn't say anything for a long moment, then she whispered, He doesn't look good. He didn't regain consciousness either. Damn it. Jake, you better make it through this. Bree had seen enough death. Hell, they both had. He stepped back and tried his phone again. No signal. He grabbed the GPS location and sent another text. It looked like the last one had gone through finally. He followed up with a text message warning them of a sniper. His job was to get Bree back to safety. He had no intention of failing that job. Now he had to get Jake help and fast. Let's go. He held out a hand to help her to her feet. We can't leave him here, she said in shock. I'm not planning on it. She studied Jake, then him. A hesitant look came over her face. Can you carry him? When he didn't answer right away, she added, If you can't, I'll wait here with him. No, you won't. Markus bent down and gently lifted Jake's limp body over his shoulder. Thankfully, the old geezer was very thin and not very tall. Stay on my right, he instructed. And let's move fast. Chapter 10. Poor Jake. Good deeds should be rewarded, not punished. He was a harmless old man who'd wanted to help. They needed to get back as fast as possible for his sake. She didn't dare slow them down. She didn't know how to explain to Markus how much it meant to her that he was doing this, but thankfully he didn't seem to require more from her. Other than to keep up. And that's when she realized with him carrying Jake, he wasn't going to be able to help her out if she couldn't keep up with him. She gritted her teeth and determined that shouldn't make a difference. She regretted that decision quickly. The ground was barely showing in the half-light, it was rough and uneven, and Markus's pace was brutal. She might have been able to keep up before she got sick, but there was no way she was up for a several-mile hike in the half-light at this pace now. She hit her limit a few minutes later and ignored it. And lost her footing and fell. She shakily dragged herself back upright and swayed in place. Markus pointed to a stump up ahead. She eased down on the fallen wood, her body shaky and her legs trembling too hard to hold her upright. Markus appeared in front of her, that all-too-knowing look in his eyes as he studied her. The heart is willing, she confessed. The spirit is still intact, but I fear my body is going to let me down. Immediately, he shook his head. No, your body hasn't let you down. It has been hurt and needs to heal. So I let my body down? She asked with a note of humor. She took a deep breath and went to stand up, and her legs collapsed under her. Markus shifted Jake from his shoulder to his arms and dropped to his knees. Climb on my shoulders, he instructed. No way, she protested. You can't carry both of us. Leave me behind. Go and get Jake the help he needs, then maybe someone can come find me. I'll be ready to go again by then, she said in a bracing tone. Surely rest was all she needed. We don't have time to argue. I'm not leaving either of you behind. Now get on. She went to protest again, but his glare had her slowly closing her mouth. She didn't weigh that much, but both together was a huge load. Markus wasn't listening. So be it. Then he'd have to admit defeat too. He'd learn he couldn't do this soon enough. Like she had. Liking the idea, and realizing the chances of it happening were still small, she scrambled onto his back. Now go up to my shoulders. That's going to hurt, she warned, but awkwardly she made it to the top of his massive shoulders. I feel like a 2-year-old up here, she muttered. He laughed, and damn if his shoulders didn't shake with the motion. He shifted Jake so his arms wrapped around her legs, and in a movement and display of strength she envied, he stood up. Jesus, I guess you eat spinach for breakfast, huh? He chuckled again. Maybe you should try it. Maybe I should. Now if only she liked the taste. Still, if that was the secret behind his impressive strength, she'd eat it regardless. Unbelievable. But he didn't answer this time. He was busy marching forward at a pace she hadn't been able to keep up with when carrying only herself. She could feel the power under her legs, the sense of determination, but there wasn't the sense of being overwhelmed like she'd expected. How could he do this? And for how long? Surely this was too much. But silent and determined, he strode through the forest carrying both of them. Then she realized he barely made a sound. How was that possible? He was taking a chance making them a bigger target, but he'd not heard a sound for the last half hour. The woods were deserted. He needed to get Jake help, and like hell, he was leaving her behind. What kind of guy would do that? He was big and fit, and never had he appreciated his inherent strength more than he did now. He kept up the grueling pace until his communication device went off. Bree had dislodged the earpiece and it hung on his shoulder now, but the voice was clear. Hawk. ETA? Markus kept moving as he assessed the time to the cabin. Less than 30. Do you need assistance? Hawk's calm voice was easily audible. Not for myself. Jake is unconscious. Need a medic. Yes, Markus needs assistance, don't listen to him, Bree exclaimed loud enough for Hawk to hear. He's carrying us both for heaven's sake. Who are you people? Gods? He can't be human. Hawk's voice, surprised but tinged with humor, said, Markus? Yeah, she's on my shoulders. I'm sorry, Bree said instantly. I couldn't keep up. It's really his fault, you know. He was walking too fast. Was he now? Hawk murmured. Yeah, although that might have had something to do with the shooter. Shooter? Explain. Hawk lost the teasing note, his voice sharpening to a steely point. We got shot at. Markus would probably say that was my fault too, Bree answered before Markus could get a word in edgewise. Of course I was okay with dying as I've been there before, and made peace with it. Markus? Markus knew what Hawk was asking for an explanation of, but there was no explanation for someone like Bree. She is right. She was on the edge of death, and she did pull back from it, so in theory she'd be okay with being shot too, he said with dry humor. Bree smacked him upside the head lightly. That doesn't mean I want to get shot, she cried out. Same as I didn't want to get left behind either. You got left behind? Who left you behind? Markus. Did not. Well, you were going to. Was not. Well, you should have, she cried out in exasperation. I'm on your shoulders like a little kid. Could have walked, he said dryly. Hawk must be loving this. Well, you know I couldn't have, she countered. I couldn't walk anymore. So therefore, I'm carrying you, Markus snapped, irritation getting the best of him. Well, you should have left me behind. No, I shouldn't have. Markus grinned when he heard her muffled shriek of frustration. Are you always like this? She cried. Like what? Bull-headed. Hawk gasped as he choked a laugh back. Glad to hear you sound like you're doing okay. 4 of us are at the cabin waiting. Then keep an eye out for the shooter. He's likely expecting us to return there. I don't want to be picked off one by one. 2 by 2, Bree interjected. Actually, in this case, he could pick all 3 of us off at once. I'll go out and pick him off first. What? He can't do that, Bree said as Hawk rang off. What if he shoots the wrong person? Her voice rose as she added, what if he shoots us? He won't, Markus growled in exasperation. He's the best tracker we've got. If there is a shooter out there, then he'll find him. You should let me walk. Carrying me is too much. It's making you cranky. He didn't bother answering, he just made sure she couldn't unhook her legs while he powered forward. Chapter 11. Bree figured Markus would literally collapse before he'd admit to needing any rest. You're too stubborn for your own good. And how could you know that? He countered, never breaking stride. Because you won't allow yourself to say you need a rest, she said, patting his head, almost stroking his short hair as if she could impart some of her imaginary strength to him. That's because I don't need a rest. But you should, she said earnestly. Admitting defeat is a sign of a good man. Good men don't admit defeat, he snorted. They change tactics and try again. He shook his head, his thick hair rubbing up against her arm. There was a leaf stuck on the side. She reached down and plucked it loose. Your hair is so soft, she said in wonder. So much nicer than mine. She couldn't resist, he was so damn male, and yet that hair of his was so silky. She slipped her fingers over his scalp in delight. My hair is just starting to recover. It didn't like the medication I was forced to take. I didn't lose all my hair, but what little remained went thin and flat, so I cut it very short, as I was too tired to deal with it all the time. Understandable. She heard an odd note in his voice. Are you okay? I'm fine, he said in exasperation. No, I'm not tired. No, I don't need a break, and no, I don't need to put you down. Well, you definitely need a nap of some kind, she snapped. Because you're beyond crabby. He groaned. Sorry. No, she said, her fingers on his hair again, but it was more of a pat than a stroke. It's okay. I'm probably not at my finest either. You're doing great. Just hold on. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. Can you handle that? Yes, she said softly. I can handle anything for that long. And this time she was determined to show herself in better form. How hard could it be? She was the one being carried after all. But it was amazingly difficult to keep her body straight and not slump over Markus's head. He was a hell of a man. She sighed and propped her elbows on the top of his head, her chin in her hands. Are you comfortable? Markus chuckled. She grinned. Actually, I am. As I'm using your head to prop my arms on and hold my chin up, I might actually be able to sleep. Sleep. He sounded so outraged she burst into laughter. Well, okay, maybe not sleep, but I could doze. But you are walking a little too rough to do that, I suppose. Sorry, I'm more concerned with staying out of sight than walking smoothly enough for you to take a beauty nap. Beauty sleep. Yeah, I could use some of that. She was tired, but it was almost impossible to close her eyes and not lose her balance. Are you married? She almost fell off when she realized what she'd said. He was silent for a long time. Oh my God. Bree gasped, hating that she'd not put 2 and 2 together earlier. I'm so sorry. She's the one who died in the diving accident, wasn't she? At his nod, she added, That's how you understand death so well and the shock of those left behind. Does anyone understand death? He asked. I think some people at least find peace with it. She studied the geography ahead of them. I think I recognize this place. He stopped. The cabin is just on the other side of that tree line. We're less than 100 yards away. Yeah, and see, no shooter, she cried. We're safe. She had no idea. Markus smiled and sighed. Several of his team had been searching the woods on either side of them for miles now, keeping them safe. If there had been a shooter in this area, these men would have taken him out already. He kept on walking. His shoulders were aching, but his loads were balanced, so he was doing just fine. And knowing his team was watching his progress, he'd be damned before he'd show any weakness. The cabin loomed in front of them before she realized it. He heard the catch in her voice. As soon as they approached the yard, 2 men came out of the small building. When Bree caught sight of the men, she clutched at him. It's okay, he said. They are my teammates. Her hands eased, but the grip of her thighs around his neck didn't. He'd had a hard time trying to keep his errant thoughts off the very female form on his shoulders. He handed Jake over to Shadow. Thanks, Shadow. Swede stood at his side. Shadow disappeared with the injured man while Swede smiled at Bree. Hi, I'm Swede. Can I help you off of there? He didn't give her a chance to answer before he reached out and swept her off Markus's shoulders. She gasped but had no chance to cling. Markus straightened and stretched, loving the way his muscles felt. I'm sorry, Markus. Did I hurt you? Bree asked. She was still lying in Swede's massive arms. I told you before you weren't hurting me. That hasn't changed. Swede, you can put her down now, she's not injured. It was Jake who was shot. He already asked if I wanted to stand on my own, Bree explained. But honestly, I'm good like this. I'm so tired. Besides, he's bigger. I won't hurt him. Swede snickered. Yeah, I'm big enough to handle it. Well, of course you're only carrying me and not Jake too, she said apologetically. This was a ridiculous conversation. One of many he'd had with her. He shook his head and walked into the cabin for water. Inside, he threw back several glasses, then turned to face Mason, who leaned against the counter beside the sink. Jake? He's been taken to the ambulance waiting down the road. Can't drive all the way up. Right. He knew that. He's a tough bugger. Let's hope he makes it. They are prepped for him. Mason nodded toward where Swede and Bree were laughing and walking toward them. How is she? She's as fine as she can be. At the odd look on Mason's face, he added, she was fighting a major illness, apparently she almost died and her body is still weak. This excursion hasn't helped. She lost everything to cover her medical bills and decided she needed to reconnect with the world around her now that she's alive. She only landed in Alaska a few weeks ago. Not exactly a good welcome. No, but she's a trooper. She kept apologizing for not being able to walk anymore. Markus watched as Swede brought her inside and set her on her feet. Bree, do you need an ambulance? Mason asked. Oh my goodness, she cried. No, I'm not hurt. She beamed at Markus. He was wonderful. Kept me warm and safe the whole time. Definitely a keeper. Markus, in the act of taking a drink from his glass, choked and coughed. Oh dear. Before he knew it, Bree was pounding him on his back. Are you okay? He grabbed her hands before she hit him again. I'm fine. I just swallowed the wrong way. But she didn't look like she believed him. Maybe you are hurt from carrying Jake and me. Maybe there is something more seriously wrong, she cried. I'll never forgive myself if you're hurt because of me. He shook his head. I'm fine. She threw her arms around him. I'm so glad. And thank you so much for saving me. He realized that was the first time she'd actually expressed her thanks. You're welcome. She pulled back and beamed up at him. Then she turned to the others on his team and said, "Markus really is a sweetheart." He glared at the guys. If they said one damn thing wrong. Swede nodded solemnly. "Thanks for telling us. It's important we understand what kind of man he is when we have to put our lives in his hands every day." Ah hell. They were going to milk this to the end. "Oh my yes," Bree cried. "He's wonderful. So thoughtful, caring. He wrapped me up in a blanket, and when I still couldn't warm up, he held me in his arms all through the dark hours." The guys hid their grins. Markus groaned. "They'd all have done the same for you, Bree. It wasn't anything special." She spun to look at him, her eyes huge. Then her shoulders slumped. And he felt like a heel. Shit, he should have kept his mouth shut. "Of course, that makes sense. Sorry." She turned away to the kitchen sink, and using a glass left on the counter, she washed it, and then filled it with water. An awkward silence filled the room. The men glared at Markus. He glared back. He didn't know how to fix this. Hell, who could? Chapter 12. Bree walked outside to where there were yet more men standing and talking in groups. Was anyone looking for the shooter? Poor Jake. Poor her. No, she was done with that whole self-pity thing. She'd tried it out when she'd first gotten sick, but that hadn't worked for her. It wasn't her style. She'd bucked up soon after. So if she slipped a little, especially when she was tired and exhausted as she was today, surely that was understandable, not acceptable, but as long as it was only a tiny slip. Recoverable. It had to be the trauma that had made her so sensitive. She couldn't do that to them. Markus was right. All his team would help her out. It's what they were trained to do. It's what they do naturally. It had nothing to do with the fact that it was her. She wasn't special, other than a special kind of idiot for getting lost in the first place. She had to stop looking at Markus like a friend. When had that started anyway? During their heartfelt conversations. While he held her close in her arms. He'd been doing his job. Nothing more. That she might want it to be more wasn't the issue. She couldn't place her loneliness on his head. It wasn't his responsibility, it was hers. And she needed to remember that. When she heard a door slam behind her, she straightened. It would be Markus. He was going to apologize to her. That was the kind of man he was. Just get it out, Bree. If you do it fast before he has a chance to say anything, then it will be easier. Right, and pigs flew in her dream world too. She took a deep breath and spun around. "I'm sorry." His eyebrows shot up. He gave a half snort. "I thought that was my line." So she'd been right. Her gaze widened at the hangdog look on his face. "You've done nothing to apologize for," she cried. "You've been wonderful." At the shake of his head, she closed the distance and reached out to pick up his hand. "You have been. You not only rescued me, you kept me warm, fed me, and put up with my weakness." She peered earnestly into his eyes. "Honestly, you've been very honorable, and I'm sorry for assuming there was more to it than your job. This was horribly embarrassing. Finish. Just get it all out." She stared at a blank space behind his shoulder. "I don't really have an excuse, except it seemed like we connected and, well, I guess I was lonelier than I thought. Then being lost in the middle of nowhere, and you showing up when you did." His face split into a huge grin. The corner of her mouth twitched into a half smile. "So you forgive me?" He started to laugh and shook his head at the same time. "Why not?" she cried. "Honest, it won't happen again. I promise to not cross that line." "What line?" he spluttered, mirth shaking his chest. "The line between friendship and rescuer." But she was starting to get confused herself. "I mean, I promise not to read anything into it." Into what exactly? But his massive shoulders were shaking. She glared at him. "I'm trying to apologize here," she snapped. "This is serious." "No, Bree, this can't be serious. He laughed outright. Because this is too damn funny for that. For one, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders, you have nothing to apologize for. 2, we are friends. 3, I'd have rescued anyone but I'm glad it was you. He tilted up her chin and smiled down at her. Yes, you had a tough night and yes, you were happy to see me, but it's also true that we connected. She opened her mouth to speak, and he placed a finger across her lips and dropped the lightest of kisses on her forehead. Shish. We're friends. Enough. A huge sigh worked up her chest and out. Thanks, I was feeling pretty embarrassed. She threw her arms around him and hugged him. I am so happy you found me. Me too. And this time she believed him. He wasn't sure how this happened, but he'd come through that just fine. And now he held her close. She was a delight. Apologizing to him. He should have been the one to apologize. The guys were right there. But she had a huge heart and of course did it first. Jumped in where angels feared to tread. He hugged her close, hating the feeling of her bones through her shirt. She needed 20 pounds so it didn't hurt to lean against a chair. Her arms had lost muscle to the point she looked anorexic. Damn. I forgot you need food. He cursed himself inwardly. How could he have forgotten? I know you said the diner was closed, but I'm hoping to catch a ride back there. I have a key to my room upstairs, she said, a yawn catching her by surprise. I'm so tired. We need to get you checked over first. There's nothing to check over. I need food and rest, and if a hot shower was included, then even better. She went to disengage herself from his arms, but he held her firm. Except I'm not sure you can go into the diner after this. We'll need to check with the police first, he said. The look of dismay on her face made him wince. She'd barely held on to her strength, believing she'd be back home soon. Instead, he didn't think she'd be in there for at least a day or two. If Boomer died, she might not be able to stay there any longer, ever. Who knew what would happen to the estate then? And she had so few places to go. She stepped out of his arms, worry settling heavily on her features. As she wrapped her arms around her chest, he realized she'd dumped his jacket in the kitchen as she left. Another symbol of thinking she'd crossed the line. Wait here and I'll get my coat. She nodded mutely, and he quickly walked back inside. He grabbed up his jacket and turned to take it back out to her, but realized Mason and Hawk were talking quietly in the corner. He walked over. Any news? Hawk shook his head. No sign of the shooter. Likely he's crawled back into whatever hole he'd crawled out of. We're pulling up and going back to town, Mason said, walking to the front door. How's Bree? Does she need medical attention? No, she's just weak. She's been living above the diner. Can she go back there? I'll check, but I doubt they're done with the place, Mason said. She's better off at a hotel overnight. He took another step toward the front door. The police will want to talk with her too. She doesn't have any money for a room. He knew that, and he wasn't going to see her on the side of the street. He didn't have to ask her about that. It was obvious. Have her call a family member or a friend, Hawk urged. She shouldn't be alone tonight. Markus nodded. He walked back outside and handed her his jacket. She was still standing but barely. He wrapped the coat around her. Do you have another place to stay? Just for tonight? She shook her head. No, I haven't really made any friends since being here, she confessed. How about a night in the hotel? She winced. I'd love to if it's cheap enough, she whispered, but all my clothing is in the diner. She stared up at him almost to the point of collapsing. Can't I go back to my room? She pleaded. At least long enough to collect my stuff. I'm sure you can soon, but I doubt you will be able to stay there tonight. If you don't tell anyone, I could. I have the key on me. I could sneak inside. When he started to shake his head, she cried, What would it hurt? I have so little but need the bit I have. The shooter saw you out there, he motioned to the vast wilderness around them. He might try again. Me? She exclaimed wide-eyed. Why would he be after me? I don't know that he is, he soothed. But that possibility exists. She shook her head. No, I'm not anyone he cares about. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Give me a ride back to town and I'll be fine. Maybe I can go to the bed and breakfast and make arrangements for the night. She comes into the diner all the time. I could maybe trade her work for a night's sleep. That's a good idea. He tried to sound jovial, but he hated the idea. At least she was thinking, looking for solutions. That was the most important. I'll grab a rig and drive you in. See what we can make in arrangements for you. She nodded gratefully. He walked inside. We've been given permission for her to collect her personal belongings, Mason said, his phone in his hand. And if you see anything. Markus nodded. He knew. Will do. He turned and walked back out, truck keys in hand, to where Bree was waiting. Come on, let's get you back into town. With an arm around her shoulder, he led her down the driveway to where the vehicles were parked. He kept an eye on her and maintained a slow and steady pace. He didn't want to automatically pick her up and carry her, but he was tempted. I don't suppose. She looked up at him, but not in defeat, with humor. Silently, he bent and swung her up into his arms. She laughed. I never thought I'd enjoy being carried, but it sure beats walking right now. I'm more afraid of hurting you by carrying you. You're only a thin layer of skin over bones. It's not that bad, she protested. I've regained at least 15 pounds in the last few months. With a very necessary 30 to go. 20, she corrected. It would take forever to gain 30. Need to do some weightlifting and get that muscle back. She laughed. That's not likely. I can barely lift my own body right now. The thought of adding weights to that, not happening. The bantering continued to where the 4 vehicles were parked. Markus gently deposited her on the front passenger seat of the last one. With the early morning dawn hitting the horizon, she tilted her face to the sunshine, loving the warmth. She was still so cold. Even with his coat wrapped around her shoulders. You can have a hot shower and crawl into bed very soon. Sounds wonderful, but I think I need food first. That we can do as well. Markus considered the options. There's a little cafe beside the bed and breakfast place. Do you want to go there first? See if it's open. He checked his watch. He'd have no problem waking up the owners of the B&B, but it would be kinder all around if it was a little later before they arrived on their doorstep. He turned on the engine and turned the truck around. Food first, she said, her voice soft. But I need to go to Boomer's diner as well. My purse is there. He gave in. Mason said the cops okayed going in for personal items only. He drove slowly over the rough road to avoid jostling her more. So your place real quick. Then the cafe for breakfast and over to the bed and breakfast. With the truck now facing the right direction, he headed back to town. Chapter 13. The rough road, if that's what one called this strip of dirt, kept her from falling asleep. Barely. She didn't really care what happened to her, as long as she could rest soon. We're almost there, Markus said, as the steering wheel wrenched out of his hand to the left. She gave a short chuckle. Really, I wouldn't have guessed. It seems like we're going anywhere but forward. It's rough. The frost heaves were heavy this spring. Doesn't look like anyone does much road maintenance on these back roads either. Or it's like this all the time. He grinned. True. Are you going to stay around and find out? She felt his glance on her face before he returned his attention to the rough road. No, she said quietly. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But I won't stay here for a winter. Not sure I'm going to stay here for the next week, she admitted. This hasn't been the easiest place to live. I was lost when I arrived. I feel immature for having run away. But it's not if you needed to reaffirm your reason for living. She turned to look at his profile. That's exactly what I was doing. But why then does it feel like I don't need to do any of that anymore? Maybe you just needed a rest. Time out, so to speak. Why not go see your father and spend time with him? And my brothers, she said softly, a smile on her face. They'd like that. How many brothers? 3. I'm the baby. He shook his head. I've got a kid sister too. If I found out she had kept an illness from me, I'd be pissed. I told them, but later on. I haven't told them about my money situation. They all have families and are struggling too. It's not fair that they'd be put into greater difficulty because of me. Couldn't you have moved in with them until you found another job? I might have, but they have noisy households, and one of the side effects of the medicine was that all sound is amplified. I needed peace, and a household of little kids wasn't going to give me that. Plus, I wasn't much fun to be around. There were always adults shushing up the kids as if I must have silence all the time. She sighed. That just accentuated the situation when I was desperate to find normal again. Right? She smiled. It's okay, you know. We all love and care for each other. I could go back and find another job in no time. So why haven't you? I'm not sure I want to go back to that rat race, she admitted. The investment world is deadly. I worked long hours trying to prove myself in a world of bigger, older, better, or at least more mature males, that I could do their job too. She stared out the window. Looking back, I liked the challenge, but not the constant competitiveness. The edge kept me sharp, and you have to be on your toes all the time. But in reality, the shit that goes on in the office was tough. Ugly. I wasn't into it. I'm a nice person and no one gives a shit what nice girls do, except the nice girl. Can you take that skill set and do something less stressful? They do say stress contributes to disease and slows healing. I agree on the healing part. It's one of the reasons I was okay to go home and rest while my body underwent the treatment. He nodded. So find something that is within your field but not as painful. She laughed. I could do all kinds of things. But what I really want to do is, she stopped and shrugged her shoulders. What? Nothing, it doesn't matter anymore. If it mattered once, then it matters still. I wanted to become a mom. Work part-time from home to raise the children. With a job where I could work from home, that would be possible, but like everything, things change. You can still have a family, he said. You're young. You have years of childbearing ahead of you. And no uterus left to do it with. She gave him a small smile. That's one of the reasons I don't talk about it very often. It's personal. Private and painful. Just in case you missed that message. I got it. He sighed. Sorry, I imagine that's very difficult for you. Yeah. Hence the need to get away for a while. Sounds like the trip worked. It did. I'm alive. And even though there are no babies in my personal future, that doesn't mean there can't be other babies. Yes, adoption is always an option. And a good one. He grinned. I'm adopted. I couldn't imagine being where I am today without my adoptive parents. They've been super supportive of me and what I wanted to do. Are they still alive? She asked curiously. No, my father was older and he had a heart attack about 7 years ago now. Mom was so close to him that she just lost the will to live afterwards. She was a mom through and through. It was all she wanted but couldn't have children either, so she took in Seth, my oldest brother, after a fire left his family from her church in bad straits. After Seth, she added me, and my kid sister came from Russia. We all loved them very much. Are you close to your brother and sister? We are. Not as close as we were growing up, but it's to be expected, as we all have jobs that take us traveling. Finding time to see each other is hard. She nodded. That must be tough on your family. To know you might never come back. Sure, but anything can happen to you, a car accident or even a kidnapping while at work, he said with a smile to soften the reminder of what she'd been through. There are no guarantees in life. Just the need to stretch and grow and live your life to the fullest. True. He turned off the main road onto the parking lot of the diner. She stared at the building, catching sight of a man's profile as he disappeared around the back of the building. A truck ripped out of the alley as Markus parked. She caught sight of the rear bumper before it disappeared from sight. That's when she saw the flames. Oh my God! Markus shifted the truck gear and immediately reversed out of the lot. No, wait, she gasped. I have to get my stuff. No. He hit the gas, pulling the truck even further back, then quickly texted Mason. An explosion rent the air. She cried out, instinctively lifting her arms to shield her face. The building sat in front of a large empty lot. If the wind picked up, the fire could travel, but either way the diner was a loss. As long as the fire didn't spread next door, no other structures would be impacted. Bree's mouth hung open as she stared at the huge fire now consuming the entire building. Tears filled her eyes. Poor Boomer. His eyebrows shot up. Why? This place was his life. That Boomer's own life was hanging on by a thread didn't seem to matter. He had to wonder, why torch the place? Make sure no one could prove they'd been there or had a connection to the place. Erase Boomer's life. Or he glanced over at the devastated woman at his side, make sure Bree didn't survive. What if she'd gone home earlier? She'd have been sound asleep as the place burned down around her. She wouldn't have had a chance. The sirens screamed in the distance. He waited until they'd almost arrived, then turned the truck around to get out of the way. He couldn't help put out the fire. And he needed to deal with Bree. She twisted in her seat to watch the building burn and the trucks arrive. There was nothing anyone could do in this case, except make sure it didn't spread. He slowly drove away. When she collapsed back again in her seat, he said, "Definitely time for the breakfast I promised you. I could use a coffee." She sniffled. "Did you see him?" He sighed. "I'd hoped you'd missed it." "Missed a man running away from the scene with a gas can?" "No," she whispered. "I didn't miss it. The police are searching for him right now." She snorted. "They can't handle any more incidences to investigate." "They will manage, and we can help if needed." "I saw you texting." She gave him a watery sniff. "He just lit the building on fire and ran." "They'll catch him. I sent them a description of the truck as well." "Did you tell them the LG in his license plate?" He hit the brakes and pulled the truck off to the side of the road and stared at her incredulously. "Did you see that?" She nodded. "I did." He quickly pulled out his phone and sent another text. "Mason is coordinating the information with the police. They are setting up roadblocks. Which only works if he's leaving town. If he's just going to go home and park in his garage, then he can change plates, paint his truck. He has options." He hated to see her go through more upset. He knew it was going to be a little harder to find a black beat-up older Ford in a town full of them, but it wasn't impossible. He'd let the cops do their job. And he'd do his. He needed to get Bree fed, then stashed safe somewhere. To that end, he reached across and clasped her hand in his. "It's going to be okay." She turned to stare at him, tears still shining in her eyes. "I know it will," she whispered. "I'm just..." And she fell silent and stared out the window. Chapter 14. Just what? Shocked. Terrified. Emotionally and physically exhausted. All of the above. She leaned her head back. It was just a building burning. An inanimate object. Why was it upsetting her so much? Other than yet another example of how shitty people could be to each other. Yet it held everything she owned, including her purse and few items of clothing. Even though it would be a pain in the ass, it was all replaceable. As soon as the bank opened, she could withdraw cash and get new bank cards. She deliberately didn't have much. She'd shut everything down when she'd gotten sick, and did her best to clean up her existence so her father would have an easier time handling the paperwork after she was gone. A simpler life had held her in good stead. Much easier to look after one backpack than suitcases full. But when you lost that single bag, and maybe it had more to do with losing her home. Her life had just hit the rocks again. She'd get through this. She wasn't dying like Boomer or hurt like Jake, and she had nothing of value burning to hell right now. Just the bits of her life she'd been unable to avoid having. But it hurt. Was she more affected by the loss of her home, her car, her life than she'd let on? "What are you thinking?" Markus asked as he navigated through the streets. "Just about life. Motivations." She sighed and realized she'd been twisted around to look out the back window again. "Wondering if I've been fooling myself all this time." About what? About losing everything and living a life, not collecting shit again, maybe because I didn't want to lose more. And there's nothing wrong with that. Let it just be what it was, what you needed at the time, and forget about it. Don't look for deeper meanings. You'd been to hell and back and somehow found yourself living a different life than you'd imagined. He pulled up in front of the busy restaurant, one she'd never been to before. She looked down at his jacket around her shoulders and her very dirty clothes underneath. Not her usual style, but today, well, it was too damn bad, but there was no way to change it. This was what she had to wear. "Do you want to wear my jacket inside?" he asked, opening the door for her. She jumped and slipped it off her shoulders and left it on the front seat. "I know you intend on feeding me, and I appreciate it, but shouldn't you be off doing something about that fire? Or the shooter? Or the kidnappers?" She slipped off the truck seat and landed on the ground. Her knees buckled. Shit. But Markus, being the guy he was, held her steady. "Easy. All I've done is take it easy," she muttered. "I wish I had a fraction of your strength right now." "Wish I could give it to you too," he admitted. "But I can't, so the best alternative is look after you until you can regain yours. There isn't enough hours in the day or days for that to happen." "I think you should go back to your father," he said abruptly. She glanced back from the front door to see shadows in his eyes. He pulled the door open for her, then nudged her forward. The noise hit them immediately. Even at that early hour it was busy, and half full. Markus led her to a booth in the back. Thankfully, their arrival didn't seem to cause any commotion. She eased down onto the bench seat and realized she shouldn't have done that. She'd just have to get back up again to go to the washroom. Without any water overnight, her bladder had been easier to deal with, but knowing there were facilities here, well, it was screaming again. She struggled back to her feet. "I need to go to the ladies' room." He motioned right behind them. "It's there." Relief surged through her. Thank God she could manage that distance just fine. She gave him a small smile of thanks and made her way to the single bathroom. Inside, she used the toilet, then stood to wash her hands and face. She was a dirty, scruffy mess. Her shirt was filthy and her jeans dusty. Her shoes had holes in them and her arms were covered in scratches. She quickly reversed her shirt and sweater. That looked slightly more normal. Her face might have been in the same condition, but the huge eyes and black circles dominated, overshadowing everything else. She took a moment to wash up, then tried to brush out her hair with her fingers. It wasn't helping much. Sleep was about the only remedy for this, and a shower would fix the rest. And food. Lord, she was hungry. She was also afraid it had been too long, and she'd have trouble keeping it down. Back at the table, she watched the waitress deliver 2 large cups of coffee. "Are you ready to order?" she asked. Markus nodded, his gaze on Brie. 2 of the big breakfast plates, please." The waitress disappeared with a smile. She probably figured Markus would clean up what Brie couldn't eat, but it was going to be the other way around. "Are those 2 plates just for me?" she teased. "If you need them to be, then yes." She laughed. "I need to make sure the food stays down first." "Did the protein bars give you any trouble?" She shook her head. "Right, so chances are you'll be fine." She glanced around to see the same collection of hard-working souls that she'd seen plenty of over the last few weeks, dotted by the never-ending stream of tourists during summer. Thankfully. Those were the bread and butter people to the area. She couldn't imagine how these businesses survived with just the locals for customers. Of course, the oil and gas industry helped a lot. The coffee was too hot to drink. She leaned her head back and closed her eyes, waiting for it to cool. "You ignored my comment." She knew he meant her father comment. "You're a bulldog. Do you ever let up?" "It's a valid comment." "It is. But I'd hate to go home with my tail between my legs." Still, she'd been considering it. There'd just been no time to think the issue through. "It's all in the attitude. This is hardly a failure. You've survived once again. Now maybe it's time to get back to the land of the living." She opened her eyes and considered his words. "I'm too tired to even think about this right now. I have a few priorities like getting some sleep, then going to the bank and the store for a change of clothes." He nodded. "True enough. And you, are you going back to wherever you came from?" He smiled. "In a few days I will be." Of course he would be. She'd rather he stayed close, but that was more because she'd started to rely on him. He made her feel secure, protected. Getting over having him there for her would take time. Regardless of how she felt about it. She liked him. He was a nice guy. A hell of a protector. "I think I recognized him," she said abruptly. He froze, then leaned across the table. "Who?" "The guy that took off." She considered what she'd seen. "How could you?" "His profile." "Did you actually get a chance to see anything?" "It had to have been a split second." She nodded. "I have a very good memory, but never thought to say anything about it before this." She shrugged. "I didn't understand what the connection was at first. I think I saw him at the diner. With the other kidnappers." "Think?" he pounced. She leaned back. There hadn't been much time to consider it. "You're right. It was more of an impression. And that isn't reliable." "No, but instinct can't be discounted. It's just not enough to pin something on someone." She nodded. "Good point." She chewed her bottom lip and wondered if she was completely bonkers. "If you think you see him again, don't approach him. Just point him out to me, got it?" "Got it." She cheered up at the idea of seeing Markus again. She'd really hoped it wouldn't be a one-off. She liked him. Like really liked him. And life needed to be enjoyed. Because it was too damn short. That meant nothing in terms of a relationship, though. He was good-looking and a good person. There would be someone in his life already. He might even have remarried. Then he deserved to be happy. And he was the marrying kind. Do you understand? Holding her cup and blowing on it, she studied him over the rim. "I won't do anything stupid." "Good." He settled back into the seat, a calmer look on his face. "Just remember that. Call me if I'm not there beside you." She snorted. "How? I have no phone. And why would you be beside me? After breakfast, you'll be dropping me off at the bed and breakfast, and I'll be alone." She didn't add the word again, but she thought it. She was starting to hate it too. Maybe it was time to make changes. She sipped her coffee. Just then the waitress returned with large plates of food. She carefully put them on the table and returned with the coffee pot. She topped off the cups and said, "I'll be back with your toast." Bree barely heard her. Her gaze locked on the food, and she couldn't believe how much there was. It was almost enough to make her want to cry. "I don't know where to start," she whispered. "I want it all." "Eat slowly," he warned. "I don't want you getting sick." She grinned. What a way to go. She tucked into her eggs first. Of all the things on her plate, she couldn't pack those up to eat later. And she'd take all the leftovers available. Who knew when her next meal would be? She had no idea if she had enough money to even get home, not to mention food. She paused as she picked up the rasher of bacon and took a bite. It was delicious. As she ate, she had to wonder, when had she started considering going home? Since this mess happened, or earlier? She worked her way through the full plate until her stomach stopped growling and her throat finally accepted it hadn't been cut. She groaned in joy. Now that was fantastic. "Are you going to eat your toast?" he asked, pointing to the plate beside her. "I'll have some coffee and relax first," she said. "Maybe I'll be able to eat more in a little bit." She pushed her empty plate back slightly and pulled her cup toward her. "How are you enjoying your meal?" He nodded and chewed another bite. "It's good food." She yawned, the combined effects of being safe, being warm, and having a full belly. "I wish you weren't leaving." "I won't be just yet." He paused with his fork in the air. "We came for training. And we're not yet done." He smiled as he took a sip of coffee. Although it did take a different turn. One with more pleasant results. He motioned toward her. She grinned. "Well, it was training in a way, wasn't it?" "It was." He nodded. "We'll be back out in the field in an hour." "Hour?" she exclaimed. "You've had no sleep." "No." He grinned boyishly. "But I don't need as much as you might expect." "Huh. You might not, but I sure do." The waitress came back and filled their coffee cups again. When they half finished those cups, he asked for the bill. "If you're ready, let's go." She nodded. "I'm ready. Too tired to be of any use anyway." "Then off to bed with you." He stood up and waited for her to stand. "Come on." He led her to the front counter where he paid the bill and then walked outside with her. Right across the yard was the bed and breakfast. With her standing beside him, he rang the doorbell, waited until the door opened. When it did, he led her inside and took care of the paperwork, booking her in a room. He wanted to make this as easy as he could on her. "Is it for one person or two?" the chatty middle-aged woman asked. "At least one." Bree gasped quietly as Markus answered smoothly. The other woman opened her mouth then snapped it shut with a twinkle. "Then I'll give you the room with the double bed." She rattled off the check-in information and the checkout times. But Markus rushed her through it, and finally they were climbing the stairs to the second floor. Markus opened the door for her and nudged her inside the large bedroom with a beautiful double bed in the middle. "Oh my God, it's beautiful." Markus stared at her surprise, then looked around the spacious room as if he hadn't really noticed. "It is nice, isn't it? I need a shower, then I'm collapsing right there." She pointed to the bed. "And I'm leaving. I'll be back in a few hours. Make sure you're here." He closed the door behind him. He walked down the stairs, smiling inside. Yeah, he'd be back. He was going to take her out shopping for new clothes and a pair of shoes. And that was just a start. She was a hell of a trooper, and one he'd like to spend a lot of time with. If she let him. But Alaska was a long way to visit, given his schedule. She hadn't planned to stay, she said, but was she going to return to California? He walked out the door as Shadow drove up in a truck, Evan and Dane in the back seat. He hopped out and walked over to where Markus waited for him. "What's up?" Markus asked. "Apparently there's a ruckus going on back at the cabin where the women were held yesterday. A group of end-of-the-world enthusiasts have gathered together, and tempers blew up." "Is that what the women were kidnapped for? If so, why wasn't this mentioned yesterday?" Shadow shook his head. "No. The women overheard the men talking about stockpiling weapons, but that's all. There is an element of rabble-rousers here, as well, looking to start an anti-government protest. They aren't the same men as the kidnappers, though." Markus stared at Shadow. "And that makes sense how?" "You mean any of this makes sense?" Shadow snorted. "They are jumping on the arrests as an excuse to protest. That's all. Are we staying or leaving?" "Ha, we're treating this as another training exercise." Markus rolled his eyes. "Our new commander is all too ready to make everyday life situations a training situation." He could be right in this case. We took out the kidnappers, but in reality, if this other group of 10 or even 20 hunker down back there, then it could be a bad scenario. Why? Leave them to it. As long as they are allowed to be on that property and not hurting anyone, it's all good. They can play survivalist all they want. Only it wasn't that easy, and he knew it. 1 or 2 men together was one thing, but the bigger the numbers, the more problems developed. Even for him, 10 men running around carrying guns and screaming at the world was going to make him cringe. For those who lived here, it would be that much worse. The global unrest was hard on the common man. When it was brought home by a group of individuals intent on causing trouble, it was way worse. Why here and why now? He asked abruptly. Apparently the government is looking to allow oil exploration on a large section of the land slated as parklands. So with all the soldiers here, along with the arrests, it's ripe for trouble. And these guys don't want the oil exploration to happen. Right? He frowned. That's hardly enough reason for this level of warfare. I'm sure the locals aren't against it. No, they are split 50-50 on the issue according to the authorities, but there's no doubt the town needs the money the industry would bring. But there are always a few dissidents, and when it comes to having a stockpile, there are always people looking for an excuse to use them. Markus nodded. Shadow started walking back to the truck. We're meeting back at the field at 0700 hours. Got it. Chapter 15. She woke up mid-afternoon exhausted and sore. Like what the hell? There should be some kind of grace for having been good the whole time. Instead, her body felt like someone had taken a 2x4 to it. And now the bruises had set in a big way. She stared at herself in the small bathroom mirror and winced. Holy crap. Being sick contributed to her colorful look, but this was ridiculous. Then again, she was sleeping alone, more's the shame, so no one would be seeing the rainbow effect on her skin. Still, everything ached. She walked back to the bed and collapsed back down. She'd love to sleep away the rest of the day, but her body didn't seem to think that was an option. Which sucked. She rolled over and tried a different position, but nothing worked. Finally, she propped herself up on the headboard and looked around. From the sun shining outside, she figured it was close to 3 o'clock, and that meant she had to get moving if she planned on getting her financial situation fixed today. She sat up and looked at her grimy clothes on the floor. Damn it. She was going to look like a homeless person in that outfit. Still, she had no choice. She brushed out her clothes as well as she could and dressed. Walking downstairs, she smiled at the owner of the place as she headed out the front door. The bank was a couple of blocks away. With any luck, it would still be open. It was. She walked in and took out cash from her meager account and then ordered new cards. It had taken a bit to prove her identity, but as she had all her numbers in her head, she managed to make it happen. It helped that the bank teller recognized her. She held off on ordering new credit cards as they'd have to be mailed to her, and she was no longer sure she'd be staying that long. Feeling better, she walked back outside and considered her options. She needed clothes first. And shoes. She looked down at her scuffed-up toes and wondered at how fast the shoes had developed holes in them. They hadn't been cheap either. Then again, they hadn't been made for 10-mile treks in the bush. After a moment of indecision, she walked to the corner store where she managed to get 2 t-shirts, boys' sizes, for cheap. Now with new underclothes and jeans, she'd be all set. And a jacket. She was still feeling the chill in the air. Only there were none her size there. She found a cheap wallet at the checkout counter. She bought that as well. She had yet to be approached by a police officer to answer questions. Should she walk into the station and ask if they needed to speak with her? She felt like it was her duty to do so. She stopped to orient herself in the small town and realized the station was 2 streets over. Which meant it was seriously on the other side of town. Back home in San Diego, she'd be a half-hour getting anywhere. An hour to the downtown core. This was much nicer. If only it wasn't so far from everything else. She liked the lifestyle but not the remoteness. The simple life suited her. And the pace. It was easy to handle, stress-free. How could she find something similar back home? Close to her family. Surely there was some way to make a decent living out of the rat race. And she might have to wait until she was feeling better to make too many changes. Her legs were already shaking. After just this much of a walk. Scary. A park bench sat in front of a small rose garden. She walked several steps over and sat down. She'd just rest here for a moment or two. It was quiet, peaceful. And she needed that. She tilted her head back and let the afternoon sun fall on her face. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the moment. It felt good to be alive. At a lilting song beside her, she opened her eyes to see songbirds flit about the bushes. They were so happy and carefree. She smiled watching their antics. Her gaze followed them as they traveled from bush to bush. Maybe it was the light. Maybe it was the shadows, but her gaze flickered past the robins to the few passers-by walking on the other side of the park. A mother pushed a stroller with a second child walking beside her. An older woman walked with a cane. There were two young people, arms linked and smiling into each other's eyes. An older man walked by slowly. A younger man walked by faster. Her gaze zipped past him to the songbirds and froze. She shifted her view back to the younger man. There was something about the pace he walked. As if he were in a hurry. He carried a bag in his hand, that body, the stride, the bag. Bingo. She recognized his silhouette. It was the man they'd seen racing away from the fire this morning. He was the man who'd torched the diner. Her feet were already moving behind him, as if to cut him off. Moving faster than she thought her legs could take her, she raced to the other side of the small park. For all her short burst of energy, he quickly outpaced her and turned the corner ahead of her. At least she could keep out sight this way. She wasn't sure what she was to do if she did find out where this guy was going. She didn't want to speak to him. She'd never been able to lie and would likely blurt out that she'd seen him at the diner. Like that was going to help. And she was tiring quickly. Sad. She walked around the corner and stopped. There was no sign of him. Damn. Oh well, it was a good idea, but a short-lived one. Besides, she had no way to let Markus know what she'd seen. She wasn't capable of running around looking for him. She turned to reorient herself in the neighborhood. It wasn't one she'd been in before. She had no idea where she was. Frowning, she realized she'd gone a couple of blocks in the wrong direction and turned back. Determining the rest of her shopping would have to wait because of her flagging energy, she slowly returned to the bed and breakfast. The owner was in the main room as she walked in. "Hey, you don't look so good." Bree gave her a wan smile. "Did too much and for too long. Bed or food? The meal is on me." Bree stopped and had to consider. "How about food and then bed? Come on to the kitchen and I'll make you up a plate of spaghetti. It's hot and ready." Lovely. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had homemade spaghetti. A few moments later, she was sitting down to a huge plate. Oh God, it was delicious. "This is really lovely. I'm glad you like it." The owner, whose name was Doris, chatted easily, bringing a cup of coffee over to her. "Here." Doris sat down beside her with her own cup. "What happened to you?" Bree looked up. "Well, I was kidnapped, escaped, got lost in the bush and had to be rescued." There was a gratifying gasp of shock, and Bree was coaxed to tell the whole story. By the time she wound down, she'd finished her plate of pasta and was nursing the coffee. "When I was walking today, I actually thought I might have seen the guy who'd torched the diner. But I couldn't see him clear enough to identify him." "You didn't try to approach him, did you?" Doris cried. Bree shook her head. "No, not really." "Not really?" Doris stared at her. "What does that mean? What did you do?" Bree shrugged. "Not much. I followed him to try and confirm it was him. But of course I couldn't. He was moving fast, and I have so little energy that the chance of keeping up was almost impossible." "So you never did see where he went?" She shook her head. Doris slumped back. Wow. Nothing ever happens in this town. You're here only a few weeks and look at the events. I'd have been happy to miss out. I want to enjoy peace and quiet. Rest. Doris laughed. Well, you're here now, and you can eat and rest as much as you like. I wonder if I will sleep. Chances are this guy will fill my nightmares too. Maybe, but you've got a happy tummy now, so I don't think you'll need to worry much about him and your nightmares. Doris patted her hand in a grandmotherly fashion as she collected Bree's empty plate. Bree smiled. Speaking of which, I think I'll head up to the room for a nap. Thanks for the meal. Get some rest, Doris called. With a smile of thanks, Bree grabbed up her purchases from the front hallway where she'd left them and slowly climbed the stairs to her room. She was tempted to try the t-shirts on but was too tired. She dropped the bag on the floor and opened up the window as wide as it would go, then walked over to the bed, wondering if she could sleep through the night considering it was only just after 7. She didn't think so. Chances were she'd nap for a little while. She lay down on top of the covers. She hated to still be in her dirty clothes, but unless she was going to bed for the night, she didn't want to strip and get under the covers. Determined to rest, she let her eyes drift closed. Cold steel woke her up a few hours later. Markus tried to focus, but hell, for the second time that day, Mason was on his case. Markus needed to get into the damn game. They were back training, but Bree dominated his thoughts. Was she okay? Had she slept? Had she eaten? He'd fed her breakfast, but he was afraid she'd had no thought about lunch. Now if she'd slept the afternoon away, then she'd need dinner, or she could still be asleep and out for the night. The afternoon was long gone with the sun already lowering in the sky. It would be dark by the time he got there. He glanced around as the guys unloaded the gear they'd been using all day. Markus, we'll handle this. Update us when you can. He grinned. No explanation needed. He was happy to go and check on her. She had to be doing fine. If she stayed inside, she would be. He didn't want her wandering alone around town and using up her precious energy. He wanted to keep an eye on her. But how? He had a job. And one he wanted to keep. Several trucks headed off. He was with Shadow. Evan loaded gear into the back. Let's go. Shadow nudged Markus's shoulder. Markus smirked. Got a reason to be getting home as fast as you can, do you? Shadow's flat stare reached across the armory box. But Markus wasn't fooled. He'd seen Shadow's softer side and the love of his life. Rainbows and unicorns indeed. Still, it only went to show that there were hidden depths to the people around him, and Markus himself was no different. Bree was layers of complexity. Damn if that didn't make him wish he could peel a ton more layers away, especially her clothing. He knew he'd get furious to see her body wasting away. She should be holed up somewhere safe and doing her damnedest to put muscle and flesh back on those poor bones. She was a sweetheart about it all too. He glanced down at the half-dozen donuts that had somehow magically appeared in his hand when he'd been busy buying coffee an hour ago. They'd stopped for fuel and he'd gone inside. The thing was, he'd been looking at them and thinking that they'd be a good way to put on weight. So he'd bought 6. Much to the men's surprise and his when they reminded him he didn't like donuts. He shook his head. She was consuming his thoughts. Maybe that was a good thing. But he still figured she should go home to her family. And be damn glad she had one who loved her and wanted to help. Then again, if they were both in California, he'd be the one forcing food down her throat. Then that wasn't the only problem. She needed rest. No stress, as good a diet as possible, physical exercise to build up her muscle, and more than that, she needed a passion. A goal. A reason for living. It's what had made the difference to him. He'd been lost for so long. Then he'd found himself again through his brothers, his SEAL brothers. A few had a bigger impact than others. Levi for one. But they'd all been instrumental in getting his ass back in line. He'd like to repay the favor for someone else sometime. They got into the truck. Shadow drove. Markus barely paid attention. His life had been shit for so long. He was alone. For the first time since Fiona's death, he was interested in someone else. She'd woken up his heart, helping it to heal from the inside out. A great concept in theory, but not so much in practice. He'd been without a relationship for a long time. He missed sex. He missed the closeness. That special feeling of knowing that you were one of two people in the world, and one of a partnership, where the other person loved you as much as you loved her. It was seriously special, and that was an impossible feeling to regain. Or was it? Did lightning strike twice? He hoped so. He was counting on it. All around him, there was evidence of love in a way he'd never seen before. Hell, Cooper had fallen hard for his doctor, and what a sweetheart she was. As high energy as a racing horse and just as precious. Markus would always have a soft spot for Dr. Sasha Childs. If only because she'd been the one to show him that there was a pathway forward, even for those who had loved and lost. He was jealous of what Cooper found. What almost everyone on his team had found. Did they realize how lucky they were? And once on that track, he couldn't stop thinking about Bree. And that's when he realized Shadow had driven the military rig to the B&B, where Bree was staying. He turned his own flat stare at Shadow. Go. You're useless until you make sure she's okay. She's okay, Markus snapped. How do you know? Shadow countered. Those damn donuts have been sitting here since we picked up coffee hours ago. Were you planning to let them dry out completely? Then he grinned. A smile that lit up the interior of the cab. Markus was shocked into silence. He didn't know the man could do that. And never thought to see it directed at him. Go. Markus shook his head. No. She'll be sleeping. The light is on. Markus turned his head to look up on the second floor. True enough, the bedroom Bree was supposed to be in had the lights on. But there were no lights on downstairs. So how did that work? He studied the bedroom and froze. Shit. Shadow's soft voice filled the cab. Does she have a boyfriend? No. I don't believe so any longer. Markus answered hesitantly. Christ, he hoped not. Then they saw something in the man's hand as he crossed the room that said it didn't matter if she did or not. She was in trouble and they had to help. The man held a handgun. And it was pointed toward the center of the room. Chapter 16. Get up, bitch. She closed her eyes briefly and gave herself a mental shake. No, this was not happening. She so didn't need this. No way she needed this. She just wanted peace and quiet in her life. Apparently the universe didn't get the message. Did you hear me? Yes, she whispered, opening her eyes. I heard you. Then get up. Now. Sighing, she slowly sat up. The room swayed around her. Shit. She reached out a hand to the wall beside her to steady herself. She took a deep breath and slowly stood all the way up. She almost cried out as her sore legs buckled. Lord, she'd been better this morning than she was now. All she'd done was go for a small walk around town. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face the man holding a gun on her. What do you want? He snorted. Not you, that's for sure. What are you, a toothpick? And weak as shit. Need solid women up here. Not breakable models. For some reason that hurt. She'd thought she'd done quite well so far. But apparently not. I've been ill. Yeah, well, you should have died and saved me the trouble of killing you. Her heart sank and her gut twisted. Why would you kill me? She whispered. I didn't do anything to you. He walked over to the window and looked out. And she caught sight of his profile. It was the man she'd been following in town. The man who'd torched Boomer's diner. Damn it. Had he seen her? Had he noticed her following him? Had he tracked her back here? What the hell was going on? Dropping the curtain, he spun and stared at her. And caught the look on her face. In a knowing voice he said, "Yeah, I can see it in your eyes." He snorted. "You recognized me." She swallowed hard, trying to figure out how to answer. "I might have seen you around town. I do work at a diner." "No, you used to work at a diner. And lived above it according to Boomer. Only the diner burned to the ground, right?" Her breath balled up in her throat. "I guess you needed a new bed for the night, didn't you?" His grin held satisfaction and a touch of craziness. Just enough to scare her shitless. Damn it. It had been him. "What did you do after you torched the place? Call around to find me?" And she knew she'd made a mistake. His glare would chill anyone to ice. "What do you know about that?" "Nothing," she cried. "I don't know anything. Why are you here? Why are you in my room? What do you want?" "Not that, that's for sure. You're too damn skinny to ride. You'd break after 5 minutes." He turned to stare out the window. "No," he said. "There won't be time either." What did that mean? She puzzled on it while she mentally measured the distance between the doorway and the bed. Could she make a run for it? Get down the stairs and out the front door before he caught her? And then what? Where could she go? Nowhere. But once again, anywhere was better than here. Her new wallet was lying on the night table with her money and new debit card. Maybe she'd be lucky enough to get away with her wallet this time. "Don't even think about it." His harsh voice made her wince, her muscles tense. "Don't think about what?" she asked in a low voice. "Trying to make a run for it." She shuddered and glanced at the door. What if she didn't go down the stairs, but headed for the back entrance? There was one, but she didn't know the house plan as well as she'd have liked. It was a simple thing to go the wrong way and get caught. Shit. She didn't know what to do. But she wasn't going to stay here and receive whatever punishment he was meting out. Running seemed to be her answer to everything lately. So far it hadn't been working out so well. He straightened suddenly and peered out the window again. She slipped to the door, wallet in hand, and raced down the hallway and stairs in a flash. She heard a shout behind her, but it just added fuel to her feet, and she hit the front door, pulling it open, and dove outside. There was no place to go, but several vehicles had parked out front. She raced to the side of one and hit a wall. She was picked up and held tight. She lost it. She wasn't going down, not now. She was free, damn it. "No," she yelled. "Let me go." Fighting like a wildcat, she twisted and kicked only to realize none of it was doing any good. And that the arms holding her were gentle as could be given she was trying to scratch and kick him. "Easy, Bree." His voice gentle. "Easy, honey. I don't want to hurt you." Finally that voice penetrated the din in her head. "Markus." Instantly, she threw her arms around his neck and hung on as hard as she'd been trying to escape. Still crying, she tried to explain what had happened. "It's okay, I'm here now. Take it easy." She shuddered and tried to, but damn it, the tears and the sobs just wouldn't quit. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to get into trouble. I don't know why this keeps happening to me," she wailed. He rubbed her shoulders and held her close, his head tucked against hers. Not like a stranger but more like a lover, and just that thought brought tears to her eyes. It had been so long since someone held her close like this. Someone who cared for her. She'd been alone a long time. Sure, she had family, but that wasn't the same thing. It's not something she'd expected to miss as much as she did, but she did, and she didn't want to anymore. She buried her face against the crook of his neck and burrowed in. Shivers racked her form, but no matter what she did, she couldn't seem to calm down. Finally, he sat her down on the truck seat but still held on tight. When she could, she explained what happened. "Are you sure it was him?" She nodded. "It was him. I know it was him. I saw him downtown and followed him." Markus roared. If there were words mixed up inside that voice, there was no way to prove it by her. She reared back and gave him a good frown. What's the matter? You saw the arsonist and decided it would be a good idea to follow him? On your own? Without telling anyone about what you were doing? He gave her a gentle shake. I told you not to do that. How could I tell you? Besides, if I'd told anyone, then they wouldn't let me do it, she cried. What was the point of that? She shuddered. No one else was there, and I didn't want to lose him. Where did he go? Asked the stranger at Markus's side. He'd come from the front door, and the look on his face. A third man popped up behind Markus as well, his gaze intent as he listened to her explanation. Were there more here? She recognized one, Shadow. He'd taken Jake from Markus when they'd reached the cabin. She could place several of Markus's friends. There was the giant guy, Swede. And she recognized a couple more that she'd heard Markus use their names. Mason and Hawk, she thought they were called. But she wasn't sure she knew this other man. I don't know, she confessed from deep inside Markus's arms. Shadow looked scary and dangerous. He was on his phone talking to someone, but his gaze was on her, waiting for her answer. I lost sight of him. Good thing, Markus said in a harsh voice. I was sleeping, she whispered, and woke up to the gun at my neck. She shuddered. You're okay now, Markus said in a low, soothing voice. What did he say to you? Shadow asked. When she didn't answer right away, Markus nudged her. Answer, Shadow. She sighed and relayed what she could remember. In truth, she just wanted to forget. A second vehicle ripped up beside them, with several more men all dressed in military gear inside. It parked, hard glances exchanged, and men spread out. She watched in shocked silence as half a dozen disappeared into the neighborhood. She pulled back slightly so she could look up into Markus's face. Who are they? The rest of my unit, he said in low tones. They are searching for the gunman. You need to call them back, she cried. They aren't armed. Markus slanted a look at her. They don't need to be armed. If he's here, they'll find him and take him down regardless. She blinked. What are you guys, superheroes? She managed to ask the question without cracking a smile, and was gratified to see him grin at her. His chest rumbled under her ear. She smiled. Okay, just kidding, but seriously, it seems like you are always at the right place at the right time. I wish, he said in a low, pained voice. But I know I haven't been in the past. Damn, I'm sorry. I forgot. Not your fault. He hugged her once, then released her. Let's get you all the way inside the truck. You're freezing. She shook her head and tried to hop down. I need to go back to my room. He snatched her up close again, as if he was afraid she'd bolt. No way are you going inside. I just bought new t-shirts, she protested. I need them. He glanced down at the old dirty clothing she still wore. See, I didn't have a chance to get changed yet. And you're not going to do so now either. She stared at him. Damn, you're killing me. These clothes are going to walk away on their own. I'm going to walk around naked soon, she muttered. And that's supposed to be a deterrent, he asked, his voice rising in humor. I'd be more than happy to have you in that state. Only if you are too, she snapped. Besides, I'll have goosebumps all over from freezing, she warned. That's not a pretty sight. I'll keep you warm, he promised, a twinkle in his eyes. She blushed. She actually blushed. She could feel the rosy heat rising on her neck and cheeks. Hell, my temperature is going up already just thinking about it, she muttered under her breath. I heard that. Well, you weren't supposed to. She glared at him. He grinned at her. She rolled her eyes and scrambled back up into the front of the truck. A quick boost from him, and she was sitting on the front seat and now eye level with him. You're too pretty for your own good. I'm what? He asked in outrage. I am not pretty. You don't like the implication that pretty is feminine, do you? Inexplicably, she felt pleased to have poked him. Do I look feminine to you? He glared at her. She withheld her grin but took her time looking at the heavy square jaw, the huge hazel eyes locked on her, the massive shoulders and neck. She gave a happy sigh. Nope, you look like a cross between a hell's angel and one of heaven's angels. His eyebrows shot up and he looked so surprised she had to grin. Well, you do look so damn tough, I wouldn't want to meet you in a back alley at night, and so damn soft I would arrange to meet you at nighttime, she explained. His gaze warmed and a twinkle shone in his eyes. I do like the sound of the last part. See, there you go flirting even in these situations. You flirted first, he protested, but his gaze sharpened and he was looking behind her shoulder. And she realized that the whole time he'd been talking to her he'd been keeping watch, always with an eye to her safety. Only he'd done so in a way that had kept her attention off the danger surrounding them. You're very good at your job. What job is that? He asked. Being a guardian angel. I thought I was a cross between two different angels. She beamed at him. You are, that makes you the guardian angel. She really was nuts. That was the only explanation for her odd comments. But she just might be his kind of nuts. And he could really use that. But was he what she needed? Not that they had been together long enough to find out. She was cute as hell. Not pretty. Gamine was the word his grandmother would have used. A huge mobile mouth that was quick to smile. Her eyes were a soft blue, and they stayed with a permanent, almost ethereal look to them. Would that be the case later when she'd recovered her strength and health? Or should they deepen to a more normal color? There was a silvery tint to them to add to the ghostly appearance. But with her button nose and high cheekbones, she was an appealing package. Now if only she was a more normal weight. Still, she'd done everything right. She'd survived. That was more than most and all anyone could ask of her. She reached up her arms. He tugged her forward and she hugged him close. Thanks for being you, she whispered. He was charmed. He didn't think he'd ever met anyone else like her. Well, maybe, but they all belonged to his SEAL team. Not that the women would agree with the term belong. They were all strong, independent women. And so was this one. But she was in trouble, and there was something about that that brought out the protective instincts in all men. If it had been Shadow who had found her, would she have connected the same to him? No, because Shadow wouldn't have allowed the connection. He had someone so damn special in his life already, two someones as his partner cared for her younger brother as well. Shadow was a contented man. So what if it had been Evan? Would any single man have managed that same connection? She reached up and kissed his cheek, then snuggled close to his chest. I'm so damn cold. Sorry. He rubbed her back and tried to infuse her body with warmth. He didn't know what it was going to take, but a hot bath and layers of blankets might help. The best would be a hot and heavy lovemaking session, as that would heat her from the inside out. Then the bath and bed. Plus food in there somewhere. She couldn't keep this up. I'm fine, she whispered. Stop worrying. You're not fine, he fussed. You're fussing. I am not, he said, horrified. I wouldn't. You are. She snickered. But thank you. In disgust he tried to pull back from her arms, but she wouldn't let him, clinging like a limpet and laughing. I mean the thank you part. Seems like a long time since anyone gave a damn. That's not good. Everyone needs friends, of both sexes. I agree. She smiled. My old boyfriends didn't. They hated the idea of us doing things without them, so over time the friends all fell away, until I learned that it was the boyfriends I should be getting rid of, not the girlfriends. Right. He just didn't get that. Was everyone so insecure that they couldn't stand to let the other person have friends, independent of the relationship? Naturally, friends of one became friends of both over time, but to not let the other partner develop a life out of the relationship, that wasn't healthy. He rubbed her back gently, frowning again as his hand slipped over her sharp shoulder blades. Stop. I'm fine. I'm getting better, she scolded him for worrying so much. No, you're not. You're going from trouble to trouble. It's going to get you killed. And so what am I supposed to do? She leaned back and challenged him with a look. I will end up going back to California at one point, but running away from here isn't a great answer. It's not running away if you don't enjoy what you find at one location or another. He dropped his chin onto her head. It's all about perspective. I'm not sure I'm ready to jump into the rat race at home again, and I'd feel like I had to make a living. This pace, she waved her hand around the neighborhood, I like it. There is so much less stress. That's what was killing me before. So find something less stressful to do. And you know what rent costs the utilities back in civilization. Here I pay less than $500 a month, including everything, and can make money to bank at the end of the day, working at a place like Boomer's. If Boomer is still alive and can rebuild the diner, that's one thing, but what if he can't? Her shoulders sagged. I've been trying to ignore that possibility. It's burned to the ground. Unless he wants to start all over again. She groaned. I just wish I could go to a small place out of town. Find a calm, restful place to live and do my old job online instead. So why can't you? I need the place and the money to spot me a few months until money is rolling in again, she said seriously. And no, I won't be asking my father for that steak. He nodded. Of course not. You're too independent for that. Maybe, but just because it's the ideal lifestyle for me, doesn't make it a doable one. Everything in life is doable. At least that's what my wife used to say. And she was right. She grinned up at him. He couldn't help himself, that mouth was just asking for it. He leaned over and kissed her. He heard an odd sound off to the left. Lifting his head, he studied the houses surrounding them, but there was nothing visible. He knew the men had scattered and were doing a full-on sweep, but his instincts were flaring. They were being watched. He didn't know how or where, but someone was keeping an eye on them. With a gentle push, he shoved her deeper into the truck. Then closed the door and walked around on the other side. He wasn't going to stay here if that was the case. He opened the driver's door and heard the pop. Something plucked at his shirt and pierced his shoulder. Swearing softly, he threw himself into the front of the truck. And slammed the door. What's wrong? Bree cried. You just dove in. She reached out to lay a hand on his shoulder and saw the blood. And screamed. Chapter 17. Oh my God, you're bleeding. What happened? I've been shot. She gasped and spun around, searching the area for his shooter. A second shot shattered the glass of the passenger door. Glass showered over the two of them. She dropped to the footwell, a scream cut off in her throat. She searched his face in the dark cab. Are you badly hurt? No, Markus whispered. I'm fine. Well, you're not fine, she countered, if you've been shot. He leaned over and turned on the truck engine. Let me drive, she snapped. I'm not that badly hurt. The words were barely out of his mouth when the rear windshield exploded. She screamed and ducked lower. Stay down, he ordered as he reversed the truck at high speed, then he shifted and jumped the truck forward. Several more bullets hit the side panel as he ripped out of the parking lot and onto the road. He raced down the main street at full speed. He didn't let up until they were miles away. She stared at him as he reacted in such a cool and controlled manner. Until she saw the blood dripping down his arm. We have to get you to a doctor. Is there one here? There are a couple of medical clinics, likely not open at this hour, but we're well over an hour to the nearest hospital. He tried to pull his phone out of his pocket, but she snatched it out of his hand. And clicked on his contacts. Mason was at the top of the list. She hit dial without giving him a chance to argue. Markus, asked a voice on the other end. You okay? We heard shots. No, she snapped. He's been shot. It's Bree, the woman he rescued twice. There was a sniper in the top floor of the house across from mine. Is he badly hurt? Mason's voice darkened with temper. Good, she was pissed too. No, not enough that he will let me drive, but too much to take the phone back from me, she growled. I don't know if there's a doctor available in town at this hour, but he's bleeding. I'm fine, roared Markus from beside her. She gasped. You are not fine. You're bleeding all over the truck. The truck will wash. And what about your butt then? What? He asked in confusion. You're sitting on glass. Hell, I'm sitting on glass. Then you need to see a doctor, he snapped. Your skin is paper thin. You're probably bleeding to death right now. Nope. No more doctors for me. Then I'm taking you to the hospital instead. Don't bother, I won't go, she said cheerfully. Besides, people die in those places, didn't you know that? If you're cut up with glass, we have to get you checked over, Markus argued. You're the one that's sick, we can't let anything more happen or you'll never recover. Ha. She took another look outside, but she didn't know where they were. Mason, can you hear him? I hear him. There was an oddly humorous note in his voice. Okay, I'll get checked out, Mason, but only if Markus agrees to get fixed up too. I'm fine, Markus snapped. Then so am I. She glared at him. God, this was a ridiculous conversation. And she felt like an idiot, but wasn't going to back down. He was too stubborn for his own good. We see you. Markus, pull over. Glaring at her, Markus pulled onto the shoulder of the road. Now you're in for it, he snapped. What? She gasped. What did I do? 2 other vehicles ripped up beside them. Instantly they were swarmed by his men, most she recognized by now. She swallowed hard. Regardless of the glass thrown across the seat, she shifted closer and put up her hands. Markus snickered. She glared at him. What? They are freaking scary, she exclaimed, but she lowered her hands and deepened her glare. Are you laughing at me? She snapped. No, never. But he couldn't hold his chuckles back as the men surrounded them. Markus is faint from the loss of blood. Weak. He needs to go to the doctor, she said earnestly to the men. He almost passed out when he got shot, she lied blithely. Markus's laughter died, and it was his turn to glare at her. He's too injured to be on active duty, she said sweetly, adding, I'm sure he can't even walk. Maybe someone stronger than him should carry him. She batted her eyelashes as Markus steamed at her. She heard laughter from the others. You have a mean streak, Markus announced. And you love it, she retorted. Like I'm going to let you steamroll me. She crossed her arms and gave him a nod, as if to underscore her position. He snorted. As if. You might be small, but you're lethal. Thank you. And that's when she noticed Swede staring into the truck, his gaze going from one to the other. And grinning. She narrowed her eyes at him. You aren't laughing at Markus's misfortune to have been shot, are you? When his grin didn't disappear fast enough, she gasped and said in a heartfelt voice, he was trying to save me. Markus is all heart. A bleeding heart, actually. She glared at Markus, who rolled his eyes at her. But he's really a nice man. Once you get past that gruff exterior, then you have to give allowances to guardian angels. They do require an extra dose of patience on account of being so special. Oh, for crying out loud, Markus roared, throwing up his hands. Oh, don't you dare get mad at me, she cried. If anyone should be angry, it's me. If you hadn't been kissing me, you'd never have been shot, she declared. Silence. Markus's glare couldn't get any more lethal. So you're angry because he kissed you, Swede hazarded a guess, but that damn smirk of his was still in view. Of course I'm not angry he kissed me, she said, affronted. Poor Markus. How could you make him feel bad about that? She reached out and snatched up Markus's hand and held it close to her chest. Why would you say that? Swede slowly shook his head like a confused bull. No idea. Excuse me for misunderstanding. Apologize to Markus. It's him you insulted. I did. Swede looked confused. Markus? Don't worry about it. I doubt any of us have a clue. Bree squeezed his hand. You don't have to put on a brave face. If these men are the friends you say they are, they won't have a problem apologizing, she assured him. He'd had about enough of this. Bree, they are my friends. Therefore they don't need to apologize, and in this case there isn't a man standing who'd have a clue what he'd be apologizing for. He watched confusion settle on her face as she glanced from one to the other, and saw the grinning faces. Oh, she said in a small voice. Sorry. I just didn't want them to upset you. I know how sensitive you are. She maddened Markus. She fascinated him. But she frustrated him to no end first and foremost. They transferred to a new truck, Bree at his side in the front, while Markus sat half out of the driver's side as Mason came around to check his wound. His actions were competent, steady, but the look on his face priceless. Markus groaned silently. You're right there, Swede said, his voice somber, his face earnest. Markus is a sensitive soul. He is. She patted Markus's hand. A harsh cry escaped his mouth before it was cut off. Don't hurt him, she cried out, leaning over to take a look. Markus grabbed her and tucked her up close so she couldn't push Mason away. He's not hurting me, Bree. He's helping me. He studied her face for a long moment, then looked over at Mason, who was more concerned with his wound than with Bree. Mason poked and pressed gently. Markus, for all his best effort, struggled to keep back his wince. But she noticed it anyway. She scooched closer again, stroking his arm. It's okay, Markus. You're not badly hurt. You'll be fine. He didn't have a clue what to say. That he was completely surrounded by grinning idiots didn't help. But that she cared enough to try and make him feel better. She was an innocent in the world. No, his mind immediately rejected that concept. It wasn't that she was an innocent. She'd seen a lot of the negative of life. But she still managed to keep a sunny disposition and a life will get better attitude. That was naive, but it was also refreshing. He dealt in treachery and darkness, assholes and their shitty actions. He didn't want her touched by that. And yet she was aware of what went on. Had lived it and wanted a simpler life. He wasn't sure that gave him any wiggle room to be a part of her life. His world was dark and dirty and affected all areas. He tried to keep them out of his personal life, but there was always some bleed through. Then who was he kidding? She might not want anything to do with him. Particularly when she realized he lived on base in Coronado. That was hardly small-town laid-back country life. Although for the right woman, he might be willing to move. The question here was she the right woman? Chapter 18. Bree had always hated to see anyone hurt, physically or emotionally. She'd been on the receiving end more times than she liked herself, so she was very sensitive to what others were going through. She got that Markus was big and macho and wouldn't like anyone to see him hurting, but she'd seen several big hulking men cry in the beds beside her when going through chemo treatments. They might be able to hold out longer, but there were some things that just everyone broke down over. She knew Markus had cried after losing his wife. And that he wouldn't want anyone to know it or to mention it. But he loved deeply this man. And he lost hard. He was also not as comfortable as he'd like everyone to think he was around women. Sure, he'd been in a long-term relationship, but she doubted he'd been with many women since. And likely never longer than a few weeks. That would push his buttons. Anything longer than a few dates became a relationship and could bring back painful memories. Are you a doctor, Mason? She asked. He shook his head. No. None of us are, but we're all decent medics. Because you felt responsible. Mason slowly raised his head from the wound he was cleaning and studied her face. Very perceptive. What? Markus growled at him. Why the hell would you feel responsible? Doesn't matter why. You're part of my team. If I could have saved you, I would have. Not me, joked another huge man from behind her. I spent too many months in the hospital, thanks. I'd have thrown you under the bus. Markus chuckled. Hell, Cooper, you probably would. Nah, he wouldn't, Bree whispered. He's worried you're hurt worse and might have to go through something like he did. There was an odd silence, then Cooper said, "Are you psychic or something?" She laughed. "Wouldn't that be fun? But no, I'm not. I just understand people. Especially when it comes to people's relationship to injuries, death, and of course the whole process of dying." "A grief counselor?" Swede, standing behind Mason, asked. "You don't look it." "That's because I'm not," she said, exasperated. "I'm an investment advisor, but I have way too much experience with death, and that fine edge of dying." Mason looked up over at her. "You almost died?" She nodded. "And stayed on the brink for a long time. Life is a gift, but not one most people appreciate." "So true," a new voice said from behind her. She studied their faces. "Do you all work with him?" They nodded. "We're all part of the same unit." "Right. So you all do the same dangerous shit he does, and put your life on the line for those of us who can't, every day too." They all nodded. "Thank you for your service," she said in a low voice. "It's a job I couldn't do even if I could." From the looks on their faces, they understood what she'd been trying to say. Markus squeezed her hand. "Is it bad?" she asked Mason. "No. He's just going to be sore for a day or two." "But it's only a graze?" Markus asked. "Didn't cut any muscle tissue. So no heavy lifting." Mason nodded. Bree scolded him. "And that means leaving my fat ass on the ground." "Ha, if you were heavy maybe, but you got a long way to go to get out of mosquito status." He smirked. She understood it was his way of dealing with the relief of being not badly hurt, but still he had to take it seriously. "It's important. You listen to Mason." "Yeah, with you being sensitive and all, Mason doesn't want to hurt your feelings by repeating his warning," Swede said. Markus's glare said he was promising retribution for the teasing. She patted his huge thigh. "Be nice. He cares for you." Markus leaned his head back along the headrest and closed his eyes. Mason went to say something, but she shushed him. "Shush. Markus is trying to rest. He needs a nap." Mason stared at her. "No, I'm not." Markus snapped. "And I wouldn't." "Why wouldn't you?" She seemed genuinely curious, so he didn't take offense. "Because I'm a warrior. I don't take naps." She stared at him. "But you were sleeping earlier." He stared at her. When you were holding me in your arms." And damn if she didn't pat his hand yet again. "I was power napping," he tried to explain. "Right. Like I said, sleeping." And she sat back down in the seat, as if she'd won some kind of argument. He shook his head. There was no point in trying to explain. Besides, his friends were once again grinning like madmen. Talk about having fallen down a rabbit hole. He felt like shit from his injury, but the crazy emotions, the laughter, the surprises, hell, the joy of just being around her, well, it was offsetting some of that pain. Since when had a woman made something like that happen? His wife was as different from Bree as could be. She'd been a biologist, working in a lab full-time. She'd loved facts and figures and all things analytical. She'd been a math brain. Bree, on the other hand. Then again, she was an investment broker, and that just didn't match up with the bubbly urchin beside him either. Still, she hadn't gotten there on nothing. Maybe it had been stress that had sent her careening down the path of illness, but it also showed she had smarts. She was so emotional. So caring. He didn't know what to do with it. With Fiona, after so many years, they already knew how each other would react in a situation. They'd tease each other and sometimes push the limit, like all relationships were wont to do. They'd fought, but not often, and not over anything important, no matter what it seemed like at the time. She'd been reserved. Quiet. Refined. Bree was emotional, quiet on the inside, but quick to defend herself and those around her. She was a bleeding heart. And she felt things deeply. She'd been taken to the cliff, tossed over, and found her inner core to be stronger than she thought. He understood. He'd been taken to that same point as part of his training, then time and time again through his work. And after the first time, the rest was much easier. When you've lost everything but this one thing that you have to beat, one thing that you must surmount or else you are no longer there, well, it makes you face the nitty-gritty of who you are inside. She'd gotten there in a different way, but she'd also done what he'd done. They'd both succeeded in facing who they were and moved on. He could respect that. In fact, he admired it. The only other people he knew who'd been through something similar were his friends. They'd all gone through Bud-S training where the chaff was separated from the wheat, and only those with the stamina to see it through stood beside him. And that achievement had settled something inside him. He'd understood the limits to which the human mind and body could go and still thrive. She had too. He stared down at his hand she cradled, as if she could impart her strength to him. To take away his pain and help him through this. He didn't need the help, but she didn't know that. More than that, it wouldn't matter to her. She'd believe everyone could use a little more regardless. If he were honest, he was feeling better. And it had nothing to do with the fact that, according to Mason, the injury in his shoulder was minor. It had everything to do with the woman at his side. So maybe she was right after all. Mason poked him. He slanted a glance over at his friend and raised an eyebrow. "What was that for?" he asked. Mason shook his head, but his grin kept twinkling. "Nothing. You're bandaged and good to go." Instantly, Markus dropped Bree's hand and fired up the engine. "Where are we going?" "Nowhere." Mason shook his head. "The local authorities have this one." Markus shook his head. "I'm the one that got shot," he protested. "And they are also seriously short-handed." "I heard them talking about it at the diner," Bree snapped. "There's only 2 men here right now." "How do you know?" "Because it's a town of less than 40,000 people," she said. "One of the officers is on holiday, and one of the others just injured his leg. He's in Anchorage getting it X-rayed or something. They are expecting a replacement any time, but for the moment, there are only 2 men in the office." The men studied her, then looked at each other. Mason grabbed his phone and stepped slightly back and out of the way. She motioned to the men around Markus. "Can't you take the sniper out? My intruder is the arsonist." "So who is doing the shooting?" "He's probably the same man that hurt Jake. Besides, one of your own got shot. Can't you go after him and put a stop to it?" She smiled at them. "I'm sure they need your help." "Still need to have authorization," Markus said quietly. "And we just got it." Mason gave a feral smile. "Everyone but Markus with me." And everyone scattered. Markus glared at the group as they all disappeared, gravel spitting out in their wake. "Damn it." Markus pounded the steering wheel in frustration. Bree patted his hand. "I know you're disappointed at being left behind, but—" He turned to look at her. "I'm fine," he growled. "Liar." She laughed at his disgruntled look. Chapter 19. He wasn't happy at all to be left behind. She could sense the frustration rolling off his back. "Can we drive back to the bed and breakfast, now that the shooter has run out the other end of town, and collect the rest of my stuff, again?" she asked. "Before someone decides to burn it down too." She stared into the night. "Also, did anyone check with Doris, the owner of the bed and breakfast? Make sure she was okay." "She wasn't home," he said. "Someone checked." "Well, she should have been." "That's her home too," Bree exclaimed. "Maybe she's locked up in one of the other rooms." Markus studied her carefully. "What do you know of her?" "Not much. I saw her at the diner a couple of times, and we chatted over a meal earlier, but nothing personal." He nodded and turned on the engine, then turned the truck around. "Let's go find out if she's there." "Will the cops have shown up here yet?" she asked, wondering if she should have brought it up. "I doubt it. If, as you say, there are very few officers here, then the shooter is going to take priority." He drove back to the B&B, pulled up in front, and studied the dark house. "It should be dark inside, right?" she asked. It's after midnight. If Doris is home, she'd be sound asleep. And if she's not here, then it would be dark too. Maybe, but wouldn't there be outside lights? Not sure there were any to begin with, she said. On second thought, I don't think she's there. It looks deserted, she announced. She opened her truck door only to find he was already standing in front of her, his hand out to help her. You're very good at looking after someone. He grinned and joked, I'm better at killing people. Good, she said seriously. Someone needs to be. It doesn't bother you? He asked in surprise. She shook her head. No, why should it? I'm gone a lot, the work is dangerous. Every mission is fraught with secrecy and danger. Sure, but you love it. And someone needs to do the job. Why not you? Besides, like you said, you're good at it. Making you the best man for the job. He laughed. There's your optimistic viewpoint again. How do you know I'm any good at it? 'Cause you're good at everything. She said it simply because it was the truth, and all the more powerful when stated without adornment. She had learned a lot about human nature in her past jobs. People's relationship to money was a big one. Their position in the world. Where their place was in the world. It gave her an interesting insight into humanity. At the same time, she worked with the climbers of the company. Those wanting to get to the top and stay there. But of course, getting to the top was a decade-long struggle, and there was no way to stay at the top, as there were always more climbers coming along behind, ready to push them off. The higher one went, the longer and harder the fall. She was a good example. She'd been climbing her own way to the top when she'd been diagnosed. It had been a painful reality. She'd fallen off her perch, and due to the nature of her illness, she'd fallen all the way to the bottom. Initially, there'd been sympathy all around, and that had been quickly followed with everyone slowly but visibly separating from her, as if by putting distance between them, they'd get to live and keep climbing. Like, wasn't it terrible what had happened to her, but thankfully, at least it wasn't them. It had been a great lesson in human nature. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Not everyone had been so self-absorbed. Several of the women, not climbers, had tried to help her. Volunteering to shuffle her to appointments, food shopping, and home again. She'd appreciated it, but quickly realized that although they came from the heart and were willing to help out, the whole dying process made them uncomfortable. And she'd let them off the hook. They were good people in a tough situation. Just like she was. Her old neighbor had been wonderful. He was retired and loved to spend time gaming. But when he found out, he had quickly taken over chauffeuring her around town, helping her to take care of the necessities so she could take care of herself. She needed to remember to contact him when she got home. Let him know she was okay. It was the least she could do. The house was silent as they walked up to the front door. How do we get in? She whispered, the eerie emptiness affecting her. She moved closer to him. He pushed the front door, and it opened easily. She gasped. It shouldn't be unlocked. Then again, she'd bolted out and never thought to close the door behind her. The men had been in searching for the gunman. Had they shut and locked it? Not likely. Not normally. He slipped inside the front door, and with a finger to his lips for her to be quiet, he motioned for her to follow him. Good thing. She had no intention of staying outside at this point. Inside, he did a quick sweep of the main floor with her in his wake, then led her upstairs. The original assessment appeared to be correct. The house was empty. At her room, she quickly collected the few items she had. She glanced at the new shirts, then dashed into the bathroom and changed into one. She still didn't have new jeans, but this would do for now. She washed her face, then returned to the bedroom to find that Markus had done a quick sweep of the room, and had found a hair clip on the floor and hairbrush that had been missed on the top of the dresser. She grinned in delight and quickly packed up the rest of her belongings. There were less than a dozen pieces that she'd just picked up, but hey, they were her dozen pieces. Afterwards, they walked down the main floor and to the front door. I wonder where Doris went, she asked. She could be anywhere. Markus opened the door to the downstairs office, but it was empty. He gave the interior a quick search, then went to the next and continued on. Is there a basement? He shot her a look and opened the door beside him. She peered around behind him. Stairs. He flicked on the light and slowly walked down. She hated to stay, and she hated to follow. This was too much like a horror movie. She let him get several steps down as she decided whether to follow. Then realized she'd be all alone upstairs if she didn't. She glanced down the dark hallway and bolted behind him. He held up a hand to warn her to be quiet, then disappeared down and around the last bend. She waited, indecisions and fear eating at her. She could hardly breathe. Bree, come here. Relived, she raced the rest of the way down and found him crouched beside Doris's body, lying on the far side of an old desk. Oh my God. She ran to his side. Is she alive? Yes, but she's been knocked unconscious. I don't see any external injuries or breaks. She looked at the woman's position to the stairs. Could she have fallen? Not likely. She'd had to have crawled a good 10 feet before collapsing for her to be here. He gently stroked his fingers along her skull line. No, the blow hit her from behind. He glanced at the stairs. I suspect she was either carried or dragged down here then dumped out of sight. But wouldn't her attacker have locked the basement door? It had no lock on it, he replied. His phone buzzed and she realized he'd likely already called for help. The poor police department, already strapped, was seriously overwhelmed at this point. She was damn glad Markus and his team were here. The police needed them. This was a dark night for the town. He glanced over at her, studying, assessing. I'm fine, she said quietly. There's nothing like finding someone worse off to remind you of how you really are doing. His gaze warmed and he gave her a clipped nod. He was such a damn good man. She blurted out something that completely shocked her. The words flew out of her mouth, over the body of the injured woman and into the house of horrors. If I move back to California, would you be interested in seeing me again? His eyebrows shot up and his gaze widened in shock. Shit. Yeah, apparently I have no social graces or flirting skills anymore, she whispered, mortified. I don't even know where that came from, she cried out, her hands slapping over her cheeks. Does that mean you are interested or aren't then? He asked, his voice laced with humor. She groaned and closed her eyes. I'm not usually this raw. A rough sound emerged from his direction. She peeked through her eyelashes, knowing her face had to be scarlet at this point. The heat was burning through her insides in embarrassment as it was. He was chuckling and trying not to. But failing. She sighed and dropped her hands. I really suck at this, don't I? His eyes twinkled and a crooked grin appeared. Then, in a move she didn't see coming and definitely couldn't have anticipated, he leaned over and kissed her. A kiss of promise. A kiss of hope. A kiss of hell. Yeah, he'd like to see her if and when she got back to California. So much heat. So much passion all leashed. Like her own. Oh Lord. She shouldn't have opened this can of worms. It had been a long time since she'd been held in a lover's embrace. He slowly withdrew, leaving her shivering in place, her gaze locked on his, now dark with passion. Oh, thank God. She wasn't alone in this. Does that mean yes? She whispered. Why do you think I was pushing for you to go to your father's place? He murmured. Alaska is a hell of a long way to visit. Her smile was slow coming, but when it bloomed it shook him to his core. There was so much sweetness and light inside. She'd been alone for a long time. And like him, she hadn't thought there'd be another loving relationship in her future. They were both lost and working their way back to being found. But were they walking in the same direction and getting closer to each other? His mind said it was too early to tell. His heart said it already knew the answer, and he needed to get up to speed. But what about her? She studied him carefully, looking for something. He didn't know what, but figured any assurances would be good. He started to speak when his phone went off. He snatched it up. Mason. Yeah, Evan and Chase are on their way to you. We need an ambulance here too. I've called for one, but it's going to be a while. Explain. Markus quickly brought him up to speed. Bree is with me. Stay there. The intruder might come back. Markus nodded but kept silent. He didn't want Bree worrying about that aspect. Update. No word. Hawk and Shadow are hunting. Mason hesitated. Markus. What? Keep in mind that someone appears to be burning up his evidence. I was considering the options, but you just helped make that decision. Right. Go easy. The guys should be there in minutes. They'd better make that seconds. Markus hung up. He put his phone away and hopped to his feet. Come on, we'll take her outside and lay her down on the back of the truck. No, we shouldn't move her, Bree cried. What if she has a neck injury? He hoped not, but glancing around the basement, he found kindling stacked up beside an old heater stove. Grab me a couple of the towels over on the dryer. Within seconds, he had a rough splint wrapped around the woman's neck and shoulders. With Bree's help, he had her loaded into his arms and was carefully moving up the stairs. The reminder of the arsonist had been enough to raise his blood pressure. Until these women were out safe, he wasn't going to rest. At the top of the stairs, he let her go first to open doors. At the front door, he said, Wait. Turn the handle and let the door stand open for a moment. She looked at him. Her face thinned as she realized someone could be waiting for them outside. Should we go out the back door? He considered the idea, then shook his head. They will already know we're here. If someone is going to shoot us, they'll do it when we're out far enough to not rush inside the house again, and before we can make cover of the truck. Her face paled. It's going to be okay, he said calmly. 2 of my team are on the way. With the door open a crack, I can see them when they arrive. She took a deep breath and opened the door, then ran back to the hallway. Chapter 20. She couldn't imagine her life being this way. Dear God, she wanted this over. She waited, her breath caught in the back of her throat as she watched Markus peer into the night. There was only silence from the darkness outside. Why did shit like this happen at nighttime? Why never in broad daylight with the birds singing? The only thing moving outside were the damn predators. She watched his face, but it had locked down, the angles sharper in the off light. They'd left the light to the basement on, and it threw a small halo, but at the front door the effect had dimmed to almost nothing. They are almost here. They've just turned onto this street. And then she heard a vehicle slowly drive up to the house. Her breath rushed out. Did you warn them? They might get shot. They know, he murmured. They are ready. How did anyone get ready to be shot? Never mind, she really didn't want to know. Markus used his boot to open the door wider. He stopped again and listened. Her muscles tensed for the race to the truck. With a nod to her, he stepped out onto the front porch and waited for her to join him. He was always looking out for her. At his side, they quickly walked to the truck and the 2 men waiting for them. She recognized both men from the crowd of faces she'd seen earlier at Markus's side. Evan and Chase both looked hard, dangerous, and pissed. Bad night, the tall blonde said quietly when they reached him. He opened the back door of the new vehicle that held a bench seat. With the other man's help, Markus laid Doris carefully on the seat. Bree clambered up to sit beside her. The doors were shut, closing them in. And for the first time she could take a breath and relax slightly. She reached a hand down and stroked Doris's arm. Easy, girl. You're going to be fine now. At least she hoped she would be. So much pain and destruction. For what? What the hell was going on? And why? She stared down at her hands. She should have gotten a cell phone after the bank, but she hadn't the energy for more shopping. It would go on the top of tomorrow's list of things to do. She considered her meager bank account. A phone might have to wait until she was home. Funny how home was sounding appealing to her more and more. Still, she had a lot of logistics to work out. No, really she didn't. She just had to commit to that path and the rest would come. She could stay with her father until she found a job. Or create one for herself. She knew her industry. Several people in the business to talk to. Maybe even to discuss options with. Just the thought of going back to that world made her tired. There had to be a solution. She'd been doing fine with money before she'd been diagnosed. She knew that her medical history would make several companies pause before they'd hire her. Setting up her own business and doing what she could when she could would be the best. She didn't need much. And it wouldn't be long before she could make decent money again. But she didn't want to do so at the cost of her health. Like before. Bree? She spun around to see Markus holding out a takeout cup. Coffee. Really? Where did you get that from? She exclaimed in delight, noting that one of the men held a cardboard holder with several other cups. Thank you. She accepted the cup. Oh, it's so nice and warm. She beamed at them. Markus shot her a hard look, then jumped in the truck and turned on the engine. The men shut all the doors. Instantly heat blasted toward her. Lord, she hadn't realized how cold she'd become. Sitting on the edge of the seat beside Doris, she curled up in a ball and waited for her bones to get the message that the cold freeze was over. She could hear the men talk. Hugging her coffee, she breathed in the potent aroma and thanked her lucky stars for keeping her safe. Or rather, Markus for keeping her safe. She's really cold, isn't she? Markus nodded, swiveling to check on Bree's progress. She's way underweight and can't keep warm. The little bit of food she eats is expended instantly to keep her functioning and warm. Damn. I want to run out and buy her a meal, Evan said, trying to study Bree in the back of the truck. I already have and want to do it all over again, Markus admitted. How sick was she? She's not giving details, but if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say uterine cancer. Shit, Evan whispered. That's a tough one. Markus could feel his buddy's sidelong glance. She's an interesting woman, Evan added in a neutral tone. Too neutral. She is. There was a heavy silence. Finally Markus, curiosity driving him, asked what's wrong. Evan hesitated. Chase snorted. He wants to know if you're keeping her. Evan shot him a dark look. But it's true. After watching Cooper, you're all over the idea. And what if I am? Evan protested. That doesn't mean I can't see the lay of the land here. She's all about Markus. You guys need to send me in to do the damsel in distress rescue thing next time. Then maybe they'll look at me first. He smirked, but it quickly fell away. Although maybe it should be Levi's turn next. He stared at Markus. But all joking aside, that's not what I'm talking about right now. Markus frowned. So what are you talking about? It's just, well, it seems harsh to say, but, and I mean it in the nicest way. Jesus, Evan spit it out, Chase snapped. You already lost someone you loved. Are you up for someone else who is battling a major disease? One who could die from it in the not-so-distant future. Battled. Markus corrected. Yes, but we also know that it can come back, too damn easily. Chase sucked in his breath. That's rough. And that's why I hesitated to bring it up. She's a lovely girl. She's seriously into Markus and he's into her, but he had a hell of a time after he lost Fiona, and to go through that again. And yet she could be completely fine now. Chase glanced over at the back of the truck. In the distance, the ambulance sirens sounded. I'm just wanting you to think about this, Markus. Markus gave him a lopsided grin. I already have. The thing is, when you've loved and lost, it does make it tough to move on. But when you do, you also realize you wouldn't have missed out on those years, even if they were damn short. I'll never regret having Fiona in my life. Bree's in remission, and she's had her uterus completely removed. That doesn't mean the cancer won't return in a different section of her body, but there's also no reason to think it would. In her case, it's an organ that they could completely remove. If she could get her strength back, she'd be doing wonderfully. Right. That's the way to look at it. Stick to being positive. And know that bad shit happens to good people, and that no matter how many precautions we take, there's no guarantee of any of us living to a ripe old age, Markus said calmly. Especially us, Chase said with a short nod of his head. She could be getting the worst part of the deal. At the moment there is no deal, Markus said. So the discussion is moot. No, there is a deal. It's just whether you are prepared to go forward and accept the gift right in front of you. Evan turned to face the ambulance barreling toward them. If you decide you aren't, let me know. Don't be holding your breath, Markus snapped. Evan was a good man, but light-hearted and a great lover of women. Not a bad thing, but not someone for Bree. He didn't understand what she'd been through. Whereas it was something Markus could understand completely. At least they were both facing the same future, and if they were willing, that was a unique meeting ground. One he felt better to have with her than anyone else. Chapter 21. It was in the wee hours of the morning before the ambulance left. Bree turned to Markus and whispered thank you. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder and tucked her up close. She knew she didn't have to explain. He could have sent her to the hospital with the ambulance. Lord knew she wasn't feeling good, but there was little the hospital could do for her, and they had patients with real needs to deal with. Not exhaustion issues like she had. She also knew she was limited to what she could expect in terms of healing if this didn't stop. She couldn't afford to not work, but she needed a week in the sun. Or two. Like that was going to happen. Unless she went to her father. She snuggled closer to Markus. She'd love to spend a week in the sun with him, but they were a hell of a long way away from that. Markus, Chase called out. Markus swiveled but didn't release her. What? We're doing a full sweep of the neighborhood right now. Right. Markus gave a clipped nod. I'll drop Bree off at the police station and join you. We're taking both trucks, so we'll follow you. Markus lifted Bree up into the passenger side of the truck they'd been driving in and walked around to his side. What if I don't want to go to the station? Do you have anywhere else to go? He asked. You can't come with me, and I can't look after you. So the next safest place is the cop shop. She didn't agree, but didn't have a better solution. The thought of not having him around didn't make her feel better either. They were at the small building within minutes. There was a light on. Of course there was, but here it was akin to saying no one was home. Markus walked up to the front entrance and pulled the door open. He ushered her into the small open room with a wooden railing separating a counter from the desks into the back. And the room was empty. Evan walked in behind him. Is there anyone here? Markus walked to the office and checked all the rooms. No, it's empty. He and Evan exchanged a look that had her wincing. It's not supposed to be empty, is it? Not normally in a scenario like this. It would be the central hub. In order to be central, it has to have people on the outskirts, remember? It's why so many people live here. Little law and few problems. They usually solve the problems themselves. Now, however, she took a seat on the wooden bench against the wall. Go, I'll be fine here. She lay down and tucked her hands under head. I'll be asleep in no time. Chase called out from the front yard, let's go. Frustration on his face, Markus leaned down and gave her a hard kiss. Stay here. If anyone comes, hide until you know for sure who it is. She nodded, but inside she was feeling bereft already. Or I could stay locked in the truck, she said hopefully. No, you could be seen. I could be here too, she said dryly, waving him off. Go. There are no good options. At least the cops will come back here eventually. Not sure what I'm supposed to do then, but whatever. He stood undecided in the middle of the room, obviously hating to leave her. She loved that about him. Then he was a very lovable man. A good one. You are needed. Go save the world, she said in a low voice and closed her eyes. I'm warm, I'm safe. I can finally sleep again. Be here when I come back. The only sound after that was heavy footsteps as he walked the long porch and stepped off. She waited until she heard both trucks drive away before she tried to sleep. She was tired. But there'd been so much going on, she didn't know how to stop the nightmare of events circulating and recirculating over and over again. If that mental hamster wheel would stop, she'd be out in no time. But instead, questions continued. Why here? Why now? What were these men after? Were they just pissed at their little protest having gone wrong and made a quick change-up in their schedule or plan? Or was the protest just noise to divert attention from something much more serious? It was all too bizarre. This might be a small town, but there were still tens of thousands of people here. And that had to count. She didn't want anyone else hurt. The light overhead was pissing her off too. She hopped up and walked over to shut it off. The moon was low in the sky, barely visible with the clouds. There was an otherworldly glow to the night. The sleepy, peaceful town image had been blown out of the water now. She'd never get the mirage back into the box. And maybe it didn't matter. She'd enjoyed the time she'd been here, but she was ready to move on. Lying back down on the bench, she closed her eyes and resolutely tried to sleep. Surely, given that she was warm and safe, she'd be able to drop off quickly. After a few moments, she could feel her poor body relax into a peaceful rest. Sleep just around the corner. Until she heard footsteps on the porch outside. Instantly awake, she froze, remembering Markus's warning. If anyone came, she was to hide. But hide where? She sat up and stared out at the room. Her choices were limited. It was either inside a small office or under the desk. Damn it. That was no choice at all. If they were expecting to find her here, then neither location provided any help. If they didn't know she was here, then maybe, just maybe, she'd be good. She chose the desk on the far side as it faced the office. Just as the door opened, she skidded underneath. Markus swept down past the second house on the alley. The cops were here, both of them. And they were running the center communication, but no one was counting on them. His unit was used to handling this. But there were a lot of neighborhoods to cover. As far as he was concerned, these were men with an agenda, only no one knew what they were up to. But after taking down Boomer and Doris, kidnapping 3 women and shooting Jake, they meant business. And of course then came burning the diner to the ground. There was a personal note to that part that had him questioning what was really behind all this. Did they know Boomer? Had he been a part of this and pulled out, or had he just had the misfortune to serve one of them undercooked eggs? Markus had seen too much shit in his lifetime to be surprised at any triggers anymore. People were walking time bombs, and what sent one off would be nothing to someone else. It kept life exciting. He crouched and slipped along the back of the one house and around. Clear, crackled the communicator. Clear here. He moved on. They'd completed a sweep on one neighborhood. 2 more were in progress. His thoughts returned to Bree. He knew there were only poor options as to where to stash her, and so far the ones they'd tried hadn't worked out so well. Now he needed to collect her from the station and convince her to come home with him. They had another few days here, then they'd be going home, providing this problem was cleared up first. The focus of the training had shifted given the circumstances. Reality was a bitch, but she was a wonderful training ground. It was also important to stay flexible and adaptable. They'd had several training sessions go south lately, but they'd adapted and learned. So who could complain? He went in low, swept the area, and moved on. Wash, rinse, and repeat. They moved fast from one neighborhood to the next. He moved in an organized manner as part of the larger unit. 2 hours later, nothing. He wasn't happy. They were assessing which of the other neighborhoods to clear when Mason whispered in his ear, "Markus. Shadows tracking someone heading toward the station. It's still empty. The police are beside me. You are the closest." His blood froze. Shit. Easy. No way of knowing what we're looking at this time. Keep your head. My head is clear, but damn it to hell. That's where I stashed Bree. and he was moving as fast as he could toward the building where Bree sat all alone. Chapter 22. Bree couldn't see what the man was doing, if anything. The room was deserted. She'd had no belongings to worry about leaving behind, but she also had no exit. Something she hadn't considered when she'd chosen this hiding place. She buried her face in her knees. Surely he'd see the place was empty and leave. Please let him leave. Her prayers were answered when the door opened and closed again. He fiddled with the knob and then walked along the wooden porch. She released her pent-up breath and relaxed. Thank God for that, she whispered under her breath. She peered around the corner of the desk, but there were only long shadows, adding to her already overactive imagination. No sounds. No movement. She straightened enough to look out the window. Only the deserted parking lot stared back. Yay! She slipped out of her hiding place and walked back over to the bench she'd been seated on before. How long before someone came back for her? She no longer wanted to sleep here. She couldn't trust the stranger wouldn't return. Although it could have been the injured officer coming in to help. Or others. She didn't know who all they called on in times of need, but just because she was afraid he was on the wrong side of this issue didn't mean he was. Then again, she was making up possibilities to make herself feel better. She plunked down on the bench and stretched out her legs. And that's when she heard a sound that made her blood run cold. Liquid splashing on the ground. Oh no! She raced to the window and looked out. A dark shadow ran down the side of the building, pouring liquid from a gas can. At the end of the wall, he threw it down and grabbed up a second one. And she caught sight of his profile again. It was him. The same arsonist. She could barely see the stack of cans by the front wall, but she saw enough to know he had several. She raced to the front door and tugged on the handle. It wouldn't budge. He'd locked the damn door. She struggled again, her mind racing as she looked around for another way to open the door. But it wasn't budging. There had to be a back door, although that was closer to where the arsonist was. Damn it. She tried the window to the side of the front door. That's when she realized the windows had bars across them. Panicked, she went from window to window, but they were all barred. She couldn't even get out by busting through the glass. Markus, where are you? She cried. There was a small hallway to the left. She raced down it. A bathroom, a storeroom, and a more private office like an interview room. Tears rolling down her face and her chest heaving, she went from one to the other. And caught sight of the back door. She hit it like a ram, but it didn't move. Through her panic, she saw the deadbolt keeping it locked up tight. Sobbing now, she pulled the deadbolt back and tugged. The handles were big metal loops. She tugged and tugged. It moved slightly but was caught by something on the other side. Damn it. She was locked inside. If someone didn't get here fast, she was going to burn right in front of the asshole who set the fire. And just maybe that's what he'd planned all along. Markus raced the 1.5 miles across the neighborhood. He'd be there in another 4 minutes at this pace. Evan was at his side. 2 more were coming by truck. Bree. He shuddered, just thinking about an intruder entering the station while she slept on the bench. Dear God, let her be safe. Evan grabbed his arm and pointed slightly to the left. They were only a block away. Power rippled through his legs as he raced toward Bree. He couldn't stop the similarities between this panicked run and his wife's death. There shouldn't be any similarities. Fiona had been diving. Bree was sleeping. Fiona had died on her own. Bree was struggling to survive against another man. Fiona's had been an accident. Bree's would be murder. And now that he'd listed all the reasons why they weren't alike, there was the one huge one that said they were so damn similar he couldn't discount them. In Fiona's case, he'd been unable to help. Right now in Bree's case, he was unable to help. But he would be in a position to do so in 3, 2, on. And that's when he saw the flames. Oh no. Dear God. He didn't think he could run any faster, but he flew toward the building. Fire raced from the back to the front of the wooden structure. The firebug was back. Where was Bree? Surely she wasn't in the building. She'd been free to come and go when he left. Then again, she'd been prepared to sleep at that time. Look at the door, Evan shouted at him. Markus's gaze zinged to the front door, and his insides cramped into granite. A piece of wood had been shoved through both front handles, effectively locking the door closed. And then he saw her, at the window inside, trying to pull the bars off the window. Shit. I'll open the front door, Markus said. Find the asshole. On it. Evan took off into a loop around the burning building, his gaze going from side to side. Markus raced to the front door and wrenched the stick out. Bree, he yelled as he opened the door. I'm here, she cried out, her voice faint and raspy. The smoke billowed out. All he'd done was add oxygen to the flames inside. She came running toward him. He locked me in. I couldn't open the doors, she cried out as she threw herself into his arms. He lifted her in one fell swoop and pivoted toward the front door. Just as he bolted through, he knew. Already in motion, he threw the two of them to the ground, hating the pained sound of her cry as he hit the ground, pulling her down with him and rolling down behind the truck. He heard the shot. Hopefully she didn't. He lifted his head slightly and watched as Evan tackled a man on the opposite side of the street. Two more trucks raced toward them. The lone fire truck sounded in the distance. Bree? Are you okay? She coughed and lifted her head to look down at him. You knew and prepared to deal with this asshole waiting for us outside? She asked incredulously. It was all I could do but run in a panic, and you were already dealing with the possibility. Are you crazy? He groaned, his body sagging as another truck screamed to a stop beside them. Doors opened, and Swede and Hawk raced to help Evan subdue the arsonist. He relaxed onto the ground and tugged her up close. Are you hurt? When she didn't answer right away, he tilted her chin up so he could look in her eyes. No, she whispered. I'm okay. It's the same man. I saw him outside. I couldn't stop him. He frowned because her voice said she wasn't okay. A common enough phenomenon when someone came through a horrific event like this. Just by being alive they assumed they were not hurt when in fact they often were. He sat up slowly, shifting her around until she was sitting in his lap. As he made the last of the turn, she cried out and reached for her ribs. Damn. She gasped, her face scrunched up before she buried her face in his neck. I'm so sorry, he whispered. Let's get you up and check all of you over. We landed pretty hard. I tried to protect you. Fingers slapped against his mouth. I'm alive. Not burning alive, so any aches and pains I have from the rescue are still a joy because it means I can feel them. Maybe. He got to his feet as gently as he could and carried her away from where his men were dealing with the man they apprehended. There was a car parked on the side. He sat her on the hood. Let me see. I'm fine, she exclaimed. No, you're not. He stared down at her. And we'll sit here until morning and I check it out to make sure for myself. She glared at him. He stared back. Chapter 23. She didn't have any fight left in her, but damn it, she was a bag of bones. Who wanted to look at that? What if I don't want to? She muttered half-heartedly. Too bad. We could probably rustle up some food and coffee, but that would only be after you're checked over. He could hear his men approaching from behind. It's going to be one of us, so either me or one of my unit. Instantly, she threw her arms around him. You. Then let me look. She sighed and slowly lifted her shirt up, wincing at the movement. It's just a bruise. He grabbed her shirt and lifted it up farther, his fingers carefully sliding along her ribs, looking for breaks and cracks. He checked her chest and back. When he stepped back, letting her pull her shirt down, she said, See, I'm fine. No, you're not. You've likely got a cracked rib, if not two. At the very least, they are badly bruised. She glared at him. She'd suspected so, but hadn't wanted to make a fuss. Her bones broke easily now, and ugly bruises that stayed colorful way past their time. It wasn't the first time she'd had this kind of damage in the last year, and she'd heal. It would just take time. So no heavy lifting or bending over. She almost laughed. She could barely do either before this. "I'm going home to my father," she said abruptly. "This is silly. I need to go to bed and stay there for a week." A warm light came into his eyes. "I agree you do." He dropped a kiss on her forehead. "And that will bring you much closer to me." "And where are you?" She'd wondered where he lived. "My father lives just outside of San Diego." He grinned. "Perfect. I'm in Coronado." Well, perfect would be living in the same house, but as far as secondary options, this was damn good. They'd be like an hour tops from each other. She gave a happy sigh. Now all I have to do is get home. She didn't look forward to the long bus trip or the stopovers and possible connections she'd have to make, but there was no way she could fly on her pennies. At least she didn't think so. She wasn't going to ask her father. It was already enough that she'd need help when she got to his place. She had no clothes or computer or phone. All things that would have to be replaced. She shifted on the car hood and wondered if she'd ever get a good night's sleep again. These last couple of days had been shit all around. "Markus, you all good?" "As good as can be," he said calmly. "She's got a couple of injured ribs from the hard landing." The men turned those laser eyes on her. She wondered if that determination and casual can-handle-anything attitude was required before these men went into the military, or if they taught it to them while there. These guys were Navy supposedly, and yet they were training in Alaska at one of the military bases. She'd heard whispers about them being SEALs, but even that didn't mean much to her, just super special ops of some kind. Like Markus said, he'd killed people. "I wish you'd killed him," she said, nodding toward the man being questioned right now. "Why?" Evan asked her. "So I know he's not going to come after me again," she said honestly. The man looked up and glared at her. "He's the guy that broke into my room, hurt Doris, and burned down Boomer's diner. And he was there at the diner that morning with the men who kidnapped me." "He was?" Someone behind her asked. "I didn't remember because he wasn't at the cabin. He had been there at the diner but left early with another man." "Are you sure?" Markus asked carefully. She nodded. "I'm sure. There had been, let me think." She closed her eyes and mentally returned to that morning when everything had blown up. They sat in the far corner. All wanted coffees before ordering food. "I brought 3. Then this man and another arrived a few minutes later. So that's all good. We got 4 men at the cabin including Barry, and this one makes 5. So we're good then? We've got them all?" "No." She looked at Markus, then let her gaze drift from one tough face to another. The 2 men that arrived late at the diner were never at the cabin. So unless you have a 6th man in custody, one is still out there. The men exchanged grim looks. "Can you identify the missing man?" Markus asked. "From when you saw him at the diner?" She winced. "Yeah, I probably can. I have a really good memory." "You mentioned that before." He leaned forward and gently nudged her face toward him. "How good?" She sighed. "Basically, photographic. It's why I do investments so well. I can remember the numbers and recognize patterns." "Right?" Markus shook his head. "They knew too, didn't they?" "I don't know, but possibly." She held up her hands. "The other 2 waitresses knew. They were talkers, so it's likely. Boomer used to bug me about it. Tease me. Test me. Flash me the front news page, then have me read it out to him. It was a big joke to everyone," she cried. "I didn't want anyone to know. I was bugged enough about it growing up. Like I need more of that shit now." Markus pulled her close. "It's okay. But it might explain why they've been so adamant about taking you out." I can see pictures and images, words, but I can't remember conversations, she said. So in what way was I a danger to them? If you overheard their conversations, then maybe you do know more than you think you know. Evan studied her curiously. They might not know you don't remember what you hear as well. Did you see anything they had on the table with them? She yawned and stopped with her mouth open. Plans? They had plans on the table. They moved the papers when I brought their food. Plans of what? She stared at them, her mind going click-click through the pages of her memories. A bank. The Wells Fargo Bank. That certainly explained why they were being persistent in going after Bree. At this point, this was the only explanation that made any sense. So they weren't doing any protest about parkland and oil and gas exploration, Swede said. Did we have the wrong end of the stick? No, Markus said, anger threading through his voice. We were given the wrong end of the stick. Barry? Evan asked. Just think. If they were planning a bank robbery. Multiple banks in a few hours apart. Same bank. She smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I had no idea what they were planning, but when you asked, it just clicked. Because I see and remember what I see, I have to have a filing system and put everything away very quickly. I can always pull it out again, but it's overwhelming to keep in my short-term memory, so I file it away. They meant nothing to me. Even after all you've been through, it didn't occur to you that bank plans might have been important? Mason asked, his tone extremely polite. She flushed. I might have, but I have barely slept, and when I'm tired my mind doesn't work right. So it's just this big fog. But when someone asked about the papers on the table, I could go and look at what they were. The men stared at her in surprise. I'm sorry, she cried. I didn't know it was important. And there's no reason you should have, Markus admitted. You've been waitressing there for only a couple of weeks. Lots of people would have been through that diner carrying papers and books and all kinds of things. If you were to try to sort out the meaning of all of it, that's going to be a lot. He couldn't imagine. Like her, he wouldn't pay attention to very much. He couldn't. He'd go crazy. Maybe, but after being kidnapped, I should have realized everything they were up to was important. But you were all talking about it being a protest and survivalists holing up, etc., and I never thought it would be anything but that. And it might not be. This could be where they were making plans for the next step in their operation. Markus shrugged. It's too soon to make any kind of interpretation. Any idea who collected the papers and took them away with him? Mason asked. She shook her head. No. I delivered breakfast and asked them to move the plans so I could put the hot plates down. She frowned, trying to remember. There was an odd silence then, but they quickly cleaned everything up. The men exchanged odd looks. Markus knew what they were thinking at that point. It was likely then that the men had decided kidnapping was the only option. Did Barry even know about their eventual plans, or was he part of it all? We need to talk to Barry, Markus said abruptly. Mason nodded. I'll find out where he is. Can you tell us anything else about the plans you saw? That was sweet again. She pursed her lips. They were blueprints of the buildings. More than one? Yes, maybe 4. Could have been 5. She shrugged. Honestly, I couldn't tell. They were on top of each other and rolled into one bundle. She used her hands to describe the size. I saw them laid out, and they all had the same name on top. Right. One man was writing a list, she added. The man that's missing. Of course, how about an image of the man missing? Can you tell us what he looked like? Like Barry, only slightly different. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say a brother. Both had the same mouth and eyes. Damn it. The list, Swede prodded. She turned to face the big man, then her eyes defocused and she stared, reciting, more ammo, rope, pick up throwaway phones, hockey bags, take the van for a tune-up. She stopped with a frown. The bottom of the list was scribbled out so I couldn't read it. That's fine, we got the message. So they were planning to rob the bank, and were using this location as their base with the protest as noise to cover their activities. Who'd know? It's close enough to do the recon work, and far enough away that no one would know where they were from. Easy access to Anchorage, and a perfect location to get away to afterwards. Markus added, not to mention who'd know if they slipped away and came back. The protesters would have been their alibis. Smart really. But the protest never gained much traction without them as key instigators, and with the kidnapping moving their time frame ahead, it threw the rest of their plans in a mess. The protest was shut down fast. And they were planning on more than one bank. Right, so go into town, hit several one after another, and get out. Markus nodded. Until they kidnapped you, and we took the team down for something completely unrelated and screwed up their plans. Mason walked over. Barry has been released. Swede snorted. Great. So he's free now, and what do you want to bet that there will be a series of bank robberies in the next few days to weeks, as the brothers regroup and find a couple of men to fill the missing spots? They wouldn't need much, Bree said. Just a getaway driver. Even then, they could have the vehicle parked outside and make a run for it. If they are fast, they'd be halfway across town before they'd been spotted. The banks have contingency plans in place for robberies now, Evan said. Robberies happen all the time, but they don't get much cash at each branch. Right, and times that by how many banks, and 2 men at a time, and there could be a nice haul out of Anchorage. Markus stared down at Bree. The question is, what do we do to keep her safe now while we get to the bottom of this? How about the same solution as always, she asked hopefully, somewhere safe where I can get something to eat and some sleep. And where is that? Markus snapped. Seems like every time we tried to do that, something went wrong and someone got hurt. Exactly, she said smoothly. So the answer is to stop stashing me somewhere and keep me with you. She gave him a beaming smile. Chapter 24. Bree watched the expressions cross the men's faces. Markus had a glimmer of a smile in his eyes, but his face was otherwise stalwart, as if waiting for the others to weigh in. She knew instinctively she had to win them over, and likely Mason first. To that end, she looked at him and said, "Would it be a hardship to keep me safe for a day or two?" She glanced at the other men. "I'm trying to go home to California, but I'm not going to make the several days of bus rides in this shape," she admitted. Then she decided she sounded like she was whining. "Well, I will, but it won't be pleasant. Of course, as you've saved my life several times, I should be focused on the fact that at least I'm alive enough to feel the discomfort of sitting for hours." She took a deep breath, shuddered slightly at the sharp pain spiking through the system in her midsection, and said, "Never mind. I'll be fine. You've done enough for me." And considering that, what the hell was she going to do? She had a bag with her somewhere. "Markus, do you know where my bag is?" "My wallet. I'd really hate to have to go through all that again." She tried to identify the vehicle she'd arrived in, but they all looked the same. Her shoulders slumped. Damn it. She couldn't even do that much on her own. "And if I give you your bag, where are you going to go?" She stared up at him. "I don't know," she said honestly. "I can't go back to the bed and breakfast now. Maybe you could give me a lift to the bus station, and I'll find out how to get home." A thunderous cloud spread across his face. And she knew he was going to be difficult. "There's very little options left for me." A vehicle came ripping up the block. "Well, look at that." The cops had arrived. The two officers hopped out and walked over. They nodded a greeting to Mason as the group gathered around him. "Thank you," the sergeant said. "Been a shitty night so far, but at least it's a good ending." The sergeant looked over at her, then at his damaged building, and shook his head. "Shit. Like we needed this." She agreed with him. He pushed his hat back and said, "We need you to go into Anchorage. We need your statement, and Mason here said you might be able to identify the last man." She didn't know if she was supposed to be happy, as she'd be saved the bus fare from here to Anchorage, or pissed that Mason had told him about her memory. I might be able to, she said, the fatigue hard to keep at bay. But no promises, and I'm going to need some sleep first. He opened his mouth to protest, but she shook her head. I might be able to get the information, but at the same time I might not. The more tired I am, the worse it is. Markus walked over to join Mason, who was speaking with the sergeant a few feet away. She didn't know what he was up to, but figured he was on her side, so it couldn't be bad. She slumped in place, then gasped and straightened again. Damn it, her ribs hurt like shit. Not fun, is it? One of the men asked, walking closer. He was huge in a different way from Swede. Then they were all big. He quickly introduced himself as Cooper. She smiled. Thanks for my life, she said in a low voice. Now to make it one worth living, Shadow said, standing beside Cooper. She studied him quietly. Isn't that the truth? I honestly thought I was doing just that. You were, but life changes us, so it's up to us to change with it, Shadow said. And you're doing that. Be proud of what you've accomplished so far. Sometimes the battle to beat is survival. How true and prophetic. His words helped and reminded her that others could judge her all they wanted, but until they'd been through what she'd been through, their opinion held no weight. She was the one who counted, and what she'd done well. Thank you, she said simply. You're right. And the battles that come to us are often the ones we're the least prepared for. Therefore surviving has all the more joy in it, he added seriously. You have a wonderful future ahead of you. Do your best to keep it. I'd like to. These last few days, well, they've been tough. And they are over. When you're back in California, you'll forget all about this. The corner of her mouth turned down as she caught sight of Markus. Some things I don't want to forget about, she admitted. And some things you won't have to, he said, a charming twinkle coming into his eyes. Markus is a good man. She flushed. That obvious, was I? She sagged in place, shuddered, and straightened immediately. Apparently, I'm a slow learner. You're exhausted. And no, it's not that obvious, Cooper said. But we're a little better primed to look for it than others. She didn't understand. Primed for what? Attraction between people. Why would they have any training for that? Confused but willing to shelve it for the moment, she watched as Markus and the sergeant walked back toward her. The sergeant studied her for a long moment. So are we keeping her, or are you men keeping her? Instantly, the crowd of men around her said, We're keeping her. The sergeant looked confused at the enthusiastic response from the others. That was the way she felt, but even more so when she saw Markus rolling his eyes. What did any of this mean? He walked closer. In a low voice she asked, Do you want me to stay with you? She struggled to keep the hurt inside. Even his teammates seemed to like her, although she suspected there was more to this than she understood. Or do you want me to go with the cops? You're staying with me, he said, sliding an arm around her shoulders. He could feel the chill in her skin. Where's my coat? He asked. She frowned, trying to hide her relief at not being separated from him again. I left it in the truck. He walked around to the back of the truck and found it on the footwell behind the front seat. He pulled it free, gave it a good shake, and walked over to wrap it around her shoulders. Keep it on this time. She sighed. I will. He hated to see the black circles under her eyes, the translucent skin, and the huge wells of pain in her eyes. She'd been through so much, and she didn't need these new developments. She huddled deeper into the jacket, tucking her knees up against her chest. With her arms wrapped around her knees, his jacket completely engulfed her. She looked like a 12-year-old. We're taking you and the prisoner into Anchorage, as they are short on officers. They could call in the state troopers for the prisoner transfer, but that would take time, and we're here, Mason said. The building is damaged too badly to hold him here, and now with the bank robbery connection, he needs to be transported to the station in Anchorage. And of course they want to talk to you. She nodded, but there wasn't any fire in the movement. Any chance of grabbing a hotel and sleeping? On the list, Markus reassured her. Thank God. He walked to Mason. I'm leaving now. I'll let you know where I'm going to be when I get there. Mason nodded. Evan, Cooper, and Brett are going with you. He turned away. I'm going to be 10 minutes behind. Right. Without giving her a chance to protest, not that she looked to have any energy to protest anything, he sat in the back of the rig with her beside him. Cooper hopped in to drive. Evan took up the shotgun spot. Brett sat beside Bree. Chase and Brett were the new kids on the block. Good men, but still less comfortable with everyone. There were dozens of SEALs in Alaska right now. He wanted all of them watching over Bree. This had gotten personal in a big way, and too damn fast. The sooner he got her home to California, the better. Chapter 25. She hadn't considered the possibility, but when the truck rolled to a stop, she woke up with a start to find she'd actually slept. She was warm and tucked up against someone's chest. She didn't want to move, especially when she was cradled in Markus's arms. How special. She yawned and shifted so she could look out the front window. They were at a hotel. One of those 2-story high surrounding a pool type of building. A bed. Lord, she could use a bed. Before she realized it, she was being led to the second floor and the first door on the right. Markus unlocked the door and let her inside. Do you want a shower first or just to crash? A shower. I slept in the truck, so that will hold me long enough to get a shower. She dropped his jacket and walked through to the bathroom. And laughed with glee. They have shampoo and conditioner. She stripped to her skin and stepped under the hot spray. Talk about heaven. You okay in there? Called a voice from the other side of the bathroom door. Markus. She smiled. I am. Loving the hot water. Well, you might also like to know we have some food coming. Really? What did you find at this hour? Her stomach was so damn empty she'd hated to bring it up, knowing that no place would be open at this hour. An all-night pizza joint. And they had pasta as well. I'm calling dibs on the pasta. Not if you don't finish in there first. The rest of the men will be arriving anytime. She shampooed her hair twice, then applied conditioner. By the time she was done, her arms were shaking and her hands trembling. Hopefully, the food had arrived. She got dressed again, a clean t-shirt this time, although the housecoat hanging on the back of the door had been tempting, but not if there were more men than just Markus out there. When she opened her door, she walked out to find Cooper, Chase, Markus, and Brett eating pizza. Her eyes lit up, then fell when she saw the empty box. You didn't eat it all, did you? She wailed. The group of men laughed. Markus shook his head. No, we didn't. Come sit down. He patted a spot on the bed beside him. I saved the pasta for you. Even though I wanted it, Evan whined. But Markus wouldn't let me have any. I'll share, she said, sitting down on the bed. This looks great. It's food. Anything looks great when you're hungry, Markus said, laughing. Remember those protein bars? She winced. Yeah, I do, they sure hit the spot then. He handed her a round tinfoil pie plate-looking container. She opened it, and the smell of lasagna wafted through the air. The other men raised their noses and sniffed, their eyes locking onto the pan in her hand. No, you're not sharing. Eat it all, Markus said, glaring at the guys. These three would eat anything, including the box. And Swede isn't here yet. Cooper sniggered. Wait until he finds out you ate his meal. There are 9 more pizzas, Markus said. That's enough even for him. Wow, does he eat that much? Bree asked. I was thinking that a piece of pizza on the side would go great. The men looked at her lasagna, then at her, and back again. If you can eat all that, then you can have one of my pieces, Cooper suggested. But your eyes might be bigger than your tummy. Except I'm filling up right to my tips of my toes, she said with a small grin. I'll see you at the bottom of this pan. Save me a piece. Markus laughed at the look on the guys' faces. Then again, they hadn't been at the restaurant with her plowing through the big breakfast. She'd eaten almost as much as he had. Mason would be here soon. He had Hawk and Dane with him. They'd taken the prisoner into the station. Markus had deliberately circumvented the station, not wanting them to expect Bree to have anything to offer at this time. She looked better after the nap in the truck, in the shower, and food. More sleep should put her back on top, ready to face what came next. Shadow and Swede were standing guard outside. The door opened, letting in Swede and several others. Markus's gaze was on Bree at the time, catching the nervous look she sent to the men, then his way. It would take a few weeks for her nerves to calm down. But time was a great healer. Bree, this is the same group of men you've met before. There are just a lot of faces to recognize. All good friends of mine. Then her nervousness changed to mock alarm. Are they going to eat my pizza? She cried. The men turned to stare at her in shock. The new arrivals studied the almost empty pan of lasagna on her lap and the boxes of pizza stacked around the room. With a flashing grin, she reached forward and snagged 2 pieces out of the closest box. She waved at Swede. I just had to make sure I got a piece before he started in. Swede's face broke into a huge smile. With a gusty laugh, he grabbed up 2 unopened boxes and jumped over to where Bree sat and plunked down beside her. A woman after my own heart. He opened the first box, and the smell of anchovies filled the room. Swede reached in to grab the largest piece, only to find Bree's lightning-quick fingers had snagged it first. Markus, you're going to need a second job, Swede said blithely, and bit into the first piece he came to. He closed his eyes, seemingly unaware of the sucked-in breath at his side. Markus knew. And knew Swede knew. He just couldn't resist pushing things along. Then he had Eva, and wanted the whole world to be as happy as he was. Not a bad wish. And Bree. She was studying her piece of pizza. You know, if I went back to work at my old job, I could afford to make Markus a kept man. Several men choked on their pizzas. Grins flashed and disappeared. Silence reigned. Swede settled back to watch the sparks fly. Typical of Bree, she dove in where angels fear to tread. But as he'd already told her, he was no angel. He shook his head gently. Sweetheart, I'll be keeping my job because we already know what the stress of your job did to you. She sighed. Good point. She smirked at him. Besides, pizza is cheap. Markus kept an eye on her as she worked on eating her way through the food in front of her. Movements were getting slower, her eyes heavy. He cleared a spot on the bed behind him and removed her plate from her lap as her head nodded forward once again. She tucked up beside him with a grateful smile and closed her eyes. Within minutes, her breathing slowed. Is she badly hurt? Shadow asked. Markus shook his head. No, nothing that won't heal. He reached over and stroked her shoulder. A good night's sleep tonight, and she'll be much better tomorrow. You okay with this? Shadow asked as he got up to leave. I have to be, Markus said. I think I'm past the point of having a choice. Markus closed the door behind the last of the men. Bree slept quietly on the far side of the bed, curled up at the top by the pillows. His coat lay over her shoulders. The rest of the room was a mess. He quickly stacked the pizza boxes and napkins that they'd all used. The takeout coffee cups went in the same direction. Within minutes, the small room was as clean as he could make it, lacking a vacuum. His pack was here in her small bag. He took a quick shower. It had been a long day for him, too. With a towel wrapped around his waist, he returned to the room. She hadn't moved. He reached over and removed his jacket, then gave her a shake. A mumble escaped. Bree, wake up. Let's get you under the covers. A grumble was his response this time. He grinned. And decided the easiest way was to do this himself. With an efficiency that surprised him, he stripped off her shirt and jeans and socks. He left her underwear on. Frowning at the colorful ribs, he ran a gentle finger along the cracked one. She sighed and rolled over onto her belly, her arms and legs spread wide. His little lady was a bed hog. Still, she was a tiny one. He dropped the towel and lay down beside her and pulled the covers over them both. If she didn't like the arrangements, she could tell him about it in the morning. In the meantime, he needed sleep too. He closed his eyes. Chapter 26. She was finally warm. In fact, for the first time in a long time, she was damn hot. Bree rolled over and came up against a solid block of furnace. Her eyes popped open. She bolted upright and looked around. Markus slept beside her. The room was empty but for the two of them. She glanced down to see her bra in place. No wonder she was uncomfortable. She could only see Markus's chest, but it was bare except for his bandage. She wanted to lift the covers and peek, but that so wasn't going to happen. She slipped off the side of the bed and walked to the bathroom. After using the toilet, she washed up. What time was it? She peered out the window to see the moon high. She'd guess at close to 3, maybe 4 in the morning. She'd had a shower earlier but had been forced to put on dirty underwear. If she gave them a quick wash now, would they dry by morning? The morning was going to come fast, and she knew the men would be back into the room early, but she really wanted to ditch the bra and have washed underwear for morning. Her muscles ached like she'd run a marathon. Who knew? There was a deep exhaustion that would take days to ease. But clean clothes would help. She quickly washed them in the sink and hung them over the shower railing. Just as she finished, there was a knock on the door. "Bree, you okay?" She wrapped the towel around herself and opened the door to find Markus staring at her. Then she was doing some staring of her own. He was buck naked. Then she saw the long, thin scar across his abdomen. "What happened?" she cried. His frown deepened. She reached out and traced the scar tissue. "A knife fight." He grinned. "I won." She shook her head. "How is this a win?" "The other man is dead." "Right. Then that's a huge win." She smiled at him, then walked to the bedroom, the towel secured under her arms. She turned back to see him studying her quick attempt at laundry. "I never got a chance to buy more," she said with a note of apology. "I'd rather have slightly damp but clean underwear for morning." He nodded but didn't say anything. Still, there was a look in his eyes as his gaze dropped to the towel wrapped around her. She swallowed. Jesus, he was hot. And sexy. And very obviously interested. "Are you still cold?" he murmured, his gaze locked on her. She shuddered, remembering his earlier suggestion on how to warm her up. "Yes," she whispered. "I'm still cold." And she made a decision. She might not have much, but she had this moment. This night. And she wanted it all. She slowly unhooked the towel and dropped it to the floor. "I'm not much in the way of eye candy at the moment," she started to say, but he held up his hand, forestalling more words. He reached her in seconds. "We're not about bodies. We're not about the shape, color, or condition of our bodies. This is about what's inside. Who we are at the heart of these bodies." Tears glimmered in the corner of her eyes. "Do I get to say that I'm feeling very shallow and love your body?" He laughed and gently picked her up in his arms. "You are lovely inside and out. You also have very lovely bones." He cradled her gently in his arms as he walked a few feet to the bed. With a tenderness she hadn't expected, he lay her down on the bed. "Now a little flesh to cover them, and you'll be a spectacular package." He collapsed beside her. In fact, he was too damn far away for her. She rolled closer, snaking her arms up around his neck, flattening herself against him. His gasp made her smile. "Told you I was cold. I told you I knew how to fix it." She tilted her head back and stared into those magical eyes. "Prove it." He lowered his head and kissed her. That same magic she felt stir before sparked into fire. Passions that had been dormant for a long time. A lonely time of pain and suffering. Now, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, her passion rose in a wave of loving emotion. Longing and heat mixed in volatile combinations. To be close to this man, to be in his arms. Precious. She slipped her hands over his body, stroking, caressing, learning. The scar on the right shoulder. The long one across his abdomen. This would have hurt. He slid his hot palm across her surgical scar. This would have too. Not physically, she whispered, her fingers stroking the edge of the bandage from his latest injury. He glanced at her, that deep knowing in his eyes that said he understood. All the loss and relief that had filled her upon awakening. He dropped gentle kisses on her temple, on her cheeks, her chin, and her nose. Finally he kissed her lips, his tongue sliding deep inside as his hands caressed her body, exploring the dips and curves, his fingers rising to cup the soft weight of her small breasts. Then he slid his fingers into the soft damp hair in the triangle right below. She gasped, her hips lifting toward his touch. Those damn knowing fingers. Her body pulsed and shuddered, awakening nerves she'd forgotten still existed. She reached up and pulled him down toward her. She moaned. More, please. Easy, he whispered. We have time. A half laugh and a groan escaped. Maybe, but my body seems to have a mind of its own. That's a good thing, Enjoy. And those fingers did something else. She cried out, her back arching as ripples of mini explosions blasted up and down her body. Markus, she demanded. I'm here, he said in that deep dark smoky voice that made her insides melt. But you're not with me, she whispered. I want you with me. He rose over her, that massive body supported on his arms to keep his weight off her. She understood. He didn't want to hurt her. Slipping her arms up around his shoulders, she smiled through the tears. I'll be fine. I'm not that fragile. But she hadn't convinced him. Fine. She wrapped her legs around his waist and ground her pelvis against his. And was rewarded with a guttural sound. A faint mist of sweat slicked over his skin, making her realize the effort he was putting into staying in control. Perversely, she wanted him to lose it, in a big way. She changed tactics and pushed at his shoulders. Instantly, he rolled onto his back, gently dragging her over with him. With a big grin, she smirked down at him. Much better, she said. Why's that? He asked in a pained voice. Better access, she said smoothly, and grasped him gently in her hands. Lord, he was big. And hot. And so damn ready. She reached down and kissed the tip, loving the way his hips jolted upward at her touch, in his strangled exclamation he couldn't hold back. Using her hands, she explored the massive thighs, rock-hard abs and rounded sack hanging between his thighs. He hissed, then moaned and shuddered. With more grace than she expected, she straddled his thighs, her hands wandering in different directions, anxious to explore all of him. He lay acquiescing. Letting her do what she wanted, how she wanted. You're a gift, she murmured. A broken laugh was all he could manage. She drew her hands down his chest and back toward his erection, wrapping her fingers around it and giving a gentle squeeze. Fuck, he whispered in a guttural moan. She laughed. Yes, please. And slowly she lowered herself down on top of him. Instantly, his hands slid up her belly and ribs to cup her breasts. Perfect. She threw her head back and started to ride. With her hands clasped over his, she moved slowly at first, then faster and faster as she drove them both to the finish line. With a cry, she spun out of control, dimly aware of him grabbing onto her hips, driving up once, twice, a hoarse shout erupting as he collapsed back onto the bed. With her body trembling like a wild thing, she collapsed back down on his chest, trying to catch her breath. That's when she realized tears were streaming down her face. Thank you, she whispered. For what? He murmured in surprise, humor tinging the exhaustion in his voice. For being you. And she closed her eyes and let the fatigue finally take her. Markus knew she needed the rest, her body crying out for her to look after it in a big way, but he didn't want to move. He didn't want this moment to end. He wanted to hold her. Keep her safe in his arms. Like he hadn't been able to do for Fiona. And for the first time realized, and quickly followed that up with acceptance, that he couldn't have protected her all the time. She loved traveling and she had friends she did things with. It had been an accident. Damn bad luck. He wasn't to blame. He could walk forward with a clear mind and guilt-free heart. But not an empty heart. Right now it brimmed to the top with love for the sprite in his arms. He hadn't thought to be so lucky again. And he'd do whatever he could to have as many years as she had available to give him. She was just that special. With her cradled in his arms, he closed his eyes and slept. Chapter 27. The Anchorage police station wasn't what she expected. Yet the sand-colored building was similar to others she'd seen, so she didn't know why she was surprised. Markus held the door for her as they entered. The entire unit was here in some capacity. The prisoner had been handed over last night, but there were meetings scheduled today. After all, the brass wanted reports from both sides of the table. "I thought you'd like to know that Jake is awake and trying to escape the hospital," Markus said, startling a laugh from Bree. "And Boomer's condition has been upgraded. It looks like he'll be okay." "I'd rather be on the way home," she muttered. Have you called your father yet?" "You know I haven't," she said. "I've been with you the whole time. Besides, I don't have a phone. You could consider coming and staying at my house instead." She froze mid-step, then turned to stare at him. "As in, I have a spare bedroom, and feel free to use it for a week or two while I figure out my job situation?" she asked cautiously. "Considering you really don't want to go back to your father's." "Ah," she said, disappointed. She felt his glance, but they were being approached by a policewoman who smiled and led them into a decent-sized room with a large table. She hated the resemblance to what she imagined an interview room would look like. She hadn't done anything wrong. "Relax," Markus murmured at her side. "You're only answering a few questions." "I know," she whispered. "But something about this atmosphere makes me feel guilty, even though I haven't done anything wrong to feel guilty about." "Not an issue." He squeezed her fingers. She stared down at his fingers laced between her own. "Thanks for seeing this through with me." "I have no plans to dump you on the side of the highway," he said calmly. "And my offer of a place to stay." The door opened, cutting off his words. "Damn it." She sighed. He squeezed her fingers again. She knew he understood. This and so many other things in her life. How had she gotten so lucky? Two men sat down opposite them. The cops didn't look as intimidating as she thought they would. That didn't make the process any faster, though. By the time she was done, her voice was dry, and she couldn't dredge any more information out of her brain if she tried. That was very helpful. Now to find this missing man. Particularly considering Barry has no siblings, the taller of the two men said. "I didn't see him for very long," she said apologetically. "Not an issue. You've been a big help. We'll bring in a sketch artist, grab as close a likeness as we can, and we'll run with that." She slumped in place as they walked out. Markus got up and stood behind her, gently massaging away the built-up tension in her shoulders. "Sorry it's so hard, Bree." "It's not hard, she stopped as she tried to find the right word, draining. "Another hour and you'll be done." He leaned in and gave her a tender kiss. "You're doing great." "No, I'm not." She sighed. "I'm whining." The door opened to let another man in. He wore a baseball cap and shirt with lots of pockets, each full of pens. She loved it. He had a large sketchbook in his hand. "Okay, let's get started." She glanced at the pad and back again. Surely this would be easier with her eyes closed. It took a moment to get into the rhythm. She sat with her back turned and tried to describe the man she'd seen. He was clean-shaven with a thick jaw and high cheekbones. As she continued to sort through the description in her head, Markus squeezed her hand and stood up. He went to the door and walked out, calling out, "I'm going to get you a bottle of water." Of course he'd seen what she needed before she had. She finally came to a stop and turned to look at the diagram. Not even close. She sighed and glanced at the artist's face, wondering what to say to help the situation. Then looked back at the image. Her mind once again went clickety-click-click. And she couldn't breathe. Hell, she couldn't do anything but stare in shock at the piss-poor likeness on the page. Maybe she should have told the asshole to look in the mirror when he drew the missing man. Because she was almost positive the artist was the man they were looking for. And wouldn't that be a perfect cover for him? He had the police training to be the shooter dodging them the last few days. And Anchorage was close enough to come back and forth. Why did this keep happening to her? And where the hell was Markus when she needed him? She was a damn piss-poor liar, and if there was ever a time she needed to do better in that department, it was now. She swallowed hard, her mind working furiously searching for a way out. The doorknob turned, but it was locked on the inside. She got up to open it, but the artist shot out an arm and pinned her to the chair. "You recognized me, didn't you?" He glared at her. "From the diner." She stared mutely at the bearded man she hadn't initially recognized with his new facial hair. What could she say? She nodded. "God damn it," he said in a low, hard voice. "Let me go," she whispered. "You don't need me." "Hell no, you're my ticket out of here." He stood up, dragging her to her feet. "Oh, please not." He grabbed her around the neck as pounding started on the doorway. "Bree?" Markus called through the door. "Yee!" Her voice ended in a strangled exclamation as the artist tightened the chokehold on her neck. "She can't answer you," he called out. There was an ugly silence from the other side of the door. "If you hurt her," Markus snarled. "I won't if you let me get out of here," the artist cried. "I want my freedom." "You're not going to get it, you know," Bree said calmly. "Those guys out there are going to pick you up and slam you into tomorrow." "No, you're my insurance." "Hell no, I'm not. I'm no one's insurance, I'm already dead." "They don't give a shit about me," she said. "You lost your chance. You should have taken the big guy hostage. He's worth something." "No way, he's a fucking SEAL. He'd take me out before I made it to the doorway." The artist snickered. "But he cares about you, and I'll kill you dead right this fucking instant if they don't let me out." "We'll let you leave the station," a strange official-sounding voice called from the main offices. "Jeremy, don't you hurt her." "I won't have a choice if you don't let me get away," he answered harshly. "I've got a vehicle just outside. Let me get to it, and give me 24 hours. You'll never see me again." "Why would you want to leave anyway?" Bree couldn't help asking. "They are just going to hunt you down. You and Barry." "What is he, your cousin?" "Better to give it up now." "Like hell. My cousin is probably already back in California, hoping to stay clean of this mess." "Like that's going to happen. Greg wasn't supposed to do anything to bring attention to the cabin until we were ready to go. And kidnapping was never on the menu. Barry always looks after himself before anyone else. Well, if I'm going down, so is he. This was all his idea. I'm not spending my life behind bars for no one." "What have you done?" "You weren't part of the kidnapping, nor did you beat up Boomer." Then she stopped, anger building inside. "But you might have shot Jake." At the look on his face she said in outrage, "Why? And why let your pet firebug destroy everything? It was supposed to be just a robbery of the Wells Fargo banks. Not all this ugliness." At the name Wells Fargo, his gaze flattened to a dark deadliness that had her shaking inside. "You don't know nothing, and I had no choice. I was trying to save the situation," he snarled. "Now shut up." She quieted, her mind furiously churning away inside. Surely the cops had heard him and were already making arrangements to pick up Barry. Preferably now. He'd shot Jake and Markus then too. That wasn't something the men outside would forgive. Hell, if she could, she'd take the asshole down herself for that. The room was small with only one way in or out and no windows. She knew Markus would be having a fit. "Markus, it's okay. He won't hurt me." There was no answer but for a half growl. "I'm feeling okay. Just really tired, just need a nap and soon." Would he get the message? "Like I am seriously close to dropping." "I'm coming out now," Jeremy called out. "If anyone tries to stop me, I'll break her neck." "I'd really rather you didn't," she muttered, crying out as he yanked her toward the door, his arms secure around her neck. The only good thing was he didn't have a weapon. "Stay back," Jeremy yelled, tightening his grip around her neck and reaching for the handle of the door. He pulled it open to find the entire station lined up in front of them. Bree smiled reassuringly at Markus, but he wasn't studying her. He had a look of complete and utter boredom on his face. "You could at least look like you care," she gasped, affronted. Jeremy snorted. "Oh, he cares, just look at his hands." Sure enough, Markus's fingers were splayed like claws, just waiting for the right time. She tried to twist to look back at the seals. "Any time would be good, guys." Not happening. Jeremy dragged her forward through the gauntlet. "Bree?" Markus called. "Yes," she yelled back, then choked as the grip on her neck tightened. Were they going to stop this madman? Drop. And she went completely limp. As in dead weight. As in, too much for Jeremy to suddenly compensate for. Shit. He tried to grab her, but it was awkward. He tried to drag her, but that didn't work. While she watched, he turned to assess the door, then dropped her and made a run for it. Except he was suddenly airborne and flying to the far side of the room. She caught sight of Markus's face as he scooped her up afterwards. "Not so bored now, are you?" She threw her arms around his neck. He buried his face against her hair. "I don't think my life with you will ever be boring. You get into too much trouble." "I'm not trying to," she cried. "I promise to be good from now on." He laughed. "Not likely. Personally, I don't want you to change one bit." She peered up at him. "And in regards to that offer of a roof over my head, only if it's sharing my bed too." "Damn, why didn't you say that first?" "It's a definite yes. Does the offer come with unlimited food and heat too? Because then I have to ask, can we leave now? As soon as we get this mess cleared up, we're heading home. You're coming with us." She leaned back to look up at him. "Really?" He nodded. She glanced around at the group of men gathered around them. "Ah, did you mean that when you told the cops you're keeping me?" she asked incredulously. "Even back then?" Evan chuckled. "Absolutely. We always keep the women we want. In this case, Markus wants you. So we're all on board." Unless you don't want Markus," Shadow said quietly from behind her. "It's always the lady's choice." She gasped as she looked around at them, stunned. "Does that mean yes or no?" Markus asked in a hard voice. She peered into those eyes and saw the vulnerability, the shell he'd be quick to put back into place. "Yes." And she threw her arms around his neck again. "But that means I'm keeping you too. Forever. I can live with that." And in front of the cops, the now secured artist, and all the men in his unit, he lowered his head and kissed her. The station erupted in cheers. This concludes Book 7 of Seals of Honor, Markus. Read the first chapter of Evan, Seals of Honor, Book 8. Seals of Honor, Evan, Book 8, Chapter 1. What a shitstorm. As ops went, this one had hit the toilet in a big way. And in Mexico to boot. 2 seals down. 2 more injured but ambulatory, and the shit just kept on dripping. Levi and his unit were in trouble. Evan Wilson was part 1 of the extraction team. The second half was the helicopters flying in. Gunfire ripped through the uneasy silence. Evan sank lower. In order to make the extraction, Evan's team would have to clear and hold a place for a helicopter to land. And that wasn't easy. This was a first for him. He wasn't as new to the unit as Chase and Brett, but he couldn't be called an old-timer yet either. He'd have said seasoned until this mess. Now he realized that for all the good times, he'd been relatively lucky as far as missions went. Because when SEAL Ops went bad, they went deadly. But they weren't going to leave any of their men behind. Especially not Levi. Sweat dripped down his forehead. High on the landing atop the plateau, he'd been picking off the enemy below one by one. There was one more. He just needed a good shot. Swede and Cooper were getting closer. Once clear, they could run in and pick up Levi. Although knowing him, Levi wouldn't leave without Stone. But then Stone and Levi were two of the same. 4 of them had come over and ran into trouble immediately. Evan and the 8-man unit he was part of had been dropped in to get them out. Word was reinforcements on the enemy side were minutes away and carrying rocket launchers while their military helicopter was 6 minutes out. Then again, those were the odds they loved. They did shitty like the rest of the world did well. It should be their motto. Another head popped up. There. He took the shot and moved on. He didn't need to see the result, he was a hell of a sniper, and that had been an easy one. Now he shifted when he heard Markus behind him. Left. Shit. He lined up again. Was there no end to these assholes? He took another shot. Seeing Swede and Cooper on the move, 2 of the biggest men in the unit, he sprayed the area to give them a free run. Move, 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 he whispered as he mentally ticked off the minutes before the helicopter arrived. He could hear it in the distance. A hawk's cry ripped through the air. Damn well time. Hawk and Shadow were moving through the enemy, taking them out one by one, as silent and as lethal as only those 2 could. He waited, the dust settling the air still, then he caught a movement on the right. He looked through his sight. Bullseye. Wop wop wop. The noise of their ride home echoed in the distance. He gauged it at 4 minutes out. A long 4 minutes. And he had a job to complete before then. There'd been no enemy fire for 2 minutes. Then Hawk and Shadow were down there. Not much would escape them. Those that did, he took out. They were less than 100 yards from the landing site, but up an exposed hill. He had 6 men behind him. The other 2 of Levi's team were both injured. Mason and Dane were trying to stabilize them to be airlifted out. Brett and Chase were on the far side, holding their position. Wop wop wop. 3 minutes. Another bird cry in the sky. Good. Swede and Cooper had their men. Now to get them all back and in the air safely. He hadn't seen anything heavier than automatic rifles yet, but could hear vehicles approaching. With the damn rocket launchers, if the intel was any good. The last thing he needed was to have the helicopter go down with all of them on board. That was not a statistic he was willing to be a part of. Dane crawled up beside him. Status? They are on the return run. No enemy fire in 4 minutes. He paused. The men? Tough and in rough shape. One is almost done. Shit. Dane slipped back to the injured men. Done usually meant physical injuries that killed his career. Everyone here knew that was the end of the line. The worst nightmare for them all. He could only hope that Levi and Stone were in better shape, but knew that was a pipe dream. Levi was a personal friend of his. He'd seen the lines deepen on his face over the years. He needed to get out before it killed him. Maybe after this. And suddenly the men were racing toward him. He sprayed the area as Swede carried Stone and Cooper packed Levi. Wop wop wop. They raced past Evan. Helicopters approached from behind. Come on, show yourself. I know there is one more of you bastards. No way am I letting you take any of us down at this point. Wop wop wop. The dust flew as the helicopter lowered to the ground. Men scrambled to get the injured on board. Mason called. Moving out. Evan didn't move, his gaze searching the territory. He'd be the last one. One prick was still out there, and now the first of several vehicles had arrived. It sat waiting. Well, so the hell was Evan. The men would need less than 2 minutes to scramble aboard, secure the injured, and lift off. He figured he needed 30 seconds. There. He hoped they had a damn good pilot. He didn't want to be left behind. But neither was he going to let his team be taken out because he missed something. Time. He lifted onto his heels, crouched and ran, his eyes scanning. He saw the bastard. Now loading a rocket launcher on his shoulder. Evan lined up the shot and fired. The man's head flung back as Evan flung himself into the helicopter. "Go, go, go," he yelled, lifting for another shot. The helicopter rose, the movements faster than expected, and so damn smooth he knew who the pilot was. Didn't that figure? It was Ice. Her real name was Icelight, some kind of Nordic druid name. But she was known as Ice for her cool, calm, under-pressure performance. Was her new co-pilot with her? Megan. His heart immediately said yes. If he were honest, he was damn glad to have Ice. And Megan. It's just he'd rather have Megan under him. Like she'd been 3 years ago. They'd parted ways after one hell of a hot and heavy weekend. He'd gone on to bury his sorrow and regret that he hadn't moved to make it more than that ever since, and she'd ended up engaged. What the hell? Thankfully, she'd come to her senses. Ice, now she was a whole different matter. Her name had been linked with Levi, but no one asked, ever. "Nice shot," Dane helped him to his seat when the helicopter leaned to the side as it turned and headed home. He looked around at the rest of the men and mentally counted them off. "We're flying heavy. Full load +1. Can't be helped." Evan nodded and closed his eyes. "Ice will get us home safe." "Who's she flying with?" Evan asked in an even voice, hoping Dane wouldn't read into the question. But he knew. His heart already knew. He was such an idiot. Why didn't he realize he'd had a good thing at the time? And move to make it more than a fling? Just think of the years they'd missed. They'd parted ways amicably, but he'd never been able to find the same magic with anyone else. Reinforcing that she was the only one for him. Then again, maybe it was all in his head. The memory better than the reality. Who knew? Unless he had a chance to get her back in his bed and see if that magic was actually what he remembered, there was no way to know. But he wanted to find out. Book 8 is available now.